Hello and welcome to Petri's Get IT Office 365 Security Day. This is going to be an entire day of learning and deep technical content from IT pros and our partners at AvePoint, Planet Technologies, and CoreView to help you get the most out of Office 365 and the security features that are included. We have heard time and time again from our friends, from our readers, from our listeners, and most importantly, the users, that Office 365 is a wonderful platform of tools and functionality, but keeping your data secure can be a significant challenge, which is why we are putting on this conference today. It is for you, it is for the IT pro, it is for the listeners, it is for everybody who is trying to take their content and just make it a little bit more secure so that when those threats do happen, your data is locked down. And it's not trivial because there are a lot of features and functions inside of Office 365. So we've brought together Microsoft MVPs who know the technical ins and outs of the platform. We've brought together our partners who can help bring stories from the real world to you. That way you understand, hey, here's the technical side of it. Here's how it's implemented. Here's the stories that can help you prevent or avoid certain situations. And we're bringing it all together today. And so we hope that you hang out with us as we go through all the sessions, as we work from beginner to expert. And we also have a bunch of handouts. You can find links down below if you're not already on petri.com, where you can find the handouts that everybody is going to be talking about today. That way you have something to take home and reference later to help get the most out of your Office 365 platform. Because let's face it, let me say that again, you are paying a lot of money for this service. You might as well get the most benefit and bang for the buck that you can while you're using it. With that, we're going to kick it off here with our first session. And thanks for tuning in, and we'll see all of you, well, throughout the day.
Hello, my name is Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petri's Office 365 Security Day.
We'd like to thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at coreview.com.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Raymond Tsai, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now!
Hello and welcome to Petri's Get IT Office 365 Security Day. This is going to be an entire day of learning and deep technical content from IT pros and our partners at AvePoint, Planet Technologies, and CoreView to help you get the most out of Office 365 and the security features that are included. We have heard time and time again from our friends, from our readers, from our listeners, and most importantly, the users, that Office 365 is a wonderful platform of tools and functionality, but keeping your data secure can be a significant challenge, which is why we are putting on this conference today. It is for you, it is for the IT pro, it is for the listeners, it is for everybody who is trying to take their content and just make it a little bit more secure so that when those threats do happen, your data is locked down. And it's not trivial because there are a lot of features and functions inside of Office 365. So we've brought together Microsoft MVPs who know the technical ins and outs of the platform. We've brought together our partners who can help bring stories from the real world to you. That way you understand, hey, here's the technical side of it. Here's how it's implemented. Here's the stories that can help you prevent or avoid certain situations. And we're bringing it all together today. And so we hope that you hang out with us as we go through all the sessions, as we work from beginner to expert. And we also have a bunch of handouts. You can find links down below if you're not already on petri.com, where you can find the handouts that everybody is going to be talking about today. That way you have something to take home and reference later to help get the most out of your Office 365 platform. Because let's face it, let me say that again, you are paying a lot of money for this service. You might as well get the most benefit and bang for the buck that you can while you're using it. With that, we're going to kick it off here with our first session. And thanks for tuning in, and we'll see all of you, well, throughout the day.
Hello, I'm Steve Goodman and welcome back to the Get IT Office 365 Security Virtual Learning event. I work for a partner in the UK called Content and Code as Principal Technology Strategist, and I've been an MVP for over 9 years now. Focused first on Exchange and more lately Microsoft 365 and Teams. I spend a lot of my time helping organisations plan out their route to the cloud, and of course I always write regularly for sites including Petri, Practical365.com, and host the All About 365 podcast with Jason Wynn. You can find me mostly at conferences like Ignite, including virtually last week and in previous years over in Orlando and other places. In today's session, I'm going to talk to you about how you can get started with Microsoft Secure Score. Now, Microsoft Secure Score is really good at helping you understand some of the weaknesses that you need to address inside your Office 365 or Microsoft 365 tenant, and then apply the right recommendations from Microsoft to your tenant. You're going to learn in today's session who this is for. If you're a cybersecurity professional, should you be using this? Or if you're a generalist IT pro, or perhaps you're running a small business, is this the tool that you should be using? You'll find out. And of course, why should you use it? And then we'll go into a bit of a demo on how to access it, how to use it, and how you can act on some of the recommendations it provides. So first of all, what is Microsoft Secure Score? So Microsoft Secure Score is built into your Microsoft 365 tenant. You don't have to add it on as a special third-party service or subscribe to it separately. If you've got access to your Microsoft 365 Admin Center and you can access the security site, then you'll be able to go into the Secure Score tools and then get it to make recommendations based on your industry, based on your current security posture, so you can understand some of the ways that you can improve security today. And the great thing about it is not only does it identify problems that you might have already, but it also provides some recommendations on how you can improve security. The higher the score, the better. And it uses things like the CIS benchmarks to score things based on 1 to 10. So you can align the changes that you're making to better understand how this is going to improve your situation, not only from a Microsoft 365 perspective, but a wider industry perspective as well. And as well as saying you should do all of these things to switch it on, it also provides you some resources that you can use so that you can plan out all of these changes. So rather than going away and searching for all of the relevant documentation on how to do things in a particular way, if you want, then you can go and read all of the documentation from Microsoft. And if you've got the time, it's worth watching all of those relevant sessions from Microsoft that explain all of the wider capabilities. But if you really want to just get straight to the point, then you can use these recommendations to help you plan and make those changes. And very importantly, it gives you a view of where you are compared to other organizations, because it might be that you work in an industry where actually some of the things that are more important to a public sector customer or military grade customers who are working with extremely sensitive data aren't necessarily applicable to you. So you can plug in your industry and your organizational size, and it'll show you what other organizations look like. That gives you a good idea of what good looks like when you're comparing your organization to similar organizations that have went through the same process. Ideally, you'll be looking to be in the good or better area, but most people, when they look at Secure Score the first time, might find that actually there's some way behind, and there's a large number of fairly straightforward improvements that they can make that will immediately improve their security posture. Of course, if you're going to stop here and watch nothing else, then switching on multi-factor authentication is one key thing that can help. And as you can imagine, if you've not done that, that will be one of the key recommendations Secure Score will make. So why would you want to use it? So if you want to understand what your current position is and you want to be able to communicate that more widely, perhaps you've got a feeling that actually you're not in a great position. You know that things were set up a while ago, perhaps 3 or 4 years ago. You moved people to Exchange Online and you were just using those basic services. Then over the last 6 months, you've seen that more people are using OneDrive for Business. More people are sharing documents outside of the organization. Or perhaps you've launched Teams and you've seen that people have been added as guests to the organization, people having meetings externally, and you're a little bit worried that actually no one has an idea across the organization of what the current position looks like. And you can't really get somebody in to assess this for you just yet. And you just want to be able to get some information that shows whether you are in a bad position, an okay position, or a good position. This will be able to provide that information for you. And perhaps you need to reasonably quickly get to a position where you've got a baseline for all of the core settings that have been set in Microsoft 365 to help with security. And this is a good way of getting that checklist and all of the things that you need to do and planning that change without having to get external help. Because Microsoft 365 is great, but it includes a lot of different tools. So to really get that top level experience, then often if you're not an expert in this yourself, or you think that you might benefit from getting your team some help to understand how all of the Microsoft 365 security tools work well together, then you might want to get in some external consultancy. It might be that you engage Microsoft Fast Track to help with that, or it might be that you go to a Microsoft partner, get a contractor in that really knows this well to help with this. And that is almost always a valuable thing to do, but it takes time. And between the time of looking for help, trying to understand what the market looks like, and then engaging that help, getting it all planned properly to get that top level experience where everything that's been configured is considering how it interacts with all of the other technologies in Microsoft 365, it all takes time. And actually, you'll do a lot of good by doing perhaps that 20%, 50% or 80% of changes that will make a big difference and make sure that even in the interim, you've got a position that actually is protecting you quite well and has moved you from terrible to pretty good with minimal changes. And just switching on all of these tools can have unforeseen consequences, and if you don't plan them properly, things are likely to go wrong, right? So if it so happens that you do have some sort of security threat, or worse, a breach, perhaps one of your Office 365 accounts gets compromised and somebody starts sending out spam, or they download, or worse, important documents from your organization, then somebody's going to be asking you to improve security pretty quickly. And if you're in that situation, then what you really would like to have in front of you is a plan. And this is going to give you that plan. So if there are those threats out there, this is going to help you respond in a way where you're not rushing through these changes. You're following a plan that's been put out for you, but you haven't had to go off and create this plan yourself. It's there and you'll be able to use it. And if you're just about to launch Office 365 to the people in your organization, then this might also be a good opportunity to raise the bar on security before you launch. Because if you just leave things in their basic configuration, I'll go back to that email migration scenario, perhaps Teams or OneDrive as well, where you just move the data in, but don't secure the tenant, then you might even be in a worse position than you were when you were running on premises. So if you use Secure Score up front to look at those common areas that you should configure, then that's going to make a big difference to where you are when you launch Office 365 to the rest of your company. So who is Microsoft Secure Score for? If you're watching this, then you're probably wondering, is this something I should be using, or is it something I should give to my security team? Then, well, the answer is, it is for most people. It is for most IT professionals. So if you're not a full-time Office 365 administrator and you haven't got the time to learn about all these technologies in detail, or you haven't got a team surrounding you where some organizations have been lucky enough to employ people who are experts in CASB, experts in identity, experts in document classification, experts in all of these different areas. If you are doing this alongside your day job, looking after all of the other line of business applications, virtual machines, firewalls, networking inside your org, then this is going to help you a lot, because it's going to allow you to get all of that recommendations and implement them easily. Or it might be that you are an Office 365 expert. You know, you've got bags of Exchange experience. You've done this before many times, and perhaps before you've had cybersecurity professionals or IT security teams that can help you, but you haven't today. And you'll benefit really from getting some of that guidance, getting some of those targeted recommendations specific to your environment, so that you're actually starting from a better position. Or it might be that you are working the cyber team or the IT security team in your organization, but you're not an Office 365 expert. You know all of the tools on the market that help mitigate against these threats. But when it comes to Microsoft 365 or Office 365, then this is something that your company has bought in. The productivity people, the IT infrastructure people are busy implementing, and you've been asked to try and make sure that it's secure. So this is going to help you demonstrate perhaps existing risks in the environment that has been set up and you've been tasked with analyzing. Or it might be that you are a cybersecurity professional, you know Microsoft 365 well, but actually you might find this is a great tool when you're working with your customers or you're working with the organization and you see a problem and you want to demonstrate to everybody else why this isn't good and why you've got some information from Microsoft to show that this is something that needs to be improved. And of course, that final scenario is sometimes it's really good to have guidance specific to your environment that's came from Microsoft. And this is a great way of doing this. It might not be a consultant from Microsoft or somebody from the engineering team specifically having a look at your Office 365 installation. But what they've done is they've put their knowledge into this to build the tool, so it provides what would be their recommendations for your environment. It is in some ways slightly generic because it is looking at millions and millions of different Office 365 tenants, but it's still really good information. And you can say, look, this is what at a high level Microsoft would recommend we switch on in our environment. No, Microsoft haven't done all of this before we started. We have got an option to ramp up security. They'll make sure that the data is safe in their data centers, but it's our responsibility to switch on all of the right controls. And here's the guidance that they've provided us to switch on the controls that we think are appropriate. So it's really good stuff and effectively suitable for anybody embarking on this kind of a journey. So most of this session is really going to be showing you how this works, how it looks, and how you can act on these recommendations. And I do see other organizations using this in real life, especially smaller organizations that are not bringing in a whole team of IT security professionals who are focused on Microsoft 365. I've got smaller customers who we provide managed services to, who do get a lot of that visibility into threats. We provide that overlay, but actually helping them identify all of the areas to improve. Secure Score is a really good tool for that. And when I speak with Microsoft to customers, large and small, and we talk about ways that we can reasonably quickly identify areas to improve, this is it. Now, you can get to this pretty simply. So if you go into your Microsoft 365 Admin Center at admin.microsoft.com and have a look down in here in Admin Centers, you'll see security on the left hand side, or you can just go to security.microsoft.com. One thing of note, in your tenant you might click on security and it'll bring you across into the older Security and Compliance Center. To get over into the Secure Score page, go and see this bar at the top, and it says check out the new homes for Microsoft 365 Security and Compliance. And then you'll see the link to the Microsoft 365 Security Center. Clicking on that will bring you straight into the Microsoft 365 security homepage. Now, Secure Score sits right on the front page. You'll see on the dashboard your Secure Score as the first set of statistics inside your tenant. And you'll see in this tenant, we've got a Secure Score of 23%. And we can already see that there's more points that we can achieve in here. And we can see the history and the various areas without even another click. And then you'll see on the left-hand side, Secure Score. And look, we even get a little trophy. So there's something at the end of this, apart from just secure our tenant. So if I click into here, then you'll see that I've got some tabs along the top. I've got an overview page that's going to show me an overview of all of these different areas. It's got the improvement actions that I can take. It's got a history. So any changes I apply to the tenant, I'll be able to see how my security improves over time. And I've got metrics and trends that will show me areas like comparison to other organizations who've got similar makeups to me. The overview is great. It shows us that dashboard on our score that we saw on the homepage. And of course, we can see these stats, these metrics that show us where things have happened over the past 3 months, where we've regressed, we've went back, things that we need to address, what has been planned, and where a risk has been accepted. And what that means, if you're not sure, is that means when we've decided that actually, although we like Microsoft's recommendation, on this occasion, we will pass because perhaps we have another mitigation in place, or we've decided that we'll accept that risk because it will impact the users in a way that we can't accept at the moment, or perhaps that's actually the way that our solution is designed to work. It could be that we have a recommendation that just doesn't fit with the way that the organization needs to work contractually with its partners, for example, and we'll see additional improvements or updates from Microsoft where they've changed or added other things that we might need to do. And of course, remember, Microsoft 365 is a living service. So that does mean that over time, things will change. So what's recommended today might be different in the future, because if Microsoft launch a new service for security in Microsoft 365, then the recommendations for that are going to come into here. So it is something that perhaps on a monthly basis or bi-monthly basis, you might want to come back, check it out and see whether there's any additional recommendations. So I'm going to go first of all into my improvement actions. And this is going to give me a list of all the things it's recommending that I should do inside Microsoft 365. Now, this is probably not exhaustive, because if you do get in a Microsoft partner, or you get in some external help, or even if you engage with Microsoft Fast Track, then they might make additional recommendations, especially when we're trying to think about your particular organization's needs, data classifications, contractual obligations for securing data, data residency requirements that you've got. There's a whole load of other things that might come into play that Microsoft just don't know about in Secure Score. So you won't see an action saying, well, we know that your organization has a specific requirement to keep data within the boundary of the US, or you must keep data for your Asia Pacific users in that region, because they don't know that kind of information about your organization. So that's some of the kind of things that you might bring for compliance reasons, security requirements. For example, if you've got to provide specific step-up authentication for data for a particular client, an example might be that, yes, sign in to your PC, sign into your mobile requires multi-factor authentication, but it might be to access a particular customer's data. It is more sensitive, and you might need step-up authentication or re-authentication when accessing a particular SharePoint site. Those are the things it won't know about. But these are the kind of things that you could look at and go, well, these are the actions that we should take and we should implement. And you'll see right at the top in the ranking is requiring MFA for admin roles. That sounds obvious to many, but of course it's not something that's switched on by default. When security defaults come in, then a new tenant is going to get these enabled. But at the moment, this is something that's not enabled in my tenant, and I should address, and it's going to make a big difference to my secure score as well. It's going to give me a whole 14% improvement, and I've not done it yet. Well, that's bad, isn't it? I mean, this is a demo tenant, so it is intended to be like that. If I click into it, it's going to give me more information about this. I can share this in either as a link over in Teams, and I can add it to Microsoft Planner as something to do. And I can write some notes and an action plan. And I'm going to plan this. I'm going to say, we need to communicate this to all other administrators, and we will also want to have a break glass account. So a break glass account will be something that's locked away, maybe in a safe, or maybe even behind a cupboard with a glass door with a little hammer. That's where the phrase is obviously coming from. Where if there is a super emergency, we can ring that fire bell by smashing the glass and pulling out the admin credentials. So, you know, MFA is down, or all of our admins lose access to Authenticator on their mobiles, and our phone systems are down, so they can't get a SMS code or a phone call through. We might have a break glass account. So I put some notes on what I'm planning to do for this. I'm going to communicate this out. Now, I know what I'm planning to do. I'm going to plan that. It could be that actually I'm not sure what I need to do or why. If I'm not sure why I should do this, then it's going to give me this at a glance section. It tells me what it's for. It's to protect my identities, and it's going to tell me what this is going to stop happening. So password cracking being a common one, where we don't want somebody to guess the password to one of our administrators. We want to make sure that we don't get an account breach. We don't want our organization to be owned. And we don't want people to be able to compromise an account and gain privileges in the organization where they can then go and do other nefarious things. And this affects everybody in the organization with admin roles, which is quite a few people actually. So I can see everybody that has got an admin role in my tenant. I'm an admin. It is a Microsoft demo tenant, so I put my hands up there. But you can see that all these accounts inside the tenant will be affected by that change. There's quite a few users with administrative credentials as well. And then on the right hand side, we've got information on how we can implement it. So here you'll see that I've got the right prerequisites. I've got Azure Active Directory Premium Plan 2. To be able to require MFA for admin roles, then I either need to have any Office 365 tenant and switch on security defaults, which will do that for me, or I need Azure AD Plan 2, Azure AD Plan 1, which is the basic or the higher level one. And in this, I'm in a Microsoft 365 E5 tenant, which includes Plan 2, which includes things like risk-based sign-in as well. So I've got the prerequisite, and it tells me my next steps for a standard implementation. So if we don't have complex security requirements, you can enable security defaults, which will do this for us. This will set security defaults will set a basic set of policies, and I expect we'll see that in some of the other recommendations. Or for a custom implementation, we can set up Azure MFA to protect devices and data, and we can set a new policy within the conditional access portal to then protect all of our roles inside our Microsoft 365 tenant, and we can include all cloud apps as well. And then when we grant access, we'll require multi-factor authentication. It's giving us the full step-by-step list of things that we need to do. Brilliant. Now that's really good news. It might be, as you can see at the bottom, there's a caveat here. There's a note, classic conditional access policies. If you set this up 2 or 3 years ago, then you might find that these don't get scored. All the new ones do though. And of course, it gives us more learning information for planning this as well. All of those links are there, so it's really easy. So I've decided that I'll plan it and I'll save that and close. We scroll down to some of these others. Then we want to ensure all users can complete multi-factor authentication for secure access. And again, this is for all users in the Office 365 tenant. This is to switch on multi-factor authentication for them. And this again is to stop a normal person in the organization from being able to have their password cracked. And you'll see again, this is saying for a simple implementation, switch on security defaults or go and create custom conditional access policies that will require MFA registration as well. So it gives us the right actions that we're going to apply. So fairly straightforward stuff. Now, if we scroll down some of these as well, we can decide to switch on additional settings. So let's have a look at one that's a little bit more complex. So do not allow, this is simple to switch on, but it's actually solving a complex problem. Do not allow users to grant consent to unmanaged applications. So this is where somebody can go in to Microsoft 365, they log in as themselves, and perhaps they see a link and it says, this is your administrator emailing you. We need you to click on this link and press approve. You click on the link and you're shown an Office 365 as your ID consent page, and it says, right, I need all these rights, press accept. Now from that moment, the user has granted application access to a third party, and it could ask for access to their whole mailbox, which could bypass multi-factor authentication and allow a nefarious third party to build an application running in a cloud or elsewhere that accesses all of their stuff under the hood without knowing behind the scenes while the PC is switched off. It's perhaps one of the biggest threats to destroying people's email in their mailboxes. Now, this is telling us to go over to the Azure AD Admin Center and switch this on. So if this is something that we want to plan, then we might need to decide what the impact is going to be on users. And when I go over, follow the link to go and do this, then it's going to take me to the right settings page inside the portal. And you'll see here, users can consent to apps accessing company data on their behalf. And if I switch that off, then they won't be able to do that. And then now that there are some caveats to this where we might want to allow a user to request consent. And one thing Microsoft announced at Ignite last week was the ability for applications to be pre-approved. So they'll be able to be certified applications. Microsoft have given them the thumbs up, and you'll be able to differentiate between approved applications and ones that are unapproved as well. So for example, if somebody is using an Apple device, it's requesting this kind of consent, then you might say, that's fine, I'm okay with that. But if it's an unknown third party. So there's some caveats to Secure Score where the recommendation today is likely to, because Microsoft made some new announcements, that recommendation might change in the future to give us some sort of a midway between a change like this that's simple to implement, but could have a wide user impact that we won't immediately see when they consent to a new application. And then it might change in the future to something a little bit more different. So we've got all our recommendations. We can go through those one by one and decide what we're planning to do about them. Now, if we want to get them out of this system and then work with the rest of our team, then as you saw, we can load these up into Microsoft Planner. Or if we need to export them, then we can open them up inside Outlook inside Excel by pressing the export button, and then we'll get a CSV file that we can go and customize ourselves. So one thing I have seen some organizations do is they will take something like this into Excel, and their teams, their project managers who are working on this will decide that a good idea is to take this base spreadsheet, look for the changes that have been planned, and then they'll put their own fields into here. So who that's going to be assigned to, raised to cab, and so on. Pop these in here, and of course it's really easy in Excel to do something like this, where we take this, we save this into a team or something like that inside Teams or Microsoft 365. We add our particular field so everybody can access this outside of our security team. And then we can communicate some of these changes, put in our organizational specific prerequisites, change team notified, and so on. And once we've done that, then we'll be ready for the change. And then of course, we'll use that as our planning mechanism to launch those changes. So loads of great things in those improvement actions. Over time, we can see how things have changed as well. If we want to have a look at the changes that have been made, we can select a duration, custom date range, last 30 days. This will take up to 24 hours for changes to take effect. So don't make a change and expect it to instantly refresh. So if I go in here and I've saved those changes, refreshing this won't immediately give me my improvements to the score, but we'll be able to see the things that happened and who did it within the portal. And we can see the metrics and trends as well. So we can add score zones to our tenant, and that will update over some time. And then we can say, right, well, we think that good and bad look like this inside our organization. So if we say something like anything over 60% is good, save that to our organization, and that's going to give us some of our zones. And of course, we can include planned score. So the changes that we've decided to implement, we can see how those will change the score, and we can see the achievable score based on our current risk acceptance and what Microsoft licenses we've got. So we can see how far we can get towards 100%. We can also go into this and we can manage our comparisons as well. So if we want to, we can then update our industry. So if we are in banking, for example, then we can pick this. If we have an organization size of 1,000 to 4,999, we can set that. We can pick the license mix that we've got in our tenant. So Microsoft 365 E5, and we can pick where we are as well. And that means that we can compare what we look like to organizations like ours. And of course, updating that organizational categorization is going to take maybe 24 hours to update. And in my custom comparison, we can see that my organization is on 23.94. But when we look at other organizations like ours in our custom comparison, then they're all at about 48, 50%. So I've got a good barometer for what good looks like. So that's Microsoft Secure Score. Now, just to remind you, this is to help you assess your current environment and how it stands today and plan those improvements. Identify areas that you can improve security for your users and your data. And most importantly, it gives you those solid recommendations, the reasoning behind them. And of course, it gives you those resources that help you implement those changes. And it isn't just for security professionals. And if you're a security pro, this isn't just for people who are learning the basics. It's designed really to be helpful and useful to everybody, both people that are going to go and take these changes and implement them very quickly, or like I showed you, people who are going to take these changes and are going to put them through the normal rigor that they would with normal change as well. And of course, if you want to access this, then go to security.office.com and then click on Secure Score. Thank you for your time today and enjoy the rest of the Office 365 Security Day.
This session has now concluded. You can find handouts at petri.com/conferences or the link below. But stay tuned, we have many more sessions ahead.
Hello, my name is Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petri's Office 365 Security Day.
Thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at coreview.com.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Raymond Sai, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now!
Welcome, everybody. My name is Bob Ballard. I'm the principal cloud strategist here at Planet Technologies, and I'm super excited to speak for Petri's one day of O365 Security Virtual Summit to talk to you about sort of the cybersecurity landscape with my talk, Bots and Bodies, the evolution of SOC productivity. So we're going to try to come away with three things here. One, let's understand the current cybersecurity landscape and what's going on. Better understand how you can take the Microsoft platform to drive more positive outcomes and how all those pieces fit together, and why, in essence, if you're just trying to throw bodies at the problem, hence my title, it's a losing battle, right? And then understand some real world success stories, including Microsoft's own Security Operations Center, which I think is a fantastic view into the evolution of these tools and services. So a couple of quick caveats. One is this talk is normally about an hour, so I'm trying to cram a lot in there, so I apologize in advance if I'm going to go a little fast. Secondly, Planet does a lot of business with government customers, so some of the facts and data points are going to be government related. I'm going to drill in when I think they're particularly relevant to you broadly anyway, and then sort of skip over some of the ones that might not be. There's just a handful at the front end that sort of drive onto that point. So um, the first one is one of those, right? Hey, if you're a government customer, you're being targeted. 2/3 of targeted attacks are at government, state and local government orgs. So why do you care if you're not one? Well, there's a couple things. One is 1/3 of millions is still a whole lot of attacks, right? And secondarily, I think there's a lot of customers, particularly in the small to mid-size, even on the small edge of what I'd say larger enterprise customers that sort of fit this same profile, right? Which is they have assets of value, whether it's their own financial value or assets, to be leveraged in a cyber attack. And oftentimes they're spending less money than they probably should on cybersecurity, which make you a target as well. If there wasn't enough interesting things that COVID has brought to the game, there's been a 350% increase in phishing attacks from January and May that are mostly COVID related. And they have to do with just yet another attack vector to social engineer phishing attacks with end users, right? Hey, you need to report, there's been an outbreak of COVID. Click here to report your current status, et cetera. Customers and users are super vulnerable there. Attacks are automated, right? So this is where we get into this notion of, okay, this is a losing battle from a body standpoint, right? So we have a customer that's a large bank. It's 62,000 devices encrypted in less than an hour by Petya. So what does that mean? What does that mean really to me? So if let's put our security operations center's hat on. Hey, there's been an alert in my SIM. Hey, Steve, you should look at this. Steve sips his coffee, grabs a couple things, takes a look, starts going, yeah, that's really interesting. And oh, by the way, in the elapsed time of 15 minutes, half the organization has already been attacked, right? This is not about, seeing somebody trying to break into your environment, blocking them, kicking them out, and being okay. Automated attacks look for the most vulnerable surfaces and take action based on that. Final thing, work from home are creating new risk scenarios, right? We may have different, we may have an unmanaged endpoint entering the environment. We're making accommodations or exceptions to typical sort of cybersecurity protocols because, hey, it's important and I need access and I can't come into the office. Hopefully we'll see some reduction in that. But the reality is, I think there's some element of working from home that is here to stay, right? And we're going to have to stay vigilant on that. So while all that's happening, resources generally remain largely static, right? So again, reference to government customers, but in state local, right, they're spending 2% of their overall spend on cybersecurity compared to commercial of 28%. But I would also say that again, that same profile, right? The small mid-sized business, even smaller, large enterprises, their spend percentage is closer to the 2% than the 28%, when you take out sort of the biggest players that are skewing those numbers. This next point is true of government, but it's also just true in general, right? In a lot of organizations, particularly ones that have been around a long time, right? 30 to 40% of the organization is, ready, they're aging out of these roles in senior positions. So when they leave, institutional knowledge goes poof, like I said, particularly in government. Um, the other side of this is, so there's one more thing, it's not a bullet on this slide, but that I think is really super important as to why sort of there's, why this is so critical. So, um, you know, cybersecurity attacks are asymmetric in nature, right? So that's an anti-terrorism term, and in a lot of ways, and so what do I mean by that, and why am I comparing it? So if you're trying to stop terrorism, events in the country, you need to stop 100% of the events to be effective. The terrorists only need to be successful 1 out of 1,000 tries, right? And in there, the only thing that limits them is the resources to keep throwing attempts, right? In the cybersecurity world, there's practically unlimited resources to keep throwing attempts. So these, these bad actors only need to get successful thousands and thousands of tries, and they get what they need, right? As a community, we need to stop 100% of those attacks, right? So it's not a fair fight. So, um, so which shows there's millions of jobs out there trying to be filled. And if you aren't the most prolific organizations with the highest abilities to pay resources and the best of benefits, et cetera, you're at a huge disadvantage, right? The best and brightest are going to the largest organizations with the best financial packages. And the other thing that's happening is because there's such a shortage of cybersecurity, they're being lured away from active jobs that they even like, right? So using bodies to fight this problem is problematic, right? Um, another one, another part of the problem is, look, let's be honest, security operations center jobs, um, they're not great, right, in the grand scheme of things. And, some people might take offense to that statement. I can tell you, if you said this in a room full of a bunch of security professionals in general, you'll get, matter of fact, I almost always do get snickers from, get some giggles, get a laugh, whatever, because it's true, right? You have, very low investigation rates. In other words, lots of problems, very little time to spend investigating things. You're overwhelmed by the number of alerts, burnout on that. And, as a result, even super average employees in this space are coveted because there's a shortage of them, right? So we're getting travel from org to org, for a job in which my satisfaction is, in essence, I'm failing 99% of the time, right? So the answer is somewhere between 1 and 6% is the amount of actual incidents that drive any kind of investigation whatsoever. By the way, that's not even a successful investigation, but drive any investigation at all. So it feels like you're losing the war. You're overwhelmed by alert fatigue and burnout, etc. So what do we need to do to fix this? We need to automate the boring, right? Let's take advantage of the tools that are across the Microsoft platform, right? And let's leverage those to automate these low-hanging fruit tasks. And I'm going to drive into that in just a minute. So how do we get there? So first and foremost, right? We're talking about automation at cloud scale, right? There's, though the folks attacking are using automation to perform the attacks, right? So the scale at which they're checking everyone for every vulnerability across the board nearly all the time, right? And they just keep running attacks until they find a way to enter. They keep throwing phishing attacks with new context. So, um, so you need to be looking at this information at cloud scale. And I'm going to talk a little bit about what that means in a second. Um, but it's massive, right? Significant cloud scale, something on the effect of Microsoft and the amount of data that they can collect. And again, I have a slide in a second, so I'll just pause on that for a second and I'll drill down. So then we need to take machine learning and AI to separate signal to noise, right? And what I mean by that is, look, if there's a million things that can cause concern on some level. Hey, this isn't exactly normal, right? Generally, it takes some aggregation. I'm going to get to that in the next point for those things to bubble up. So what do we need to do? We need to actually use machine learning and AI to say these things, yes, they're an alert. We're going to send them off to the SIM, but I'm not going to bubble up concern just yet until I see something else. And so we can take away 99% of those alerts and push them to the side and make sure that they don't bubble up additional things. Then the next important thing to automation is, so in a world where we have best of breeds all over the place, right? We have one vendor for endpoint management. We have another endpoint security. We have another vendor for as a CASB broker, right? We have another vendor. We have vendors all over the place taking care of these things. The ability to see integration across the components is critical, right? So the ability to see integration across these components are critical. So we need to be able to take, hey, there was some unusual activity from a login. In and of itself, no big deal. Sometimes people go on vacation. Sometimes they go on vacation to weird places, right? But then a correlation from there was some strange activity on their desktop, right? And including they logged in from their desktop, it was local, but weird activity was happening, etc. Maybe that was happening yesterday, and then we start to see this secondary login, from another place, and then hey, they're putting in a bunch of Outlook rules. That's kind of odd if they're supposed to be away at a different destination, etc. So how do we integrate all these pieces and parts so that we can leverage little bits of the story so that we can bubble up real incidents so that we can take real action? And then finally, right, once that's there, except for the most prolific of incidents, and even in those for the sort of tactical pieces of it, how do we just automate these responses, right? So a couple of events have occurred that caused me to be suspicious. How do I, maybe we don't have MFA, multi-factor authentication enabled for everybody. How do I suddenly pop it for this person on this instance because of it, right? How do I kill sessions? How do I, how do I send alerts? Do I, example, we have one customer that has this great process that says when I get the unusual login error, it doesn't just send an error or block the user or notify the security personnel. It actually notifies the person's direct manager that appears to be logging in from Somalia, right? That's odd. Is that something that's true? And the direct manager says, oh yeah, they're on vacation right now and they have family in Somalia. Yes, that's true. And then we completely eliminated IT staff from the entire process, allowed somebody who actually knows the information to quickly answer the question and move on. So by 2020, 30% of security spending will be on vendors that provide some sort of integrated approach, right? Now, not all integration is created equal, and we're going to talk about that a little bit more as I drill down. I've got about 20 minutes or so left to go, so let's dig in. But this was 2017, and it's clearly turning out to be true, a very accurate report. This is what customers are talking about. How can I use tools that are integrated to get what I need? So just real quick, when we're talking about sort of cloud scale, et cetera, there's a lot of conversations around where these signals are coming from and are they one dimensional, et cetera. So when we're talking about Microsoft, we're talking about cloud scale that's 1.2 billion Windows signals a day, 65 million Xbox signals a day, 630 billion identity signals today, 470 billion emails, and 600 billion documents. These are massive amounts of data points where there are significant amounts of threats, right? So, if somebody's going to talk about, hey, I'm concerned about, getting all this information from a single basket, think about what the basket is first to make sure you understand who better than Microsoft would better understand sort of the viewpoint on who's trying to access your users via the tools that Microsoft owns and all of the data that's being housed in their data center in most cases, right? So let's just take a quick look at Microsoft's case study on this really quickly, right? Because they had the same journey. Look, I don't need to spend time. Again, I'm going to try to recover some time here. I don't want to spend a bunch of time drilling in, but we're talking about 1 million servers across 100 data centers, 200 plus cloud services, 140 global regions, right? We get it. Microsoft is big, but what it means is they don't have time for politics or to mess around here, right? They have to protect these assets. And this stuff is not just their own products, but yours as well, right? It's your data and your infrastructure as well, right? So it's critical that they get this story right. So let's talk about the quick 3-part evolution that they had here, right? So Microsoft starts with a model that looks probably like what most of the people attending the sessions look like, right? We have some signals being fed by a bunch of third parties, thrown into the SIM, some additional third parties on the other end to sort of pivot, remediate, and do primary investigation, right? So, so I've got third-party products feeding and analyzing yet another SIM and as much native stuff out of the Microsoft platform as you could get, right? What happened there? So a couple things. One is event storage volume and costs were astronomical, right? When you have a massive environment, those things gen. The same problem, right? They had analysts had tons of false positives, and basically, they went from there. One important thing that I didn't point out on the other slide that I think is relevant to this conversation, right? Microsoft's Security Operations Center had 3,500 full-time employees staring at these feeds, right? So so going back to the notion that if your mindset is, hey, I've got open rec for 5 or 10 new people to boost up this team, and that's how we're going to take this on. The answer is that's a losing mindset. Microsoft had 3,500 people taking it on in the way that you're about to, and they had zero success, really, right? They had to completely rethink the way they were attacking the problem. So, and these disconnected third-party products throw the information in, lots of false positives, sifting through, sort of a defeated experience when you're a SOC, subject matter expert there, across the board. And then finally, because of all these other products, right, it's sort of a manual workflow, right? There's not a lot of automation there. So phase 2, let's take some specialized tooling and add cloud native analytics, right? So Microsoft is sitting there and said, the other thing, just really quickly, that I think is really important here as to why it's important to see, why this part of the story, of Microsoft's story, is important for you to sort of consider here is, Microsoft actually created the features and capabilities that are in their products to solve their own problem, which is amongst the largest data center asset protections in the world, right? These products were literally developed to solve the problem of one of the most attacked surfaces anywhere on the planet. So take log analytics, data lake, Azure monitoring, endpoint. So later on in a slide, I actually got the new names. So just so you guys know, a bunch of names, new naming conventions were announced for this. So it's, Microsoft Defender Endpoint, detection and response. It's Microsoft Defender Identity Protection, as these names change. But basically leveraging the features and services on the Microsoft 365 platform to feed in, along with the Azure Security Center, which will be, Azure Defender now, to feed in the feeds, right? And then, most of the investigations start with an EDR capability, regardless of the alert source, right? So you can just sort of go down the path of leveraging these tools to drill down into the investigations, instead of, hey, I need to investigate this with this tool and that with that tool. There's still a little bit of element, look, in perfect honesty here, but a bunch of the announcements that occurred this week at Ignite um, were really geared at addressing this, right? A dashboard and console for Azure and a dashboard and console for Modern Workplace. Simplification here, yet another move forward on this. So if you reduce your third-party tools by 70%, like Microsoft did, it gets a lot easier to figure out what I need to do, right? So, then we start taking this a little bit further, right? Let's get, when we start getting these native tools and we start leveraging AI and machine learning to sift through these, right? Then we start to get actual higher quality alerts and an easier end-to-end investigation experience across everything, including network servers, others, right? Automation freed up the staff from the mass volume of investigations that do proactive hunting, right? So what does that mean? If I'm not trying to figure out who just broke into my house and how to get them out all the time, I can actually put better protections around my house. So this isn't magic, right? So just recap before I go into this slide really quickly. Microsoft started where we all are now, or most organizations are. They worked, they had the benefit of working with their own product group to say, give me better tools. You need to build them in, you need to send these kind of information, and we need to build a security framework, an investigation framework and workflow that ultimately is going to get us where we need to be, which I think are some of the announcements that occurred this week in Ignite, right? They were 3/4 of the way there. Now they're nearly 90% of the way there, right? So, um, so build these things for us and give us an environment that allows me to leverage them, right? A couple of other keynotes, right? So Sentinel from the ground up was actually built as a custom developed application for the Microsoft Security Operations Center, right? It was never intended to be a product until it actually was delivered, had fabulous capabilities, and really sort of said, well, this is a part of the story, that needs to be included, right? So again, the foundation of all this stuff is these products were developed to protect Microsoft's internal environment and then trickle their way down to be available to you. So look, it's not magic, right? It's still all about people, process, and technology, right? So we have these tools. We can get more efficient than ever. We can leverage the machine learning and artificial intelligence to sort of weed out stuff, right? But ultimately, right, we still need to get through the people, processes, and technology, um, and then partners as well. So I'm going to take on the people, process, technology side. Look, I think all these things are important when we send a follow-up for any of these. If anybody wants the slides for the drill downs on those, just a list of some of the compliance capabilities that are built into the platform and some of the technologies that are in use as an example, right? We can zoom in and see, what we're talking about. I'm going to have a slide that breaks that down a little bit more here in a second. But I do want to take a couple seconds to talk about the partners, right? When Microsoft says, and in shortening my presentation, I removed my slide that says it takes a village, but forgot to remove the reference here. But, when, when we say, it's Microsoft's sort of, security data framework here, right? For leveraging, these signals and information. It is not just Microsoft. It is all of these names you see here, right? And not only is it all the names, but the ones in particular in green boxes around them are sort of first tier citizens in supporting, the Microsoft Security Graph, which is basically the repository for all of this data and AI and machine learning. So when we put all these things together, this is what we get. So let's take a coordinated insight response across the kill chain and see how these pieces and parts fit together, right? So you browse to a website, there's an exploit installation or a phishing email, right? You open the attachment, click on a link, etc. Exploit installation. Then we have, command and control, the user's compromised, right? Or, oh, by the way, skip all of those, and we have brute force account use or stolen credentials. We have a compromised user, right? We look further down the chain, right? Once we have the compromised user, right, they attempt lateral movement and they get a privileged account, or even from just the user account, depending on what kind of data we're looking for, they start collecting recon and config data, right? And then eventually they end up with a compromised domain. Oh, by the way, even with the privileged account compromise, and sometimes even with the user account compromise, depending on what we're talking about, we start to exfiltrate data or compromise machines. So when we look at this, we have Defender for Office 365 to take care of, malware detection, safe links, and safe attachments, right? The formerly O365 ATP. So Defender for endpoints is grabbing the kill chain in exploitation and installation command and control, right? We have Azure Identity Protection, Azure Active Directory Identity Protection, filling in on, sort of the brute force account use, stolen credentials, etc. Defender for identity around this sort of lateral movement, domain compromising activities. And then Cloud App Security and Azure Information Protection on the data, exfiltration, right? So all of these pieces fit together to layer a comprehensive story on how we take action across the kill chain. So just a couple of things before I wrap up. One is, so there's a lot of conversation about best of breed versus integrated solution. Look, I think, and take this from a grain of salt, right? I'm an ex-Microsoft guy, and I believe in the Microsoft story, but there's a couple of things. One is, I cannot tell you more than ever, customers are interested in the integrated Microsoft story. It used to be talking about Microsoft security. I go back 20 years having these conversations with customers. You get ran out of the room, right? But now, so not only is there this whole best of breed conversation and integration, although if you pick the right partners and plug them in certain places, because we recognize that maybe you won't be 100%, you can have an integration story with the security graph. But if you're looking at best of breed, by the way, across access management, the number of grids here, endpoint protection, et cetera, including then adding in, coming soon, privileged access management across the board, you see that that Gartner actually has Microsoft in the best of breed leaders quadrant here. A couple of other things to note that I think are particularly interesting. So when you're looking at, so Microsoft has 6 of the 19, right? That or 12 or whatever the number is actually, 6 of the 12 categories here that are sort of security platform categories in the leadership quadrant. There's only 2 vendors that had 3. Nobody, a handful of vendors that had 2, and like 43 vendors that had 1, right? And so, so what it tells you is there's only a handful of people that are actually focused on broad spectrum security platform integrated stories, right? And Microsoft is one of them, and most of you own the majority and pieces and parts to it. So in closing, there's plenty of work to go around, right? If we look at this, there's still that, I referenced earlier that there, about 2 to 5% of the incidents actually go to thorough investigation, right? That's still there. You're already taking up all your time today doing that, right? Maybe great, maybe poorly, but there's still plenty of work to go around there. The automation is taking the other 98% of things that are happening there and actually making sure that few of them get to the 2 to 5%, that the number looks more like 2% or 1%, not 5%, that require require further investigation. The attackers are using machine learning and AI already now, right? So you need to incorporate those in your defenses, or you've already lost. You cannot win without leveraging these. The Microsoft Security Operations Center, or CDOC as they call it, right, went through the same journey. They built these tools to drive their to answer their problems, and they've trickled down into the product group. So leverage them. So as many of the things come up in the presentation might be counterintuitive sometimes, I like to leave with the thought that it's actually one of the big things that allow your car to go a lot faster in reality are brakes. Brakes are what allow your car to go faster, because if you don't have any brakes, you can only go slow enough that you can withstand running into whatever you're going to hit, right? So sometimes the answers are counterintuitive to what we're thinking. So with that, I'm going to stick around in the chat room for a few more minutes and take questions. Feel free to reach me, rballard@go-planet.com anytime you like. Download a copy of the presentation, etc., from the link provided here. Have a great day.
The session has now concluded. You can find handouts at petri.com/conferences or the link below. But stay tuned, we have many more sessions ahead.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Office 365 Security Virtual Learning Event. Today I'm going to be talking to you about 5 tips for securely onboarding new users to Microsoft 365. So whether you're new to Microsoft 365 or maybe you're adding some additional users into your environment, you probably have a lot of questions around how to properly onboard your users, how to do so securely, but also in a way that doesn't slow down user adoption. We want to look at everything from front to back and figure out how to help you get into the cloud, to be productive, and to really get the most out of your investment without compromising. And that's really what our focus is today. This is an overview session. So your key takeaways are going to be, we're going to talk through the assessment process and what questions you should be asking. We'll talk about the critical steps you should take during the onboarding process, and we'll also talk about the roadmap and how you can create a roadmap but also revisit it as you continue to scale your environment and address the rapidly changing needs as they happen within your business and as things change within 365. So please jump in, ask questions as we go. I know this is a pre-recorded event, but I will be available live to answer your questions throughout. So quick background on me before we dig in. Again, I'm Stephanie Donahue, co-founder and CEO of Pate Group, and we provide Office 365 consulting services to companies much like yours. So I spend a lot of time in the strategy area trying to help customers understand how we get them from point A to point B. And I spend a lot of time helping them really understand how to create value in the business and not just deploying technology for the sake of technology. I'm a Microsoft Regional Director and MVP. I do a lot of podcasting and speaking at conferences, and I've also been involved in the Microsoft Community Mentor Program. If it's not something you're familiar with, you should definitely check it out. Download the Tribute app, and it's a really great program. You can catch me on social, Steph K. Donahue on Twitter, or Steph K. Donahue at LinkedIn. All right, let's go ahead and dig in. So the first thing I want to address is the fact that something that I used to hear all the time, that at least I'm not hearing it quite as often as I used to, but Microsoft, they really have a competitive advantage as it relates to security. And I know the first thing you think when you think, okay, we're going to the cloud, I feel like it's less secure than my on-premises environment, because I feel like initially I have less control. But truly, if you think about it from a global perspective and Microsoft's influence, Microsoft is really dealing with everyone and not just you as an organization. And so if you think about that at scale, we are talking about 5 billion threats detected on devices every month. You're talking about 200 plus global cloud consumer and commercial services that they're supporting, 6.5 trillion threat signals analyzed daily. 1 billion plus Azure user accounts. I mean, these are huge numbers. And if you think about the amount of content that they're supporting and the number of users that they're supporting, and the fact that, you know, enterprise security for 90% of the Fortune 500. So if you're a company, and especially if you're small and mid-market, you may not necessarily know what's going on in the large enterprise space. But if the largest customers in the world are investing in Microsoft and trusting in their security, you can too. And so it's important to keep in mind, although it's a little bit scary to go to the cloud, Microsoft has a lot of really great kind of layers to their security solution. And we're going to talk about some of those today. But there's a lot there, so by no means is this going to go into a lot of detail, but hopefully I'll pull out for you some of the most important pieces. You can catch some deep dives later today and learn a little more in detail about those offerings. So the first place we're going to start is with our first tip of the day, and that is don't skip the assessment and planning phase. And for some of you, that may seem very logical, but I know I still hear from some of our customers, they just want to dig in, they want to turn a bunch of things on, they want to get their users out there as quickly as possible. And we're definitely seeing that more now as we have this whole remote work thing that has come up this year. In 2020, we've kind of been rushed into the cloud a little bit. And even if you've already deployed to the cloud, you may want to come back if you didn't get through that assessment and planning phase. This is a great opportunity for you to kind of take a breath, go back, and really take a look at what's there and make sure that it's really what your organization needs. And the first piece of this is that I really want to stress the fact that every organization, while there's kind of a baseline of things that you need to set up, you should really be taking an organization-specific approach to your implementation, and especially as it relates to the security that you need, because there's different priorities across different organizations. So for example, if you're a company who has a lot of customers and you're needing to share a lot of content with those customers, you may be someone who really wants to open things up and allow guest access and allow that collaboration to really drive productivity. On the flip side, you may be an organization who does a lot of research and development, and that intellectual property that you're creating is highly secured, and you may take a completely different approach to collaboration based on the fact that you really need to protect this content, and if it got out to someone outside of the company, it would be a really significant issue. And so there's probably something in between for everyone, right? You're not necessarily all one side or all the other as far as sharing goes, but there's, like I mentioned earlier, there's a lot of layers to security. And so it's really important for you as an organization to sit down and go, okay, what are our priorities and how do we need to approach this based on who we are? And you can do that by using the tools that are provided by Microsoft and by looking at the best practices that are out there. And we'll talk through some of those today, but things like the Secure Score that are available within the Microsoft stack, you just go out and it's kind of a wizard-driven thing. It'll look at your environment, bring you information back, and then based on that information provided by Microsoft about your environment, you can start to make decisions based on your priorities and the best practices recommended by Microsoft. So, you know, these are things that throughout this assessment and planning phase that you can do to take those steps and really understand kind of what's there. And the next thing you want to do is also understand the licensing options, because as you begin to gather information about what type of content you have, where it's located, what tool you might want to use within the Microsoft 365 stack, and then understanding how to secure and put permissions around all of that, you may find that not everybody needs the same level of access. Not everyone needs the same level of security. So someone who is a first-line worker for you may need more flexibility, but may not have access to the most secure data within your environment, which totally impacts the type of licensing that you need. Some of the more secure features that are available may need escalated licensing, like an E5, whereas your first-line workers may be able to set it in F3, and there's a big cost difference between those two. So as we go through this, you also want to think about the people that are using the content, what they should have access to, how they're accessing it, and that's also going to play into the cost of your environment. And so these are all really important things to consider. We also want to talk about things like your audit and compliance needs. So what are the things that you know within your organization that you're going to need to pay attention to? So if you're healthcare, something, it might be HIPAA. If you're engineering, it might be ISO standards and the certifications that you're needing to meet. So you really want to sit down and go, okay, not just who are we and where's our content, how does it need to be secured, but what tools are available within the Microsoft stack that can now take care of our compliance needs as well. Something like HIPAA, dealing with personal information, we now have the tools within the security and the compliance centers to be able to find that personal content if someone uploads it accidentally. And so those are the types of things, if you can detail what those compliance needs are, then you can go find the tool to match those needs. And I'm still seeing a lot of assumptions being made that these tools are not available or that there's not something that you can do, and so you just want to leave it on the file share because it has personal data in it. You're not really sure about moving to the cloud. Microsoft's done a great job of putting those tools into place, so make sure to detail what those needs are. Detail maybe the department or the groups of people that have to meet those compliance needs, because they may not apply to everyone. And again, if you start thinking about licensing and those sorts of things, that all comes into play. So make sure to document that as part of your planning process. And you also want to talk to the business, because they truly understand how they work. They understand where their content is. And yes, I know that means sometimes that it's going to slow down your deployment because you need to talk to those business users. And so that's where we'll talk a little more about this in detail in a bit, but it's really important to get it right, because if you just hand them a tool and it doesn't work for their specific needs, then their user adoption isn't going to be the best. And maybe it could be something that could be resolved. Maybe they don't use it because they don't feel that it fits a very specific security requirement or a compliance requirement or something about the way that they work and share information with another organization. And had you just sat down with them and understood that that was their business requirement, that you could have actually deployed a tool or added a feature that would address those needs. And so I'm a huge fan of sitting down, talking with the business, and really not making assumptions about what those users need from this tool. It may not be something you can do in the first phase, but it might be something that you can address in the future. And if they know it's coming, they're going to be less likely to go buy a third-party tool that's going to take care of it, because the last thing we want to do is add additional tools when you're already paying for some really great functionality that's already included in 365. And if this all kind of sounds like, okay, great, this is a lot of stuff, and it feels a little overwhelming, because how am I supposed to know, maybe as IT or maybe as a business stakeholder, how am I supposed to know, how to go through the process of doing an assessment? Where do I even start with a plan? What do I ask my business users? What tools are available for my compliance needs? If you're asking those questions, Microsoft Fast Track provides some of that information online, but you may also want to consider looking into something like Microsoft Fast Track or working with a consulting firm who can help you through those steps. So Microsoft does publish some of this information, but certainly if you could work with someone who can help you expedite that process and really take you through that assessment and planning to get you the right roadmap, then from there you can decide how much help you want versus how much you're going to take on internally. But this piece of it is so important that I definitely encourage you to really work through this process slowly, and to make sure that it's the right thing and that you're taking the right steps and you're covering all your bases from a security perspective. And so if there's any point in this deployment process where I think you should at least get some advice, that this is the point. This is the part where you should really talk to somebody. So our deliverables from planning, and something you should get from Fast Track or from a consulting firm who helps you, or if you're just developing this internally, really where you want to land at the end of that planning engagement is that you want a roadmap. What products are we rolling out? What features of those products are we rolling out? who are the people we are rolling out to, and what is the licensing that they need in order to execute these features or to execute their job function. So that's really where we want to get after kind of talking through those conversations, figuring out what is it that we need to do, and then kind of plan it out. Now, keep in mind, things in the cloud change really quickly. And so, you know, we may have to pivot and change some of those plans. I've definitely seen where you kind of put this like 6-month plan together and you get through the first 3 months of it, and then something really important surfaces. Then you may need to go, okay, this really important thing might have to come before that next phase that we really wanted to work on. But we know there's a feature in 365 that can address it. We know now is the right time. And so let's just go ahead and plug that into our overall plan. So it's not one of those things now where you can plan 2 years in advance and everything's going to remain the same. Business priorities change, 365 functionality changes. So just keep in mind this roadmap is guidance for where you need to head and what your priorities are, but also keep in mind as new features get released, you may be working those things into your plan, and that this is a very dynamic thing. What you also need to kick out from that larger roadmap is a very detailed plan for your phase 1. So we're talking about tasks and timelines for getting kind of your baseline security implemented. You want to talk about what content you're migrating in that first phase. You want to get your users trained. So you really want to put together kind of that first, what's that next step that you're going to take? And for our customers, if we're doing a deployment plan, what we do is we kick out that next scope of work for them, or that statement of work, so that we know, here's what we think it's going to take to get you to that next step. Here's your phase 1. Here's what we can accomplish in the next, let's say, 3 months. This is how far we can get you, and maybe we'll deal with that phase 2 once we get through phase 1 first. So really kind of take your time, plan out that phase 1, and as part of that, you may also be looking at your site architecture. So when we do this with our customers, we really sit down and say, you know, not just what products they're rolling out and what content they're moving, but where that content is going and what product is going to be supporting it. You should have a general approach for moving content into OneDrive versus Teams, Microsoft Teams versus SharePoint. You know, there's lots of places for your content to go. There's a lot of security conversations that happen around that content. So OneDrive maybe replaces your personal map drives. SharePoint might replace your current intranet site. Microsoft Teams might be replacing file shares or legacy SharePoint team sites. So if you kind of start splitting those things out during that planning process, you can really put your arms around the security and say, okay, what security do we need in place now for phase 1? And kind of keeping in mind too, what do we need to have in the future as far as additional security features to layer on? So this is kind of our first step. If you work with Microsoft Fast Track, you'll hear them refer to the envision process. So, you know, it's really just a planning phase where you really sit down, and honestly, it's a lot of education. Most customers don't go into this knowing exactly what they're going to do. They spend this planning time actually learning about the platform, learning about the features, learning about the licensing. And that's why it is helpful to have assistance, because there's a lot to take in and a lot to consider as you start to put those plans together. And we're going to break this out a little bit here in the future tips that we're going to go through. But from a security standpoint, this is really where you want to land as part of that planning process. Okay, so tip number 2, know your baseline security controls. As you work through your planning process, you should definitely be deep diving what security controls you have available, but there are a few that are really, that kind of jump out at you as probably being things that you really need to spend a lot of time on. So the first one that really comes to mind is multi-factor authentication, or that secondary like phone factor where you get a code or you get something sent to an authentication app where you can verify your login. And this is a really, really important thing, especially if you have secured information, but really across the board. You should probably be looking at multi-factor authentication as being your default for anyone who's not in the office. So a very common scenario might be Don't prompt for multi-factor auth if you're on a network device and you're sitting in the office, but maybe prompt for it anytime that you're outside of the office. So look at that as being something you probably should be addressing up front. The second one here, guest access decisions. So are we allowing remote access into OneDrive, SharePoint, Microsoft Teams? Kind of a big conversation. Guest access is on by default, so you should be aware of that. You should also be aware of what to do if you need to turn it off by default, but still need to have it on for certain Microsoft Teams and or SharePoint. So those are all things that you should really be talking through. Those are kind of like widespread baseline decisions as you start through this process. You should also be looking at your third-party appliances. This might be a great time for you to start replacing some of those. We have a lot of conversations around spam filters and anti-phishing filters and appliances that have really been doing a great job, but as you move into the cloud, some of these things are included. So you want to look at the E3 versus the E5 and the functionality to make sure that you're getting a one-for-one. But this is a great place to find some of that return on investment, get a little more out of your licensing. Even if you're E3, you really want the E5 functionality. If you get rid of that third-party appliance, you might be able to, based on the new budget you have available. So another big one that you see is folks are starting to set up 365. You want to look at what can we replace as part of the movement to the cloud. This is a super easy, really straightforward one to do. Another really kind of baseline thing you should be looking at: who has access to a global admin account. So your global admins in 365 are going to have access to literally everything in the environment. They're the highest privilege you can have. We definitely encourage least privilege access, so and as few global admins as possible. We actually even have some customers that they'll make their administrators kind of check out an account with or have a very short time period where they have that global admin access, and then as soon as they do whatever it is they need to be done, then they back that back out and they no longer have global admin rights again. So just really think through who actually needs that global admin rights, and then who could we maybe delegate a different level of access to. For example, there are Microsoft Teams administrator levels, there's a SharePoint administrator level, so there are other ways to go about giving someone kind of broad access to a product without necessarily needing to give them access to literally everything in the environment. Something to consider as you're doing your planning. And then also something that's really come up lately with the Power Platform is that you may want to look at policies and the environments on the Power Platform to limit third-party tool access. So like, for example, in Microsoft Teams and SharePoint, there's a store where you can go out and add third-party tools, but even something as simple in Microsoft Teams as being able to add a tab and have that tab connect to something like Smartsheets. You really want to know, are we allowing that sort of thing to happen? If so, what apps are they allowed to connect and use, and what apps do we not want them using? Now, the good news is, with something like Microsoft Flow, we used to have connectors for, hey, automate this process and tweet this information out. So you could actually connect into Twitter, tweet information out, and have it all be automated, which is a little bit scary from an administrator's standpoint. But now a lot of those third-party connectors now have a cost associated. So it used to be kind of free and everything was turned on by default. Now with those connectors into third-party systems, you do kind of need that additional uplift on the licensing in order to make that happen. So it's not necessarily going to be there by default in those cases, but you may want to look at the licensing and figure out who needs access, who doesn't, and then for these other apps and things going on in Teams and SharePoint, what are we allowing our users access to? What are they allowed to add into the environment? What really needs to come in with a more stringent approval process? So tip number 3, once we kind of get through kind of those baseline settings, what is a general approach for onboarding as we kind of walk through this process? As we start to plan, I mentioned earlier that We want to look at which users are coming into the environment, what content are we bringing into the environment. And a lot of times we have this tendency to want to do it by product. Well, we need a phased approach, so we're going to just do email, or we're just going to do OneDrive, and we're going to turn all the other things off. Like, they don't need SharePoint yet, they don't need Teams, etc. And it kind of creates some challenges when you do it that way. Or if you're trying to deploy Teams, but you haven't yet deployed Exchange Online, then you're going to have limitations in Teams. So, I realize it feels overwhelming to turn on all the tools at once, but there's so much integration between those tools, it's hard to do that. So I have a different suggestion for you. I say, don't approach this by product. We want to look at things a different way. We can still phase our implementation, but we want to look at it from a slightly different angle. Instead of just baseline products and turning off the licensing, what we should really be looking at is, how do we phase this approach based on the content that we're moving into the system? So email, number one, I still say move to Exchange Online. If you're going to do anything, get your Azure AD sync set up, get that syncing to the cloud, get your email into the cloud, get that done, get that piece of it accomplished. For the rest of it, as we start to look at security in the products that we want to deploy, what's actually more helpful than just saying, well, we're going to turn on SharePoint licensing, or we're going to turn on Teams licensing. What we really need to do is sit down again and say, who's accessing the environment? What content are we moving in? Knowing that everyone's dealing with remote work, we've been encouraging Microsoft Teams to go next. So you've got your email in the cloud. Let's work on Microsoft Teams. Let's start working on those collaboration and remote work scenarios so that we can really address the users' kind of pain points right now. And I do definitely encourage Teams and OneDrive for Business to kind of go at the same time. And that is because if you deploy OneDrive without a different collaboration tool, what's going to happen is that you're going to deploy OneDrive, and then everyone's going to start moving their file share content into OneDrive, and then they'll share it internally. And then OneDrive, which is supposed to be really more of a personal work content area, now becomes your main collaboration space. And so you've moved it from the file share into OneDrive, and then if you deploy Teams later, you're now moving it from OneDrive into Teams. You just roll Teams and OneDrive for Business out baseline, then you do that together and you get the correct behavior. So Teams for collaboration, OneDrive for Business for my personal work stuff. I can share things out, but maybe it's more of a one-off scenario if I need to collaborate from my OneDrive. So when we start to look at those buckets and we start to figure out, okay, we're going to do email. We focus, when we do email, we focus on things like our anti-spam, anti-phishing. We've got, multi-factor authentication. We're kind of like bringing down the number of things that we're going to focus on so that we can get that up and running. Then we move into collaboration and remote work. So we've got Teams, OneDrive for Business. Then we can focus on what is our guest access sharing policy, what content are we going to move into the cloud. And we're probably, hopefully, focused on content that is maybe not the most secure in that first phase. We're focused on the things that, we can have in the cloud that we want to secure, but we're not quite as worried about. That way, as people are learning the tools, they have a little room to make mistake. Hopefully we're catching those mistakes and we're correcting them quickly, but it's not a huge deal if we kind of make smaller adjustments as we go. And then the third piece of that, then getting your intranet running, that's kind of a SharePoint publishing site thing. That's really where, that's a very internal thing, maybe not as many concerns around, we just have very basic security around the intranet. It's one of those where everyone has read access. We have a handful of contributors, no guest access. That one's fairly straightforward. We used to do intranet before collaboration because it was more simple. But with remote work the way it is, we're definitely kind of seeing it the other way around. So just some things to think about. Azure onboarding, when you break down, well, I've got a lot of things, a lot of layers of security to deal with. If I break them down into how we're working and who's doing the work, it's a lot easier to manage and a little less overwhelming than if you're just trying to look at Teams as a platform or OneDrive for Business as a platform. So really start to break that down. And then within collaboration, what I was referring to there, Teams and OneDrive for Business, you can run proof of concepts before rolling it all out. That's a big thing for us, especially for your more secure information. If you're dealing with compliance or some of those extra layers of security, you really want to sit down and do some proof of concepts first. That's going to help you sort out exactly which controls are going to work for you, exactly which security features are going to be the best. And then that'll kind of help you, okay, once you get those under control, then you can roll them out at scale and kind of do more with it over time. So, really make sure you're doing your standard content first, roll into those additional security and compliance needs over time. Because really when you sit down, we've got the security and compliance kind of work area where you can go create policies and you can create labels, and you really need to do a lot of planning around kind of your metadata and what labels you're going to have and where those labels are available. And it really slows down that process of getting people moved into teams, and you don't necessarily need to do that for more basic content. If your marketing team wants to plan a company event, that information doesn't need the same level of detail, right? The company picnic doesn't need the same level of detail as something that's coming in from research and development. So we don't want to treat those things as equal, and we really want to take our time and maybe move those more complicated things to a future phase. Tip number 4, really want to work on awareness and training as well. So, those of us in IT, we're very aware of all kind of the bells and whistles and all the little things we have to do to make all of this happen, the permissions, the security, the layers, all the work it goes into that. What we want to do is set up our users to be prepared for all of this coming before they're asked to actually do it themselves and to manage. So breaking that down for them and helping them understand why their content needs to go in a particular place, why it's important for them to come off of the file share, how it's going to help their pain points, all going to be really important. So you want to make sure and communicate those things. You want to do so in a very clear manner. We like to use checklists to go through that. We like to sit down and say, okay, we're going to consolidate your third-party apps into 365. This is going to help us improve security because we've got a better umbrella, right? We don't have those random accounts kind of running around out there. One story I had, there was a global engineering company who said, we're just going to keep doing email and attachments because nobody, we don't need to roll out OneDrive. And they told me, we're just not going to do it yet. And then that particular week, Dropbox reached out to them and said, you have like 80 unmanaged Dropbox accounts going to your company's domain, and don't you want to buy Dropbox to help manage that? And they were like, what? They had literally had no idea that so many of their users were using Dropbox, and they had OneDrive sitting there. They just didn't think they were ready to deploy it. So this is where if you start mapping these things for your users and saying, okay, instead of Dropbox, we really want you using OneDrive for Business. Instead of Zoom, we want you using Teams conferencing, or, instead of Trello, we want you using Microsoft Planner, because all of those miscellaneous accounts are, that intellectual property is leaving your business. And if you're not giving them a tool, they're finding one on their own. And we hear this all the time. So give them a checklist to say, instead of your personal map drive, use OneDrive for Business. Instead of your legacy intranet, we're going to start using SharePoint for that. Instead of your legacy SharePoint team sites, we're going to use Microsoft Teams, and we're going to replace, some of our Zoom calls with Teams meetings. So just sit down and really map that out for them to help them understand their everyday scenarios of how they act and work today. Help them map that to what's already available to them in 365. That's going to be, give them a checklist. Make sure you're going through training with them on this as well. and help them understand the why behind it. How is this going to help them? How is it going to help us as an organization make sure that we're not losing intellectual property? But also just, some of the tools in there are kind of fun, and they do help user engagement. They, being able to communicate clearly with each other, not having to have things buried in email. Especially when you're a geographically spread team. Right now we're all kind of spread out because we're working from home. There's a lot of really fun features in there that will help balance some of this change and maybe a little bit of frustration in having to use these new tools. So sit down, do the training, help them understand what's available, because we want to start working through, okay, now that your basic content is in Teams, how do we now start pulling out those additional things where they said, oh, I had to go to a third-party tool because the file share can't do this, or I can't protect my data because of XYZ. We want to start digging out those scenarios from our users and then helping them understand which tool is available. And training is, going through this process and helping them understand the tools is really going to help with that. And tip number 5, we want to provide ongoing support and education as well. We're not done when we, implement Teams and we hand it off. This is something that once you get all of your tools rolled out, not just Teams, but Exchange for email and SharePoint for your intranet and all these other great tools, Stream, that are part of the 365 stack, you're not done when they start to use it, because things do change. I mean, just at Microsoft Ignite last week, they announced, I heard this on a webcast that I watched, over 1,000 new features were released for Microsoft Teams last week. 1,000, that's a lot. And so we really need to stay, you can't possibly stay on top of every single feature that's released, but it's important for your IT groups and your help desk to be going through and getting new education, and then sharing that information out with the business as well. Ongoing meetings through user groups, like internal user groups, ongoing training sessions and webinars, helping them understand where they can find resources to help them continue to learn and build. That's also going to help. So, continue to talk with them, continue to work with them, but also continue to have those deep dive discoveries, that what's next conversation. So, really looking at what can we do that will continue to build on what we've done. So if we've just done basic content migration into Teams, then our next step might be, okay, we've gotten everybody over here except for human resources and research and development. What are the conversations we need to have with them? Maybe it's a PII policy within the compliance center. Maybe it's putting some information protection policies so that we can't download or we can't print some of that content. So, as we kind of go through this, once they get comfortable with that baseline and they know how to collaborate and they know how to work within 365, continue to dig, continue to have that roadmap of, okay, how do we continue to build and scale on this environment so that we can pull the rest of that content in and make sure it's secured. So revisit that over time. There's also additional information coming that will help with this process. Secure Score is already in place. As an IT group, you can run that, kind of get a baseline for how you're doing on the security front, and it makes suggestions for you on changes that you can make to some of the policies within your organization. But also, there's some new functionality that will help you review which of your sites are using the most compliance labels. So how many of them, how many documents are tagged, and that way you can go back to those sites and kind of revisit, wow, this site really has a lot of tags or labels applied to them. Maybe we need to go back and use some of this new functionality that's rolling out that will allow us to just kind of put that compliance label on the whole team and prevent external sharing, even if there's not a compliance label on something that's already been tagged. So using some of the auto tagging features and things like that. So once you get into the environment, you kind of have that initial security planning done, there is always more room for going back and gathering more detail and really truly understanding how to add that value to your end users. Okay, so wrapping up, to review our 5 tips for securely onboarding users to 365. First, don't skip the assessment and planning phase. Make sure you're going through making very specific plans for which security features you're going to implement now and which ones you might want to work in later. Second, know your baseline security controls and which ones are the most important, the things that you should really be focused on with your initial deployment. Next, take a phased approach for onboarding. So really understanding the user and understanding the content and knowing how to put that together in an effort to make sure that you're deploying things in a very secure manner and not just deploying the technology for the sake of turning it on. So really looking at things from more of a departmental approach, or maybe a functional area, or in general, just moving kind of the easy content, the stuff that's less secure first, and then working your way into the more secure content later. Next, we're going to create awareness and provide training to make sure that our users are aware that this is coming, that they're ready for it, and that we are providing training to them so that they know how to use their new tools. And certainly we want to make sure that they are super comfortable with some of the features that is going to help protect their content within 365. And then finally, we want to provide ongoing support and education because, as we mentioned, we don't just want to deploy and let things sit. We want to continue to dig and find new opportunities and find new places to scale. And that's going to mean moving more secure content into 365. It's going to mean using things like the Power Platform that has connectors. And so we really want to make sure that as we kind of go through moving our users into this environment, that we're continuing to provide them additional education. We're continuing to provide them more information on how to take advantage of the security controls that are available to them in this new environment. So that's all I have for you today. Thanks so much for joining. And I know this was an overview session, but there's more sessions to come today that will help you dig in and really understand kind of the next layer and all of the different great security controls and features that are available in 365. Thanks for joining.
This session has now concluded. You can find handouts at petri.com/conferences or the link below. But stay tuned, we have many more sessions ahead. We'd like to thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at coreview.com.
Hello, my name's Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petri's Office 365 Security Day.
Everyone, I'm Dr. Sai, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now.
Hello, my name is Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petrie's Office 365 Security Day.
We'd like to thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at coreview.com.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Raymond Sai, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now!
Hello, my name's Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petri's Office 365 Security Day.
Hi everyone, I'm Dux Raymond Sy, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now!
We'd like to thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at coreview.com.
Hello and welcome to this session, Office 365 Security. It's a virtual learning event offered by Petri. My name is Doug Hazelman. I'm with CoreView. I'm going to talk today about proactively protecting your Microsoft 365 environment. A little bit about me. I'm the Senior VP and Chief Evangelist here at CoreView. Spent a lot of time at some other companies, but I think when we look at the technology that CoreView has and what it does for 365 and how much 365 has exploded over the last several years and especially this year, incredible opportunity here. So what I'd like to get started with is, just a brief introduction to CoreView, what it is that we do. Then I'm going to dive into kind of the how we protect Microsoft 365. And finally, just do a little bit of wrap up, have some information for you at the end on if you want to get a free health check. So let's go ahead and get started. So CoreView is a SaaS management platform. What does that mean? Well, we run in the cloud and we help you protect, manage, and optimize your Microsoft 365 as well as other SaaS environments. And we do this by extending the capabilities of the Microsoft Administration Center, the Microsoft Admin Center. So you see that there are 3 pillars there: protect, manage, and optimize. Today, I'm going to focus on protecting and how we protect 365. So big thing in protect is limit the admin scope and delegate appropriate functions for least privilege access. I'm going to talk more about least privileged access here in a little bit. But the idea here is instead of having a global admin that can do everything on your 365 tenant, is how do we limit the people to only see what they need to see and be able to do what they need to do. Additionally, when it comes to all of that audit data that's generated not just by 365 audit trails, but also by the applications and everything else that's in 365, how do you report on that? So you want to be able to, we enrich and retain that audit data, especially useful for e-discovery. When we talk about identity and access configurations, that is who has access to your 365 environment, to your network, but we want to enforce that. So enabling multi-factor authentication is enabled, looking at weird logins, all those types of things to make sure that you're protected there. When it comes to automation, right, workflow is huge. And one of the areas, especially around protection, is when someone leaves, if you delete their account, it should kick off a workflow that removes them, not just from necessarily 365, but also from all the other SaaS platforms they have access to. And finally, for all of those documents that you have out there, whether they be on-prem, in SharePoint Online, there's a lot of information there, and you don't necessarily know what it all is. So we actually have the capability to classify and tag sensitive information. A quick review on what we offer in management capabilities is delegation of appropriate admin functions. So, you're able to very granularly delegate access to users to just what they need to do, not to the entire tenant. Bringing in workflows again, great for repetitive tasks. So as you add a user, it can kick off a number of different things, including verification and those types of things. If you have Active Directory on-prem as well, we have a hybrid agent to synchronize your on-prem AD and Exchange with Azure and Exchange on Azure Active Directory and Exchange Online. And then also control 365 and other SaaS with actionable analytics. And that has a lot to do with some of the very rich reporting that's available within the platform. And finally, optimize. And a lot of times optimize is really around your license management, helping you manage your 365 licenses for 365, but also other SaaS platforms as well. We give you deep knowledge into what you have licensed, but also what people are actually actively using. So you know that if you're at the right license level, if you need to true up or you need to true down. And finally, by looking at all this data, if you want people to use something more often, we actually have an adoption platform that you can use to kind of nudge them to say, hey, we noticed you're not using Microsoft Teams as much as we'd like. Here's some information on how to use Teams. We really encourage you to use it. So a lot of different areas there to help optimize your environment. So how does all of this work? Well, this is a very, very basic diagram, but the points that we want to show here is that everything is and sits within Azure. So obviously you've got your own Microsoft 365 tenant, you've got your on-prem stuff, that's yours, but the CoreView platform, which is represented there on the left, is running in Azure, essentially right next to your tenant. And the easiest way to describe this is we pull in all of your data and information from 365, you log into our platform, we present that data to you, you make a change, we then proxy that data into your Microsoft 365 tenant. So you've got a global admin today in your 365 tenant. With CoreView, you can make them maybe just a department admin. And they log into CoreView, all they see is information for their department. They can only affect changes for their department, and they no longer have any native permissions, global admin permissions on the 365 tenant. So it's really limiting that scope and capability. And we do that through what we call virtual tenants. So it's a way to kind of slice and dice your tenant. Microsoft doesn't give you this capability natively. So virtual tenants allow you to say, hey, create tenants by geography or by department or by function, however you want to do it. Any Active Directory attribute can be used to create virtual tenants. And then applying role-based access control onto those tenants or onto any object in Active Directory. And I'll talk about our role-based access control a bit more in detail, but it's very granular. I've already talked a little bit about workflows, so automating all of these different types of actions, for those repeatable tasks, and reports. This is really at the heart of the CoreView platform, is all of the very rich, detailed reporting that you can get across your entire 365 environment. And then I also mentioned our adoption engine that can help you drive adoption of those different 365 services and applications that you want people using. So let's start off talking about Microsoft's zero trust principles, because that's really what we do and what we embody. And it basically means trust no one. at the end of the day. So there's kind of three different areas here. So verify explicitly. So make sure the person who's logging in is who they actually are. Now, multi-factor authentication is definitely one of the best ways to do that. If MFA is not enabled, enable it. So it's definitely a requirement. The other area is use least privileged access, and we all know this, that you should limit the privileges to exactly what that person needs to do. Unfortunately, in Microsoft, there's not that idea of virtual tenants, so you can't really divide things up. So you can't give a person in Italy access to only the users in Italy. It's very, very difficult to do, if not impossible, using the native tools. And then, of course, assume breach. So always assume that someone's in there, and with that knowledge, with that kind of expectation, is having access to deep forensic data, so that if you assume a breach, you see some anomalous activity, now you can actually dig deep, look at all this data that's been collected over a course of time, and confirm that there is a breach and identify its scope and what it has affected. So again, we're going to dive deeper into Protect. So I have several slides now. Okay, so first up on Protect, let's talk about limiting the admin scope so that you have only the appropriate function delegation for least privileged access. CoreView does this with a combination of what we call virtual tenants and role-based access control, and it limits the scope of this idea of a global admin. So how do we do it? So we allow you to scope things to the virtual tenant. I mentioned earlier, it can be business units, it can be organization units, it can be geographies. However you want to create the virtual tenants based on your business is up to you. And then in terms of role-based access control, you get all the management actions at a granular level in a single UI. It allows you to deploy these new permissions in minutes instead of jumping around all sorts of different places to do it. And you can do it on Azure properties, such as department or SMTP domain. And then you can delegate the admins, can also limit license and do chargeback reports. So not only can you do this for user administration and mailbox administration and Teams administration, you can also do this for license administration. So if you want to give someone in finance the ability to set licenses, you can do that. They have no other rights other than assigning licenses to users or to groups of users. So if we look at how does that compare to the native tools, so Microsoft does have role-based access control, but it's essentially at a global level. So there's no way to carve your tenant into different manageable units. And in just one of the 15 admin screens here, this one here, there are 51 roles, and the first one covers 79 attributes. On the CoreView side, it's extremely granular. One click, and it's function-based, not attribute-based. So if you want to give someone the ability to set photos, you can do that, and no other permissions whatsoever required. And these permissions do not go back to the native tenant. They're only live within CoreView. So you don't have to worry about someone logging into Admin Center and doing this, because they can't. They can only do it within the CoreView platform. Another area we talked about is enriching that audit data for enhanced e-discovery. So if we look at all the different data sources that are available within 365, you've got Active Directory audit data, like logins, those types of things. You've got Exchange audit data, Teams, Outlook, SharePoint. I mean, there's a lot. What we do is we actually pull all of this data in together. We join it with the identity information, so we give you much more valuable information. So we talk about collecting and enriching that data so that makes much more sense. And because it's across all of these different areas and it's in one place, it's very easy to get exactly the reports that you need. And you might ask, why is that so important? Well, one of the reasons is looking at this report from Verizon from 2018, it looked at kind of how long does it take to notice a breach? So the actual compromises themselves only take minutes, right? So you can be compromised in minutes, and that's what it's showing there on the left. And then once you're compromised, only 3% are discovered as quickly. So that's 97% that might take hours, days, or 2/3 take months to discover the fact you've actually had a breach. That's a long time. So that's months or more, 90 days, 180 days, whatever it is. It's a long time before you have a breach and you actually realize it. And why is that important? It's important because how much audit data do you have access to within your native 365? CoreView, we audit all of it, and we keep it for 12 months by default. You can ask for longer if you want. And that's different than Microsoft's 30 to 90 days retention of all of this audit data. So in terms of e-discovery, we can show what actions were taken and what context they were taken. So if it's an individual or compromised account, you can actually go and trace exactly what that account did. And combining this with workflows, if you see suspicious activity, then you can kick off a workflow to make sure that you stop that activity, or that it alerts someone, or that you might have a breach. And you can even create security responses to help meet your FINRA and other regulatory requirements. And just when we talk about that timeline, this is, I think, important because we look at it from a calendar perspective. So January 9th, CoreView is not installed. There's a data breach. It's not discovered until June 2nd. So, sorry, the month was covered up, but it's not discovered until June. That's a long time. That's like over 4 months before that data breach was even discovered. So we move on to number 3, where CoreView was installed on August 19th. Fast forward to October, there's a data breach on October 6th. It's discovered on October 8th. So you've gone from over 4 months to less than 2 days before the breach is discovered. Additionally, if you need to do any kind of forensic research, you can go back to all the way back to when CoreView was installed back on August 19th. So that gives you 3 months of data to be able to view. And again, we store it for up to a year. So you'll always be able to go back up to a year to discover any kind of breaches or incidents. Next up is looking at identity and access configurations based on security recommendations. So there's a whole set of benchmarks out there. One of them is the CIS benchmarks, and they have a whole thing for 365, the foundational benchmarks. CoreView can monitor and enforce 75% of the nearly 100 benchmark controls. So that pie chart there shows in the blue everything that we automate, and the green is you can actually customize and do it yourself. And these cover a lot of different areas. And if you actually were to look at your current tenant against these controls, you might be interested to know what's covered and what's not covered just by what you have currently today. Additionally, we give you key performance indicators. So you can track metrics and configurations that are most important to you. So you can set key performance indicators or different thresholds on what you want users to be able to do, what kind of platforms they access from, and those types of things. And you can also delegate these items too. You can then use this information, you can communicate with users directly out of the reports based on what activity they were completing. You can do these daily for security reports. You can also do weekly, monthly, quarterly, all scheduling capabilities available within there. So that way you always have the most up-to-date information, but you can also do kind of periodic reviews to make sure that everything is still in place to exactly the way you want it to be. The next thing is, what about risk-based password management? So here is the question of, how does CoreView help? So instead of mandating scheduled password resets, we can actually enable risk-based response with a workflow that can log out, disable, and notify IT. So what does this mean? So let's say today I'm in Florida and I log in, 365 sees that I log in from Florida, and that's usual activity. An hour later, it shows me logging in from China or somewhere else, very far away. Well, that can trigger an event that says this is abnormal activity. We're going to disable the account and notify the help desk that says, hey, this account has been disabled. Before you re-enable it, explicitly verify the identity of that person. So I go to log in again, or something happens, I get logged out, I go to log in, it's disabled, I call the help desk. The help desk says, oh, yes, Mr. Hazelman, we saw some suspicious activity on your account, so we disabled it. We need to verify. They do a challenge response to verify that it's me. They verify it's me to re-enable my account, reset the tokens, all those types of things, so that whoever had my information before can't use it again. So that's just one example, and that can be done extremely quickly. And part of that I just mentioned in terms of being able to do that is workflows. And one of the areas that we like to talk about here too is deprovisioning access. So workflow is exactly what it sounds like. It's automating tedious tasks. So you can, most common workflow is automating or provisioning and deprovisioning accounts. So you can create the account, add the Active Directory on-prem as well as Azure AD. And because of our hybrid mode, we can do it both at the same time, so you don't have to wait for that to sync. You can give out all the 365 licenses that are appropriate for that level of access, set up multi-factor authentication, as well as provision on other SaaS apps as well through our integration with Core SaaS. These workflows can also include approvals. So let's say someone goes in, creates an account in a specific department, an email goes to the department manager to approve it, the department manager approves it, then the workflow continues, the account gets created. If the manager disapproves it or says, no, that's not right, then it gets kicked back, can be completely rolled back or restarted from the beginning if there was a mistake. And then once you go live, everything is set. It's put in, if you have the hybrid, it's in on-prem, Azure AD all at the same time. And then you can view exactly who executed these workflows, what happened, all those types of things through the reporting. And one of the things we talk about, especially in security, is, well, what's the risk of not deprovisioning a user properly? And because we all know when you come in from day one, it's easy to provision the account. It's like, oh, they need access to A, B, C, and D. 6 years later, they've been given access to D, E, F, Z, X, Y, everything else. So how do you know all this? And a lot of times you don't. So you get things like these headlines, right? Cisco engineer deleted 456 VMs for WebEx Teams after he exited. But that was 5 months after he had left. So they didn't deprovision that person properly, and they were able to go back in and wreak havoc. There's other areas too, where it might be on a platform, right? iPhones affected by iOS update, ActiveSync, and those types of things. Ransomware attacks, right? So there's all sorts of reasons why you want to automate these types of things and ensure that they're happening in a timely manner. And it's not just necessarily in 365, but it's across other SaaS platforms as well that user may have been given access to over the course of their employment with the organization. Next up is classifying and tagging sensitive information. So through a product called Core Scan, we can actually go through and scan all of your repositories and identify a lot of different types of sensitive information. So whether it's personal identifiable information, PII, HIPAA, FIPS, all those different types of things, whatever your organization requirements are, you can set up different rules, all those types of things. But this way, it goes through and scans all your documents, and now you can say, hey, this one has this information, this one has that information, and you can then secure it however you deem necessary for your organization. And you can even, create the lifecycle plans and all those types of things, as well as updating the meta tags, the metadata and tags for those documents as well. We've got some really interesting stuff coming out with this product here in a couple of months that I'm really looking forward to, that goes even deeper in terms of what it's going to be capable of. So those are just several areas where you can protect your 365 environment. So I'd like to go ahead and wrap it up here. Real quick, just talk briefly about the Microsoft shared security model. CoreView extends it. So if you look over here on the left, you've got what the responsibility is, right? Information and data, devices, mobile PC, accounts, identities. That's all kind of your responsibility. That's what the blue indicates in those boxes. And if you're on-prem, it goes all the way down the list. When you're in 365, it goes only down to accounts and identities because Microsoft handles all the infrastructure. So that's one of the benefits of going to the cloud, is you don't have to worry about infrastructure anymore, but you still are on the hook for the information and data that you generate, the devices that connect into your tenant, as well as the accounts and identities. And if you're on-prem, then you also have some responsibility for your Active Directory as well. So CoreView helps you to protect, manage, and optimize that top layer of information not just for 365, but also for other SaaS products as well. So if you want to see where you stand and where your Microsoft 365 tenant is in terms of how secure you are, as well as how well you're actually using your licenses and those types of things, we have a free health check. So if you go to coreview.com, you'll see a thing there, request a demo, that'll get you into our system. You can request a free health check. It's really easy. So once we get you set up for it, we'll send you a link. You click on that link, you enter in your Microsoft credential. You actually go into the Microsoft Admin Center, enter your credentials, give us access, just approve access to our APIs. So we never see your username and password. You don't need to disable multi-factor authentication or anything like that. And once it's connected, then we start collecting the data. And a couple days later, we generate a report and we go over that report with you. This shows you areas where you might be able to save money based on license usage, but also any information on different areas of security that you might want to beef up. So again, that's a free service, coreview.com, to get set up and registered for that. So with that, I want to thank you, and don't forget to protect, manage, and optimize your Microsoft 365 environment. I'd also like to thank Petri for this opportunity to present here today, and I hope everyone has a great rest of the week.
The session has now concluded. You can find handouts at petri.com/conferences or the link below, but stay tuned, we have many more sessions ahead. We'd like to thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at coreview.com.
Hello, my name is Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petri's Office 365 Security Day.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Raymond Sai, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now!
Hello and welcome to another one day of Office 365 security session. I'm Todd Clint, and for the next few minutes, I'm going to be talking to you about securing content with Microsoft 365 groups. Not exactly a genuine security topic, but securing your content is every bit as important as securing your actual environment and your tenant. So that's what we're going to spend the next few minutes talking about. Here is my contractually obligated vanity slide. I only agreed to do this if Brad would let me throw this slide in. This is if you want to get a hold of me. I am Todd Clint. I'm an Office Services and Applications or Servers and Services or whatever MVP for Microsoft. I mainly use SharePoint. I focus on SharePoint, but these days you can't just do one product inside of Microsoft 365. You have to do them all. They interconnect. And so while I focus on SharePoint, it is my first love. It's the girl that brought me to the dance. I also do a lot with groups and teams and Azure AD and all of that IT admin stuff. That's where I came from. For the IT admins in the crowd, you are my people. That's where I came from. I work at a consulting company called Simpraxis Consulting, and feel free to email me at what is undoubtedly the longest email address I have ever had, todd.clint@simpraxisconsulting.com. You can also hit me up on Twitter. I'm at Todd Clint, or you can go to my blog at toddclint.com. All right, enough about me. Well, maybe, but enough for now. Let's talk about Microsoft 365 groups. What are Microsoft 365 groups? That really is the question at hand. What is the essence of the Microsoft 365 group? Microsoft's marketing material says that it is a membership service for Microsoft 365 applications. Who knows what that even means? Like, I know what those words mean, but not in that order, and I don't understand. So I'm going to break it down for you. When I'm talking about Office 365 groups, which are really Microsoft 365 groups, that's an old habit, but brings up a good point. If you see something called an Office 365 group or a Microsoft 365 group, you may even see them referred to as unified groups in dark corners of the internet. It's all the same thing. We've all been working with Microsoft products long enough to know that they casually go through and rename them every couple of years, and that's where we're at now. I will probably keep saying Office 365. I mean Microsoft 365 groups, but it's all the same. So a Microsoft 365 group is the membership provider for all of the Microsoft 365 applications. And when I explain them to users, I kind of try to figure out who my audience is. And if my audience is IT pros, and I'm answering the question, what is a Microsoft 365 group? I say it like this. Say, remember those Windows Active Directory security groups we had on premises 20 years ago? An Office 365 group is just like that. It is a security principle. You can add people to it. You can add it to a secureable resources, ACLs, and give people in that group access to it. It's just like that. But when you go into Office 365 and you create an Office 365 group, you get that group. But when you hit OK, the group is created, and then a bunch of little robots scurry off into Microsoft 365 and they start creating more things. They create your group, like you asked. They also create a SharePoint site and a Teams team and a Planner plan and an Exchange distribution group and a whole bunch of other things. And the beauty of this group is that in any of those applications, you'll get that same group of people. That membership service provides them with the same group. And if you add somebody to that group in Teams, that person will have the same permissions in SharePoint and Exchange, all that thing. So you remember back in the day, onboarding, somebody into a Windows domain 20, 25 years ago, you'd have to make sure they were in the accounting file share security group, and then the accounting distribution list. And if you had a SharePoint site, you have to make sure they were in there, all those places. Office 365 groups do all of that for you, all of the permissions in one place. That's what I tell my IT pro brethren. And when I say that, they all kind of nod their heads and they get it. But then my end users or my power users are kind of scratching their heads and they're like, I never did any of that. I don't know what any of this is. So then I say, okay, no problem. I got you. I tell them, Office 365 groups are just like when you go into Outlook and you say new distribution list. I want to email the same group of people all the time. And you create a distribution list for them. Microsoft 365 groups are just like that. So you go into Outlook, you create your distribution list, you hit OK. And when you hit OK, your distribution list gets created. And then a bunch of robots scurry off into Microsoft 365 and they create your distribution list, and they create a SharePoint site, a Teams team, a planner plan, all kinds of things. And the good news is all those people that are in your distribution list now have access to all those same things. And so you can share a file in SharePoint and they all just have access to it. Or you can start a chat in Teams and they all just have access to it. That's what groups are in essence. We're going to talk a little bit more about those in the slides, what that means, but that's the general gist of it. So why would you use these? Well, a couple of reasons. Number one, Microsoft's forcing you. This is just the way of secureable resources in Microsoft 365. There's some ways around it, but all of these tools are depending on groups being there. When you've got a team up and you've got a chat going, if you upload a file for everybody in that team to be able to access, it goes into Teams and they may use Teams to access it, but it's really getting saved in SharePoint. All these apps, there's no reason for the Teams team to rewrite file storage. They got the SharePoint team. SharePoint team's got that figured out. So all these apps use each other and they all use those teams or the groups underlying to make sure that people have the right permission. So the first reason you should learn how to use them is just because you have to. But from a pragmatic standpoint, it just makes things easier. No matter where you go, you can manage this one group and it manages all these apps for you. You can add somebody to the accounting group in SharePoint, and they can automatically get into the team or the Yammer or whatever. It's really great. For those of you that have to deal with compliance and governance and all that, now we have one object to govern. You can set an expiration policy on the group, and that automatically takes care of the email in Exchange and the Teams and the files in SharePoint, all of that in one spot. So for compliance and governance and email retention and all that kind of stuff in one spot. It's really great. And for end users, and I guess another great thing is it's just easier for everybody involved. It makes it easier for end users to do work, so they don't have to come to IT and ask for it. But the other thing is it makes it a lot easier for you to use whatever the next application is that Microsoft comes up with in the Microsoft 365 group, because people already have permission to it. It's already kind of built into the other products and all of that. It just makes things easier for everybody. Now, I talked about how those apps talk to each other in the background. This Microsoft 365 group is an object in Azure AD, which all these services use in the background. And it's kind of this weird combination of federation and synchronization and all that. So if you add somebody to SharePoint or add somebody to a group in SharePoint, they'll immediately show up in Exchange. It might take a while for them to show up in Teams in the background. There's still kind of a sync job going there. But it's kind of this thing. And sometimes if you move quickly enough, you can see it, you can catch it before it syncs. But that's kind of the thing. Partially sync, partially federation. So how do you use these things? Well, for the most part, you don't have to know about them. They're just created automatically when you create something else. When you go into SharePoint and you create a team site, because all you care about is SharePoint because it's the coolest, you don't even think about this group. And if you look hard, if you squint real hard, you can see the word group in there. And if you're paying attention, you'll catch it. But for the most part, you don't even have to pay attention to it. The group just gets created in the background and all these other resources get provisioned automatically for you. Now, I've talked about that a little bit. We're going to talk about it more in the next slide. But because you can create them anywhere, you kind of get this decision tree of where should I create your group. For the most part, it doesn't matter. There's a couple of exceptions to that. My guidance to people, IT, end users, regardless, is you should create the group in the most correct place. Whatever place your team is going to use these resources the most, that's where you should create the group. So if you are going to be using SharePoint for a lot of things, then you should create your group in SharePoint to make sure that that gets set up correctly. If really what you're looking for is a place to chat and it's really going to be Teams communication, then you should create your group in Teams. But wherever the most common place you're going to communicate and collaborate is, that's where you should create your group. Now, when you create the group, you've got a couple of decisions to make. You get to name it and things like that. One of the decisions you have to make is whether this group is private or public. And a private group is invite only, and the group owner has to approve people, has to send out an invitation to them, let them in. And also people can't see them when they go browsing for groups inside of your tenant, and I'll show how to do that later. So private group, not discoverable, people can't get in on their own. That's probably, if you've got some sensitive material, that's where you want to start. There's also some ways at the tenant level you can make that the default. So if users don't understand this difference, then it's private. And then when they call the help desk, they're like, how come Jim at the reception desk can't see my group? Well, here's how you make it public, and then Jim can let himself in. So what is a public group? Well, public group is the opposite of that. Public group is a group that anybody in your company can see and they can join at any time. There's a place you can search in Outlook, you can search in SharePoint, you can find a team, you click join, poof, you're in, just like that. That's what a public team is. Those are your only two options. So we'll show those in one of the demos later. Now, one thing to keep in mind as you start using these groups and getting comfortable with them is when you delete something in the group, it deletes all of the things in the group. So if you create a SharePoint site and you start putting files there and all that, and you realize it's made this Planner plan and you're never going to use Planner, you don't care about Planner, and you like to keep things clean, so you go and delete that plan in Planner. If that is a group connected plan, and it always is, the plan's going to get deleted, and then everything else in the group is going to get deleted also. The SharePoint site, the distribution list, all that. Now you've got 30 days that you can recover that, but just know that if you're not paying attention, that can get away from you. So groups have been around for a while now, 5 years, 6 years, something like that. And there have been a lot of evolution, and just here last week at Ignite, they announced some new things. So it's always changing. One of the things they added a while back was the ability to groupify a SharePoint site. So if you created a team site and didn't connect it to a group, you can now build a group on top of that SharePoint site. So that's pretty cool. You can do that. You can go the other way. You can take a group, and if you had a group that you created a while back that does not have a team associated with it, you can teamify that group. You can add teams to that. So those weren't always the case. Microsoft has also added a lot of great management into Outlook and the web client and all that, and we'll look at that during our demo. But this is the future of membership management in Office 365, so it's just constantly getting updates. It's really exciting what you can do with groups. So I threw this in. This is courtesy of my friend Matt Wade from jump365.com. And this shows when you create your group, what gets created where and how it all fits. I bring this up because I told you that it doesn't matter where you create the group, you get all the things. That was mostly true, but there are a couple of exceptions, and Matt's infographic illustrates it beautifully. I couldn't have done a better job myself, so I'm just going to let him have it. You can see the link down there, jump365.com, and it's right in there. So you've got the blue set up there, the mail, the planner, the SharePoint, stream, all that. If you create your group there, you get all the things in blue. If you create it in Teams, you get all the things that are shown in purple there. And really the big difference is if you create your group in Yammer, you don't also get a Teams team, you get some other things. But again, if you create the group in the place that is the most common place you're going to collaborate, then you'll probably be okay. But I really like this infographic. Matt deserves kudos. Good job, Matt. He's done a great job keeping this all up to date as the groups have evolved as well. So that I thought I'd throw that in there. Makes my slide deck look good. Matt did all the work. Everybody wins. So when you create a group, who are the players? Now, I told you I came from the SharePoint world, and so I am used to very specific, granular permissions and permission levels and all of this. Groups got none of that. For groups, you've got 2, 3, 2.5 different types of players in the group. The first one is the group owner. So much like the name sounds, this is the person that owns the group. This is the person that can change settings in a group, can make it public or private, can invite people if it's private, can change all kinds of settings, things like that. They have the same access to the content as everybody else, but they might have some more abilities, like they can delete things in Teams, things like that. If you come from the SharePoint world like I do, this is a lot like a site collection administrator. These are the owners. A group can have more than one owner. A group should have more than one owner. If I'm the owner of any group, I want somebody else to have an owner I want that group to have another owner, because when I win the lottery and I just, scoot out of here on a Wednesday afternoon because I'm loaded, I want that group to have somebody else who can monitor it. So you should have multiple owners in all of your groups. So we got the group owners, that's one group. We have the group members. These are like regular users in a SharePoint site. They can create content, delete content, edit content, view content, all of that. Much like the owners, so the owners can also do all of those things. The group members are the ones who are normally collaborating inside of the group. There are no other levels of access except for this one we're kind of going to talk about. So for those of you who came from the SharePoint world like I did, you'll notice something conspicuously absent. There is no read-only. Doesn't exist inside of Office 365 groups. So why is that? Well, since we're taking these different applications and trying to find the lowest common denominator of permission, read-only doesn't make sense in a couple of places. For instance, why would you have read-only in Teams? That doesn't make any sense. That's called lurking. That's creepy. We don't like that. So you can't really do that. And it would be the same would kind of exist in Exchange and some other ones. So there's just no read-only. Now, when you create your group and you get your SharePoint team site, you can still go in and do all of those kind of crazy SharePoint security things. Obviously, that isn't going to propagate to the other Office 365 applications because it's not part of groups, but you can do those things. They kind of hide the screens for on you because they want you to use the groups, but it is in there. I wouldn't recommend using it though. I don't want to do the one-off thing. So I told you we got owners, I told you we got members, and then we kind of had this other one. The third one, the 2.5, whatever, is guests. Guests are people, they're like members, but they're only for outside of your organization. You can't create a guest with somebody that's in your tenant. IT has to turn that on at the tenant level, since that is by definition external access, and you want your IT folks to have permission on that. It's a huge topic, and I wasn't going to be able to do it justice. So John Peluso, in the next section, he's going to do a whole session on external access to Office 365, and he's going to cover guests, and he's going to do a great job, and I'm going to sit back and I'm going to watch it and I'm going to learn things. So check John out in the next one. But those are guests, have to be enabled at the tenant level. And it's kind of a squirrely experience for your guest users. Try it out before you spring it on one of them, but John's going to take care of you. Don't worry about that. So how do we manage these users? How do we add people, delete people, all of that? This, we're going to talk about this right now from the end user side. So not IT, but you know, this is Jenny in accounting or whoever. She's got an accounting group, an AR group, whatever. And this is how she is going to manage the membership, because that's really the goal for this. Microsoft is all about empowering users and empowering people to just go out and do their jobs. I'm a big fan of that as an IT guy. I don't like it when IT rules with an iron fist. I like to put the guardrails in place and then just let them go. I mean, I think that's the best thing for the business. They know how to use their data better than I do. They know their processes better than I do. And honestly, I'm a little lazy. And the more they do, the less I have to do. I'm a big fan. So this is how end users will manage the membership in their groups. It's all done inside of each application. So we've talked about that before. You can manage the membership inside of SharePoint or Exchange or whatever. And then any changes you make in any of those applications impact the rest of them. When we do the demos here in a minute, I'm going to do them in the Outlook web access, but any of those can work. So they will do it in there. You can't nest groups, so you can't put an Office 365 group inside of another Office 365 group, or an Azure AD security group inside of an Office 365 group, or vice versa, or any of those kind of things. Can't do any nesting whatsoever, unfortunately. But your users probably don't care about that anyway. So this is what this looks like. Again, I'm going to demo this in a minute, but you'll know when you go to SharePoint, when you go to the SharePoint page, you know, the front page of the site, if in the upper right-hand corner it says members, this says 14 members, there's how you know that you've got an Office 365 group-enabled SharePoint site. So if you want to manage the users of the group there, you can click that members thing. You're going to get a dialog box that looks like this. You can add members. It's going to give you your people picker. You can search, you can do whatever and add them to your group. And then if you want to edit somebody who's already in there, so our man Alex here, let's alter his permissions a little bit. You can see we have a couple of options here. We can make Alex another owner, and again, multiple owners is a good idea. Or this is also how we remove Alex from this list. Alex has been dead weight from day one, I'm not gonna lie. It's time we've cut him out, and this is how we do it. Click members, and then find his name and remove from group. Let's spend a couple of minutes taking a look at this in the actual applications and see what it looks like for your users. All right, now I'm going to take you over to my demo machine over here. I am logged in as Megan B. One trick I always use no matter what I'm teaching, no matter what I'm talking about, is I tell folks to just start whatever in Office 365 by going to office.com. Anytime an end user or an admin or anybody's like, how do I, where do I, what was that? Office.com. Always start there. Every time. Free tip. Had nothing to do with security. So here I am, I'm logged in as Megan Bowen. She's kind of a big deal here at Contoso. So I wanted to show you a little bit how she can manage things. So you can manage this in many of your applications. I'm going to pick Outlook because that's the most, where most of your users spend their time. In the Outlook web access client or the Outlook thick client, At the bottom, we've got this groups thing here, and it's got a list of all of our groups that we're in. Like I told you, Megan, she gets a lot of work done. We got our money's worth out of her at Contoso. And so we can go to any of the groups that she's a member of. Fancy group, test dynamic, PMO with lists. That one sounds amazing. But there's manage groups here. And so Megan can go to this page and it will show her all of the groups that she is an owner of, and she can manage them from here. So here's the digital initiatives, public relations. That's a mouthful. If she wants to invite more people to this one, she can. You can see this is a private group, which is why we has to send the invitation out. She can change, she can click the description or edit the description here, things like that. We can see the members of the group, the applications that it's got in there. One of the things, and this is not an owner thing, this is just a group's user thing, there's this option for follow in inbox, which means if you turn follow in inbox on, then any messages sent to the group will also go to your inbox so you don't lose them. Some groups you don't care about, some groups you do. Follow in inbox is one of those things that you want to make sure you have right for each group. And then the group owner, I believe, can change that also. So here's some of those settings, private, all that. Oh yeah, right here. So I can set this for the group as well. I can say, regardless of what the users say, I want all this to go to their inbox. So they have no excuses for missing it. And then if you want to delete the group, you've got that right there. So that is a great way. And if you want to leave the group, you can leave it without deleting it, all that. That is a great way to manage all of your group things. It's really easy for the users. So we talked about how do you create groups. Now we could create one in here. We've got the groups management in here. We can go back to that. And let's go back one more. So we could create a group in here, but you know, I'm a SharePoint guy. I like to do things in SharePoint. So I'm going to create my new group in SharePoint. So again, you go to the front page, always go to office.com. I'm going to go down to SharePoint. This brings up the SharePoint homepage. And if I go in here, if I go to create site, now remember I told you before, end users don't know about this group thing, whatever this is. So I'm going to create a team site. Com sites are not group backed because by definition, com sites are mostly read-only. We talked about how groups don't have that. So we've got this team site here connected to an Office 365 group, really little letters there. I'm going to create that. Site name, Petri Demo. Now, a couple things about this. You'll notice I put spaces in the site name. It took them out for the group email address and the site address in SharePoint. It also told me that that's available. Good going on you. So let's say I was going to do something fancy like sales and marketing. It's going to say, oh, a group already exists with that name. So the end user gets the information right there. So I could come in here and I could call this more sales and marketing. That one's available. So you can see it by the green. I could put a description in there. Public or private is that, and then a language. And that would create that group for her. Now, let's say we want to add some people to a group. So let's go back to a group that we own. I'm trying to think of a good one here. Again, Megan just does so much work. It's tough to know. So here's a project site. The Mark 8 project team, don't tell anybody about this. This is super secret stuff. It's a cone of silence here. So I told you before, if you see this 19 members up there or any number of members, that means you've got a group backed site. And here's how I go in. So I can add somebody. And I don't know who I can add. Let's add Vince Phillips. So we can add him, and then once he's in the list, then we can edit his permissions, make him an owner, whatever. But that's how we can do that. We can also search for groups. So we can search for them inside of the SharePoint site. So if I do again, if I go to the SharePoint home, if I do searches, it's going to show me the things that are there. And again, they're group based. I can also do it inside of my browser. So if I go here to Outlook and I say, I want to discover groups, and I do a search in here for sales, it's going to show me all the sales sites. And these you can see are public sites, and I can just join them if I want to as a user. So there we go. That is how end users interact with groups in Office 365. So why should the users get all the fun? I think the IT folks should get in there and get to have some fun with groups too. What do you say? So there are a lot of knobs and levers that IT can play with Office 365 groups, and there has to be some amount of governance and control over this, and it's all in place. I know all of your IT fears out there. I've been an IT guy. I know how it is, so we can do that. So one of the things you can do is you can restrict who can create these groups. By default, everybody in the company can do it. So one of the things that you can do is you can create a security group inside of Azure AD, and only people in that security group can create groups. Now, that's only of the regular folks. Anybody who is a global admin or a SharePoint admin or Exchange admin or a user admin or a group admin, any of those roles that are obviously for creating groups, they can do whatever no matter what these policies are set for. These policies are set for people who are not in those admin roles. So you can create a group of people who are allowed to create groups. Now that might be, you may have a group of champions or whoever really tech savvy folks at your company that you entrust with that. Or it could be people who've taken your Office 365 lunch training thing. And once they take that, then they get added to this and then they can create groups and whatever. However you want to do it, there's some PowerShell that you can set for that, and then you can control who can create those groups. Another thing that you can do is you can enforce some things about the groups that those people create. Again, this is not IT folks. IT folks can do whatever, but you can enforce suffixes or prefixes so that the user created groups stand out and are obvious to other people looking at groups. So it might, put a suffix or prefix that is their department name, something like that, so that or string text, user created, whatever you want to do, you can enforce all of that, and then any of those that are created by the masses will have that tag. Another thing you can do is ban words in those group names. Now, we're not just talking about swear words, though that's not a bad idea, but you want to also ban words that might confuse somebody who's looking at groups. So you want to ban words like president, accounting, HR, things like that, so that somebody can't go out and create a phony group that is, real HR or whatever and have it not be HR. So you can always also do that. You can, at the tenant level, you can allow or not allow external guests. And again, the next session is about that, so you don't want to miss that one. Dynamic membership is an interesting thing that's been added recently, and this is the ability for an Office 365 group to have dynamic membership based on attributes of users. So it can be people whose department is accounting, or people whose name is Todd, or anything, any attribute that you can measure in Azure AD, and there's a list of them in there. You can create these dynamic groups, and then you don't have to worry about adding people as people come in, and we'll look at that in the demo. You have a small amount of reporting that you can do on groups inside of the reporting mechanisms of Microsoft 365. And then if this is something that your company is going to use a lot, there is a dedicated role to groups management. So you don't need to make them a global admin or a user admin or all that. There is a role specifically for managing these groups. So that's really, really great stuff. For the governance piece, there's a couple of things that you can do. If you're not careful, these things are going to multiply like rabbits. So you need to have some guardrails in place. One of the things you can do is set an expiration, which means any group that's not used, doesn't have any activity in 180 days is automatically deleted. And that's something you can set at the tenant level. You can have one expiration policy at the tenant level. And then you set the date like 180 days. If somebody uploads a file, the counter gets reset. If people are emailing the distribution list, that gets reset. If people are talking in Teams, that gets reset. Before the group is deleted for inactivity, the owners get emails at 30, 15, and 1 day. So this is a great reason to have more than one owner, because if that owner's left the company, you want somebody else to get it. You can also put a setting in Azure that says if a group has no owners, email Brad. Always email those things to Brad. And so then you can make sure that they get deleted, get pruned out as you don't need them. When these get deleted, the whole thing gets deleted, the SharePoint site, the Teams team, the planner plan, everything. So it all goes away, but it can be restored within 30 days. It can be restored by somebody with permissions in the tenant or by one of the owners can also do it. We'll look at some of that in the demo. The management for admins is a little better than it is for users. You can go in, you have all the UIs, so the Microsoft 365 admin portal, Azure AD, SharePoint admin, all those places have some controls. Also, man, one of my favorites is PowerShell. I can do all this stuff with PowerShell. So I'm a little partial to the PNP PowerShell and the Graph SDK PowerShell, but obviously you can manage this stuff in Exchange and Azure AD and all that. So whatever your favorite PowerShell module environment is, you can definitely manage these Microsoft 365 groups there as well. So enough talking, let's take a look at what it looks like. Here I am back on my demo machine. I'm logged in as an admin in my tenant. So once again, even as an admin, I just go to Office 365, office.com. So I talked about how you can manage these things in a bunch of different places. Again, because it's all back in the graph and whatever the substrate and all those words that Jeff Snover uses, I don't understand. But this is where we're at. We're in this. So we've got groups, and these are our Office 365 groups, so you can see them in here. I come in here as an admin. I can manage members. I can change the settings for the group, things like that, change them public to private. It's all in here. I can create new groups. If I want to, I can go in here. I can say add a group. I have multiple types of groups because Microsoft loves using those same words. So we never created that Petri one before, so we can do Petri demo. I really mean it, Petri demo. Owners, well, we like Adele. Adele doesn't own enough things, so Adele gets to be the owner. We've got some settings, the public and private. You've seen all this before. Create a team for this group. Why wouldn't you do that? Everybody loves teams. So you can create them all in there. So you're all used to the M365 admin. One of the things that I wanted to show you as I talked about those roles that you have. So you have the group only role. So we've got this group membership or group management role down here, groups admin. And I kind of wanted to show you how it has a lot less privileges than user admin or something like that, which you might have had to use in the past. So when you compare those two roles, you can see, set owners of the group, all that kind of stuff. But now you can't do all these other things if you're just the group admin. So all the great group things, but none of the other worrying about them changing passwords and things like that. So that groups admin is a pretty great role. So that's impressive and all, but where else can we do this? Well, Azure AD, this is I feel like I'm always going behind the curtain when I play in Azure AD here. It feels like, like I'm really not grown up enough to be playing in here. But when I go into Azure AD, I've got my groups blade right over here, and this shows me all of the groups in my tenant. And it also shows me my settings for groups in my tenant. And this is kind of really where the fun stuff is. So we talked about expiration. So here we can set the group expiration policy in our tenant. And again, there's one expiration policy for your whole tenant. So make sure you do something right here. Here is where you put Brad's email address. If you want to make sure all the groups that don't have owners go to his place, that's there. And then you can say that this policy is for all groups, no groups, which is off, obviously, or selected groups, so you do have that granular amount of control in there. And again, when it gets deleted, it gets deleted. And here is where you can do those naming policy things. So you can define the prefixes and the suffixes and all of that, the blocked words. I always do this in PowerShell. These settings always come out in PowerShell first. That's where I'm most comfortable at it. And you can see right here, you can't see the words that are blocked, but you can download the CSV of the words that are blocked and then, upload another CSV. But you can also do it with PowerShell with the Azure AD plugin. And then here's the group naming policy. So you can add a prefix, and that prefix can be a string like user created, and then you can add a suffix, and it can be the user's department, something like that. So then when a user goes out and creates a site in SharePoint or a team in Teams or a list in Exchange, wherever they create their group, it has these attributes. And again, IT is not affected by this. So somebody who has that groups management role, they can do whatever. This is if Adele in sales and marketing creates one, they're impacted by this. couple other fun things that I want to show you is we have these dynamic groups. So I've got a couple of these. These are so much fun. They shouldn't be this much fun. So this is a dynamic M365 group that I created in PowerShell, and you can see it's a regular Office 365 group right there. But we've got this dynamic membership roles bit here, and this is a rule. So this one that I created where the object ID is not equal to null, that just means that it's a user. This is basically an everyone group inside of my tenant. And I can see that up here. I can add additional attributes. You know, if I want to say where their username is not equal null and where, you know, name is not equal to Brad, then they can get in otherwise, but we've got all this, and then it'll go out in the background and recalculate that group for you. So that's those dynamic groups are kind of fun. So, and I guess one other thing is I wanted to show you all where the deleted groups are at. So there's a few different ways to recover a group that's been deleted. This deleted groups thing is one way. PowerShell is another way, but that's one way to do it. One thing they added recently, or at least I just noticed recently, was you can create a group and assign a Microsoft 365 role to it. So you see this, Azure AD roles can be assigned to this group. And this can also be dynamic. So this means you could have a group in Azure AD called like SharePoint admins or whatever, and assign it the SharePoint admin role in here. And then instead of having to go and add people to that role in Microsoft 365, you can just add them to this group, or you can make it an attribute based on their user, make it a dynamic group. But this role-based group membership thing is kind of cool, so definitely check that out. We're almost done, folks, and then you get to hear about guests, I promise. A couple of things, and I just threw these slides in really not to talk about them much, but just to let you look at them when you download the deck. This is how Microsoft uses groups inside of Microsoft, or at least how they use them. I think this came out in 2018 or 2019's Ignite. But just kind of give you an idea how, as a big company of more than 100,000 people, how they manage groups inside. So things like they don't have suffixes and prefixes, you know, things like that. They have a custom job that looks for groups with no owners, all that kind of stuff. So just to kind of give you some ideas of what policies you should implement when you implement groups. So thank you so much for your time. I love talking about groups. I love doing these kind of things. So I appreciate the folks at Petri giving me this platform and letting me participate today. If you've got any questions about groups, reach out to me. Todd.clint@sympraxisconsulting.com, @ToddClint out on Twitter, a number of different ways. And it's been a good time. And thanks again to Petri.
The session has now concluded. You can find handouts at petri.com/conferences or the link below. But stay tuned, we have many more sessions ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Raymond Tsai, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now!
Hello, my name is Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petri's Office 365 Security Day.
We'd like to thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at coreview.com.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to another session here at the Petri Get IT Office 365 security learning event. Very, very happy to be able to participate here. This is a strange time. We're all working from home. Office 365 is more important than ever to most of us. I know I'm working from home in my currently under construction house, so please pardon any hammering or sawing that should come up in the process here, but this is the new world of work. My name is John Peluso. I am a Microsoft Regional Director and also the Chief Product Officer for AvePoint. AvePoint is a global Microsoft ISV, and we've got a long history going back to 2001, developing applications to support migration management, governance, protection, and compliance in Office 365. The topic that I do want to talk about today is relevant along those lines. The topic here is making sense of guest access and external sharing across sites, groups, teams, right? All of these collaborative workspaces that we have in Office 365. A lot of value that can come from this, but also a lot of things that we need to be aware of because it is very complex at its core. So hopefully what we'll understand today by the time we leave here is, number one, the foundations of guest access in Office 365. And that means we're going to have to spend some time talking about Azure Active Directory B2B, right? So we'll spend some good times there so you can understand the core of this very powerful functionality. And then we'll move on to key takeaway 2, hopefully, and help you understand how what we talk about in Azure AD B2B will relate to what actually happens in applications like Teams, Groups, SharePoint, OneDrive, right? Because there's a flow down of some of these settings. Finally, we'll end up dwelling on some of the unique differences with SharePoint and OneDrive. A little bit unique in terms of how external sharing works there. And we'll talk a little bit how we can mitigate some of the complexity that introduces as well. All right, so strap yourselves in. We've got a demo heavy session here. And while I'll be doing mostly demos during the session, I believe the deck will be made available to you. And I've got good links and screenshots in there as well to help you take away what we learned today. All right, off we go. Let's start out talking about where we're going. Now, this analogy that you'll see in pictures as we go through the session is that of onions. I've used an onion as the metaphor for external sharing in Office 365 because there's so many layers here that need to be understood. So we'll talk a little bit about the reality behind external sharing. We'll get into why it can be confusing. If you're taking a first look from the outside in, you're confused because it's confusing, so don't feel bad about that. We'll talk a little bit about, again, some of that complexity, but by the end of the session, the goal is to be able to put you together so that you can start planning your approach, and you do need to start planning an approach. Going back a couple of years, Microsoft started shipping Office 365 with guest access and external sharing on by default, right? So it's imperative that we understand, number one, that that's the case, and number two, how we can bring it under management. All right. So anytime guest access or external access is discussed, it is a topic that generates a lot of strong opinions amongst folks within an organization. There is absolutely no doubt that there is a productivity gain, just like there is for working amongst your internal users, to use technologies like Teams as an example to collaborate externally as well. But there's a lot of fear associated with. There's this impression that I'm letting people in, right? And once they're in, how am I going to control them? I've got some friends that I'm afraid to let in the house, right? Why? Because I don't know how I'm going to get rid of them, right? So same thing with guest access. Sometimes it can be a little daunting. However, while we have some of these very real and rational concerns, one reality that I like to point out, both internally with our own security and privacy teams, as well as with customers, is you're already collaborating externally, right? Through some method, whether you're aware of it or not, your people right now are collaborating with people outside the organization, maybe through meetings, maybe through files that they're emailing around, maybe by setting up their personal OneDrive or a Box account or a G Drive account or something like that. So it is already happening. And so it's beholden on us to figure out, right, as a services organization, how to manage that service properly so that the users get what they need, but also that we can have the appropriate amount of control, monitoring, and compliance. And so we're concerned about data, we're concerned about data loss, we're concerned about people traversing the organization once they get in, we're concerned about all that kind of stuff, right? Very common amongst folks that are talking about these things. Now, as I said, it's complex, right? When I first started to look into this a few years ago and say, all right, I really got to sort this out in my head, it was when groups, Office 365 groups, were relatively new, and we started to see this concept of external sharing beyond just SharePoint and OneDrive. And so I said, all right, let me dig into this a little bit, and let me start looking around. So this was my expression at the time, and it only got worse, because as I started to poke around in the back end of Office 365, I saw things like this, and I said, okay, this makes sense. I'm in an Azure AD interface here. Looks like there's some guest settings. Now I'm over here. I'm in SharePoint Admin Center. I can see some more guest settings. Now I'm over here in the Office 365 Admin Center, and I'm seeing more settings about who can share with who. And now I'm over in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center again, looking at our guests allowed in groups. And then I'm in the Office 365 Admin Center again, and I see another interface. And then I see things like this in the end user interface. And then I see stuff like this in the SharePoint active sites list. And then I see some stuff like this going into the OneDrive Admin Center. And then I see some additional external sharing in OneDrive sharing policies. And if I go to the sharing policies for the SharePoint Admin Center, I see still more, and there's some team settings for it. At the end of the day, I was literally thinking, how the heck does all of this stuff connect? And that's why what we're going to do is use this onion analogy, right? Lots and lots of layers, and we got to get it right, okay? So let's start with the core, and let's really understand Azure Active Directory B2B. Now, don't go looking for a feature in Azure called Active Directory B2B. It doesn't exist, right? It's a concept that that underlies the functionality that we see in the Azure AD Admin Center. So let's talk a little bit about what it does first, and then we'll get into sort of how we configure it and what the options are. And let's start by talking about the options that we have classically used to collaborate outside the organization. Okay, back in the old days, and these are the not so old days, right? And we did this at AvePoint. I'm sure that many other organizations did it as well. Let's say we had SharePoint, and SharePoint was the place where we collaborated on files. And now all of a sudden, my organization, Contoso, is involved in a project with Fabricam. And I need to collaborate with user B from Fabricam. Well, what did we do? Very, very common practice was to petition my IT department to create a V- account, right? Which is essentially an account in my Active Directory that was to be used by user B. And because we wanted to know he was external or she was external, we probably put V- at the beginning of their name. But to all intents and purposes, while that naming convention helped us all understand this was not an internal employee, this user B was actually a full-fledged member of the directory, right? They had their own account, their own password. They were authenticated by Contoso. And so they had no real connection to the user B that was back here in Fabricam. As a matter of fact, when user B in Fabricam wanted to log in to my SharePoint to collaborate on my project, they had to actually log in as a different identity, user B in Contoso. And what I would have to do is I'd have to somehow get user B their credentials. Maybe IT would give it to the project manager, and the project manager would give it back to user B. And so this is a physically separate identity. The downside of that was that there was no connection between user B in Fabricam and user B in Contoso other than a logical one. So when user B got kicked out of Fabricam or moved along and was no longer active in Fabricam, maybe they were deleted or disabled in Fabricam's directory, my directory had no way of knowing that. Okay, so this user just lived forever here until somebody did something about it. User B could have left Fabricam, gone to one of my competitors maybe, but they still had their account, right? There was no way to know that this didn't happen, right? So this was a common issue. Plus, it was a lot of maintenance, right? I had to take care of the management and maintenance of user B. User B forgot his password. He was calling my IT department, etc. There was a more simplistic approach, which I'm sure many of us still use today, where I don't go through all the trouble of creating an account for user B in Fabricam, but we use the old inbox to send our information and our communications back and forth. And really, I mean, listen, email, one of the reasons for email was to enable external collaboration outside the organization, right? But when it's being used for regular, repeated collaboration, like in a project or something like that, or we're sharing lots of files, there's a lot of unsatisfactory elements with this. One unsatisfactory element is that when that user sends me a document, let's say it is an attachment, there's no way for me to connect that to the original document, right? There's no co-authoring here. There's no anything like that. Further, I have no control as Contoso what happens with that document after it hits user B's mailbox, unless, of course, I'm using some real sophisticated technology like some encryption or sensitivity labeling that's encrypting documents at the document level. But for the most part, once we email those documents out, we don't really have a whole lot of control over them. So this is really not optimal either, neither from a productivity standpoint nor from a security standpoint. So let's talk a little bit about what guest access is in Azure Active Directory B2B. And this is where the term guest user is going to come in. It looks a heck of a lot like what we did back in my first scenario. There is now a user B that is reflected in my directory. The difference is that this is not a separate identity from the user B that lives in Fabricam. This is actually the same user B. Right? What happens is in Azure Active Directory B2B, we can create a purpose-built guest user where we're not creating a new identity, we're referencing an existing external entity. User B will continue to authenticate. Anytime they need access to my tenant, they will continue to authenticate first with Fabricam before they're allowed into my tenant. So Fabricam is still handling the authentication. Why is that important? Because the second user B leaves Fabricam, I'm going the wrong way in these slides. The second user B leaves Fabricam, they can no longer access my tenant because there's nobody to authenticate them, right? Fabricam will no longer authenticate them. Now, I might be worried, hey, I don't control the authentication anymore. How can I be sure that user B is using a strong device, right? An updated device, that they're using strong password protection characteristics. It's no problem because since this is still a directory object, what I'm able to do is I'm able to apply any conditional access or things like that I want to do using Azure's identity protections. So this can still be subject to things like MFA and conditional access policies, but the authentication first is handled here, then they would be subject to any of my Contoso-based policies. So it's really secure in addition to being easier to manage. And in this model, user B has full access, depending on how I configure the Contoso tenant, can have full access to participate as a first-class, semi-first-class citizen in things like Teams. All right, so let's get into this a little bit more. In terms of configuring this, let's actually pop out to our demo environment because that's the best place. And where I'm going to go to take a look at these settings is I'm going to go to my admin center. And then I'm going to go to Azure Active Directory. And again, as a reminder, everybody that signs up for an Office 365 tenant gets a free instance of Azure Active Directory, which you can then upgrade with additional licensing to do things like conditional access policies, etc. So here's my Azure Active Directory blade. And where I'm going to come now is this thing called external identities. Remember, Azure Active Directory B2B, you won't see it anywhere, but that's what this setting does. Now, if you're in one of the other Office 365 clouds, the government clouds in the US, for example, GCC, GCC High, DoD, most of what I'm showing you here is also available in the GCC versions of Office 365. DoD and GCC High, you may see some variances here. You may not be fully here with what I'm showing yet, but the goal is to get there, as Microsoft has actually stated. So if I come over here and I go to my external collaboration settings, these are the core settings at the core of the onion, right? How is guest access handled in Office 365? I'm sorry, not yet in Office 365, in Azure AD. We're not at the Office 365 level, and it's important to recognize everything you read in this interface does not assume that we're also an Office 365 customer, because we're a step back from that. We're at the directory level now. And we'll talk about some areas where it's slightly different. So the first thing that you'll see, this is some preview functionality, but essentially this first section is what rights do guests have in your organization? And largely, this is not about teams and groups and what that they can do and share in their desktop. Again, we're not at that level yet. We're at the level of things like, can a guest who's a member of Azure Active Directory, can they traverse the directory? Okay. Can they get, can I go into, I'm part of an external Microsoft team, so that means I have a B2B account in Microsoft's tenant. Can I go on and do a search and find Satya, let's say, in an address bar? Probably not, because what they've done is they've made sure that guest access is restricted. And that is a best practice if you don't want sort of full run of the directory to be able to find all the users for your guests. So there's a few options here. And essentially these bottom two are a little bit more limited. The bottom one is the most restrictive. I will only ever be able to traverse and resolve the identities, internal identities for people I'm in groups with, right? This one is a little bit more limited, not quite as limited as that last one, and the top one is wide open, where guests are treated like standard users, internal users, right? So some settings there. And then we have the guest invite setting. So invite is an important concept. Once a guest is in the directory, right, then all we do is add them to things. But getting them in the directory first is a process of inviting. They only need to be invited once until they get kicked out. They can then be added without another invite process. And so the invite process is essentially a flow that we'll talk about later when we get to groups and teams. But how can guests be added to the directory essentially is what we're looking at here. So the first is admins and users in the guest inviter role can invite. So admins, Azure Active Directory admins, and anyone with the guest inviter role, and you can see some additional information here. If you turn this off, this is the only real way to fully turn off guest access across all of Office 365. Only way to really have it turned off for sure. Members can invite. Now, again, remember, this interface isn't Office 365 aware necessarily. So when they say members can invite here, all they mean is non-admins. So if this is set to yes, what that means is down-level settings will determine if owners of groups and teams have the authority to invite new guests, right? And we'll see those settings later. If this setting is set to no, then again, only admins will ever be able to add guests to the network. So again, if you want to have guest access, but you want it to be well managed and tightly controlled, you can turn this off until you're ready to turn it back on again. All right. Again, members here will never mean, from an Office 365 perspective, non-owners, right? Non-owners in Office 365 can never initiate an invite process. Guests can invite. Generally speaking, you're going to want this to be no, right? This is whether guests can invite other guests. One-time preview passcode. This is an interesting process where individuals will not need a corporate identity, another Azure Active Directory entity, and they won't need a Microsoft account. If they have neither of those things, all right, nor a consumer account that they can use, they can still use a generic email address and sign up, except instead of being authenticated back by another entity, they can be authenticated through this one-time passcode. The passcode is good for essentially one session, And then the next time they need to access, they'll go through this process of getting a one-time passcode assigned back to them. That's still in preview, but there's some interesting functionality and overlap there in terms of how SharePoint works. So we'll talk about this if we have some time at the end in terms of how SharePoint is coming in line with this Azure Active Directory B2B model. All right. We're going to leave this last one alone for now. It's another preview function. And then we're going to get to this, which is the core of the restrictions that we have. So let's say our plan, and this is how we're going to do it in this webinar. Our plan is going to be, we do want group access enabled. We want it enabled for groups. We want it enabled for sites. And I would like owners to be able to add or invite new members into the directory, right? Let's just say that that's what I wanted my settings to be. In that case, I'd leave these settings all on, except for guests can invite. And what I would do is the only way I would have control over who an owner sends an invite to in this model is to set up these domain blocking rules. So I could either say, and this is how it will be figured by default, allow invitations to be sent to any tenant, any domain, right? No exclusions. They want to invite somebody from Fabricam. They want to invite someone from whomever. It's totally okay, right? This would be wide open. Slightly less restrictive is you can invite everybody except people from this domain. And then the last one is the most restrictive, and it's the most measured, really. If you only have a few partners that you know you work with and you want to have a process, maybe you have an internal workflow, maybe you're using Flow and Power Apps, and maybe you have a formalized guest request process. Like we built that in our software because we find a lot of people want to be fairly restrictive here. This last option would be you have to be explicitly listed as an allowed domain here in order to be invited as a guest. So that's the most restrictive, right? We're going to do for our own configuration and the purposes of illustration today, we're going to keep it to this. I'm going to say everybody is okay to invite, except I don't want anybody from avpoint.com added. And what these settings will actually do once we come over here to users is I can be right here in Azure AD. This would be an admin action. I can add a guest user. Adding a guest user is a pretty simple operation. Again, do I want to invite an external user or do I want to create an internal user? I'm going to invite an external user, and I'm going to try to invite my AvPoint persona. And I can fill in all the rest of the details, but I'm going to save us some trouble. What groups do I want to add them to? I'm not even going to bother because I know what's going to happen is that's going to fail. Why? Simply because of the settings we just said. I said no avpoint.com people can be invited. So that's cool. But if I come over here to my users list and I add some filters, I can see invited users. So let's see, pending acceptance. I can see that there are 2 users here who have been invited that have not yet accepted their invitation. That's the Gmail me and the live.com me. So what I'm going to do for the sake of this demo is actually get rid of those users, and we're going to re-add them as we go here. So now I've got those users who are deleted and they're out of here. Okay. So Azure AD, pretty straightforward. Now, there's some questions that'll come up as we go through here, and that is, what the heck is this going to cost me? Well, it really depends because there's a fairly gracious licensing approach that Microsoft has for these guest accounts. There's a 5-to-1 ratio of guest accounts to paid accounts. And what I mean is this: for every paid license I have, I can invite up to 5 guests that can leverage that equivalent functionality. Now, that's true at the Azure level. Remember, I talked about if I wanted these external users to be subject to MFA, right? I want them to have a second prompt for identity. Maybe I don't trust that their password policies are awesome. I can do terms and conditions on login, letting them know, for example, hey, this is the AvPoint network and everything that you do here is owned by AvPoint, and all that kind of stuff. I could do that. I could do device management, right? Access only from a managed device or something like that. And so what I can do is set up a conditional access policy, which would require an Azure Active Directory P1 license. Well, as long as I have at least one Azure Active Directory P1 license, I can get that conditional access policy for up to 5 guests. So the math is 1 to 5, and that's great because that means we don't have to cover every single one of our guests, and there's a pretty wide ratio there. Office 365 licensing works exactly the same. So later on, when we talk about adding guests into groups and teams and sites and things like that, as long as I have the paid Office 365 licenses, if I have 5 E5 licenses, I can have 25 guests who can leverage that same functionality with a few minor exceptions, right? So it's always a 1 to 5 ratio, and that's pretty good. All right, so we talked a little bit about Azure Active Directory. We did our demo. We went in ahead of time and did that demo. You saw me create the settings for Azure AD. You saw me go and manipulate adding a user, being told I couldn't because of the domain restriction. Let's go down the pipe a little bit, right? So the outer layers of the onion. We did the core. We did Azure Active Directory, right? Lots of options there that we set. The next thing that we're going to do is go look at the next few layers. And the next few layers are going to be to go in and turn guest access on for the tenant. What kind of sharing is possible for the tenant, right? Then we're going to go look at group settings, right? So how do Office 365 groups interact with this Azure B2B concept, if at all? What about my files? Can external users ever get to files? That'll be my SharePoint setting. And then Teams itself. And so what we'll do is go into the UI for most of this. Again, I have screenshots in the deck if you're browsing this afterwards. So let's get back into our demo. And what I want to do now is go to the Microsoft 365 Admin Center, which is right here. Okay, and this time I'm going to come up and I'm going to go to settings and I'm going to go to org settings or organizational settings. And the first place I'm going to go is over here to security and privacy, because there's a sharing setting here which will control access for how this Office 365 tenant deal with guests. When this setting is selected, meaning this guy here, all users can add people outside the organization as guests, right? When this setting isn't selected, only admins can add guests. So you remember the setting back in Azure AD over here, right? Which said members can invite. That was turned on. But again, Azure AD impacts more than just Office 365. This toggle here, where is it? This toggle here is, okay, regardless of what Azure AD says up there, how am I going to handle this for Office 365? Will I let non-admins add, invite new guests? That's really what this setting says. So that's the first layer, right? We've now said, again, remember our goal was to allow owners to invite. So I have to have that setting on first and foremost. So now we've done Azure AD, we've done Office 365 all up. Let's go take a look at how Office 365 groups feel about guests. So I'm going to come down to, again, in my org settings, I'm going to go over to services, and I'm going to come over here to Microsoft 365 groups. Now I have 2 toggles here, right? The first one is let group owners add people outside the organization to Microsoft 365 groups as guests. Okay, so will owners of groups, Microsoft 365 groups. So by impact, that means guest group connected SharePoint sites, group connected team sites, right? And all, Teams, Microsoft Teams, which you know is backed by a group. And Yammer does not quite yet support this guest access model, but they've signaled in their roadmap that they will. So think about all the things that are impacted by the settings we're going to do here. Right. So do I want to allow group owners to add people outside the organization to groups? Yes or no? This would impact adding existing guests and also inviting new ones, right? Because it's not just about inviting. With this toggle off, then your only option will be for admins to add guests to groups. So for example, I mentioned we have some software around this And you can enable a workflow where this is off, but using another process, in my example, our software, you can request that a guest be added. And then it will be subject to approval maybe, and then they'll be added, but you're not giving those owners the ability to directly add guests. So in this webinar, we're not using any extra software. We're going to go out of box, and I'm going to say I do want my owners to be able to add people outside the organization as guests. This next one is a really weird one. It's let guest group members access group content, and it's really about the SharePoint side of the fence. So basically this is, do I want guests to just be part of the group, or do I want them to also be a member of the Office 365 team site that sits behind there and be able to access all the files? Okay, so do I want guests to be allowed to be added by owners, and then do I also want to allow guests to access the file content? If not, they're members of the group. And so if I was setting up, let's say, a Office 365 group primarily as a distribution list, this would work, right? But I've got to check this box if I want them to be able to access team files as well. Okay, so now I've got the group settings, and I've got the Office 365 tenant-wide settings. The only other thing that I need to do is take a look at setting the SharePoint settings, and then if I want groups to be able to, or guests to be able to access Teams, I've got to set that as well. So let's deal with SharePoint first. And if I come down to SharePoint, there's a sharing setting, right? How can users access your SharePoint site, or users access your SharePoint site? So again, anyone is the least restrictive. That means anyone. They don't even have to log in. They don't even have to be a guest, right? They just need a link. Well, we don't want that, right? We're going to fire this guy right here, new and existing guests. Now, remember who I am. I'm logged into the Microsoft 365 Admin Center right now. So I am an owner. I'm sorry, I'm a global admin here, right? That's my persona that I'm dealing with. So this is a way to limit at the tenant level how permissive SharePoint can be down below. As we're going to see when we look at the SharePoint specific settings, it gets a little bit more granular than what we're just seeing here. Okay, so new and existing guests. Now watch what happens if I say I don't want any guests, only internal people. It's now connecting the dots for me and saying, hey, dude, you told me that Office 365 groups and the guests within them should be able to access group content. But if you limit SharePoint to only people in the organization, they won't be able to access any SharePoint content. So file access by guest group members is a combination of this setting. It has to be anything except this internal only, right? I can say existing guests only. That would mean that only guests that are invited through some formal process can have SharePoint external sharing. This would be new and existing guests. This would allow invitation flows to begin from SharePoint as well, not necessarily from groups. So we're going to keep that one on, but my recommendation for you is really think about this one. And after we talk about SharePoint, you'll see why. Okay, so I'm going to set those settings there. Life is good. Now I'm off to the last step here. If we go back to our slide, we set our Azure AD settings. We set our Office 365 sharing settings so that my owners could add and invite guests. We set our group settings so that owners could add and invite to groups specifically, which will impact Teams once we turn that functionality on. And we set our SharePoint external sharing settings. All right, remember that first or second slide I showed you with all those interfaces? This is why there was so many. Last thing we need to do is turn guest access on in Teams. Very simple process for that. There's just a single toggle. So basically what I'm going to do now is I'm going to leave my organizational settings, and I'm actually going to go to the Teams Admin Center. Because the Teams Admin Center has a single toggle that lets me say whether or not I want to allow guests in Teams. Really interesting to see the back-end relationship between Teams and the groups that are the foundation of Teams. Remember, we had already said that Office 365 groups will allow guests and that owners can add those guests. Even with both of those on, there's another setting that we have to check here down in organizational settings or org-wide settings. The temptation is that it's external access. It's actually not. So let's go to the proper setting first, guest access. And this is the one toggle in everything that we've looked at so far that is off by default. I believe it's still off by default. Everything else ships on and open by default. So that is something that you want to take a look at. Make sure that you've got a handle on what all these settings mean and set them properly, both for now, but then also you're going to give yourself some room to implement your external sharing strategy all up. So if this is off, there's nothing else to do. Once this is on, I can set some settings about what guests can do in meetings. Like, for example, can they share their entire screen? Can they do a meet now and kick off meetings? What can they do in messages, etc. Right? So I can do all of that stuff here once I enable guest access. And that really completes the process. My AD settings, all the way down through my team settings. Now, if you're doing this on your own and you're getting a little frustrated because you turn all this stuff on and the guest access doesn't work right away, don't worry about it, right? There's some lag and some latency setting by setting. Some settings will take effect immediately, others will take a long time. For example, that team settings that I just flicked, it took about 18 hours for that to get reflected in Teams and guests to actually be able to be added. So it's a combination of there's some latency and then there's so many layers of settings that it's easy to get stuff wrong. So just don't get discouraged in that. Now, one thing that people ask all the time is, wow, that's rough. That's a lot of settings and it seems like it's global, and it is, right? When I say guests can be added to groups, that means guests can be added to all groups. But there is a mechanism, and I've got in the deck for you the method that's used. And so I've got a link for you and a part of the article. Basically what happens is what you can do is you can set globally, you have to set it for open. You have to say guests are allowed, right? You can't start with guests are not allowed globally and then say team by team, group by group, you will allow guests here. You got to do the opposite, which seems weird, but that's how it works. All right. And what we've got here is essentially you've got to run a series of PowerShell. And when you're done, what you'll end up with is, for those of you that are geeky and have been playing with this for a while, you'll end up with an Azure Active Directory settings template applied to particular groups, in my case, the retail group, where it's got an explicit allowed to add guests equals false. Now, this is one of those things where you could do it team by team, group by group, but it's going to take some effort, right? It's going to take some scripting. There's no UI available to do this. So let's go look at the impact of everything we've done in the actual end user interfaces. So let's see, let me come over to Teams. Here I am in Teams, and I'm going to go ahead to my Mark 8 project team. And I'm going to add a member. And what I'll do is, remember I kicked my live.com alias out. I'm going to re-add my live.com alias. All right, and it's checking. It doesn't find me in the directory, but this will kick off an invitation process, right? And so this is the invitation process. Actually, I didn't get eliminated from this team yet. Let me try a different account here. Let's do this one. Okay, there we go. So this would be a new invitation. And why am I allowed to do this? Because we've got Azure AD allowing members. We haven't blocked this domain, live.com, right? Office 365 settings say that that owners are allowed to invite new. Group settings says that owners are allowed to add to groups, right? And Teams is set to allow guests. So all the settings are there, right? And now an invite will get sent. And if I go back to Azure AD, we should see a pending invite under my users list. Let's filter for invitation state, and let's say pending acceptance. And sure enough, john.pluso@live.com is still here. Okay, so that's cool. Life is good there. Let's come back over to this team, and let me go ahead and add another guest user. Let's go ahead and add my avpoint.com alias. All right. Let's add me. Let's go for it. Looks good. Uh-oh, something went wrong. Now, notice that this error message isn't as elegant as what you saw before. Why did this fail? It failed because avpoint.com is a restricted domain in Azure AD, right? So everything is working the way it's supposed to. One more thing let's do. Remember we said the retail team, I ran that PowerShell and I said retail can't have a guest. Let's go ahead and try to add a guest to that team. Now, this is the same alias that resolved before, right? Notice that I don't resolve that guest now. Whereas I can in every other team, we've run the PowerShell against the retail team, so you can't add guests here. Now, the understanding here is that that impacts only the owner's invite flow, right? If I wanted to, as an Azure Active Directory admin, I could still go through the admin interfaces and add a guest to the team. All that PowerShell and that settings template do is restrict me from doing that as a owner, right, a non-admin. All right, so far things look like they're working great, right? And if we went into Office 365 groups as opposed to teams, we'd see the same behavior. Let's take a look at something really weird though. Let's come over here and let's look for a SharePoint site. So let's go over to SharePoint. And let's find this one, for example, sales and marketing group. All right, and I'm going to go into site permissions, and let's try to add John over here from AvPoint, right? So let's grant some permissions, and I'm going to grant permissions to who? john.peluso@avpoint.com. Hey, look, John's outside your organization. No problem. Come get it. Now, you would think that I would get a denied message here, but I actually don't, right? But what happened? John is on the, John's domain is on the blocked domains list. The reality of what we're dealing with here is that SharePoint is a little different. SharePoint and OneDrive actually use a external sharing model that existed before Azure AD. And so they're still on a kind of a parallel track that's not fully connected to how Azure AD works. Now, it is possible for me to block the AvPoint domain, but in the way that I've just configured external sharing in SharePoint, remember, I've said that any guest, right, can be invited, not just guests already in the directory. So let's go figure out why that is. And let's revisit one of the settings that we already looked at. So let's go back to the admin center. Let's come down here to SharePoint. Remember, we set the global setting for new and existing guests, right? Now, if I wanted to prevent the behavior I just did, what I could do is set SharePoint to be existing guests only. And this would affect SharePoint and it would affect OneDrive, right? And so that's what I'm going to do now. So now my changes are saved. But this isn't the only place that I configure SharePoint related settings, right? So what I can do is come over here to the SharePoint Admin Center. And when I go to policies and sharing, now as a SharePoint admin, I have the ability to set some settings as well, right? So what if I want to set this up at the most permissive model I can? Now I've just adjusted the settings. So if I go back, let's go back to where we just were. Do you see what happened? This setting is the exact same as this setting, right? So that's one thing to be aware of. What I do here is the global SharePoint policy. So an admin can set it through the previous interface, but a SharePoint admin can override it here. And so you see it's the same sliders, confusingly in the reverse order, right? Anyone, including anonymous links, new and existing guests, etc. So if I really wanted to lock things down and say only existing guests, now I've set my SharePoint global settings to say you have to honor things that are already in Azure AD. The reason some people don't do that is if I want to start an invitation flow from SharePoint, because all I want to do is share a single file, right? Locking it to guests already in the directory won't help me too much. unless I have some alternate method of providing access. So again, it's a mix of how you want to deal with things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back up and set this at new and existing guests. Notice that my OneDrive slider can be different than my SharePoint slider, although it can never be more restrictive in OneDrive. SharePoint can be more restrictive than OneDrive, but OneDrive can never be, I'm sorry, SharePoint can be less restrictive than OneDrive, but OneDrive can never be less restrictive than SharePoint. Interesting there. There are also some additional settings. Again, I said new and existing guests. So if I did want to limit sharing by domain, does it look familiar? It's very similar to what we said in Azure AD. They work similarly, but there's no connection between the two. Okay. And worse, if you wanted to do some scripting to keep them in sync, there's no API that I can find to understand what the block domains are without actually trying to add the user. So that's a challenge here. Again, just know that they're not connected in any way. You see some other SharePoint settings now at the Ignite conference. They announced one of the things they'll be doing is potentially expiring guests after a certain period of time, right? So that's useful. This is if folks are using a verification code to log in. So that's that one-time passcode. But there'll be some movement here go forward. My recommendation is, as much as possible, keep this to existing guests if you can get away with it, simply because otherwise you're opening yourself to a lot of other settings that you've got to manage. Now, having said that, again, the model is similar to groups in that these are my global settings, but if I do have individual sites that I want to be more restrictive on or treat differently, like my benefits site, I can go into the site itself, right, active sites, and go to sharing. And once again, I'm presented with the same options, and they will be set. They can be set differently. So if I want to say existing guests only, or new and existing guests, or anyone, right, I can set those things. Now I shouldn't be able to save this to be less restrictive unless they've made a change there. Looks like, sorry, I didn't hit the right button there. Sharing. Yeah, it looks like this is now able to be less restrictive than the global. So you can go either way, but you can be dialed down or dialed up in your external sharing settings here. Similarly, I can choose to either override or comply with the domain settings for the tenant. So this guy can have its own block settings. And this is something that we're seeing in a few of our larger customers, where they have to deal with the fact that they don't know who should or shouldn't be in the site. It's the site owners that know that. So they have a process by which the site owners can communicate, hey, in this site alone, I need sharing with these domains, right? Because I have projects with these partners. That's a way to actually take this complexity and this granularity of SharePoint external sharing and actually make it work for you. Because IT then doesn't have to add these folks to the Azure AD allowed list. It's only that one site that they could be added to. So that's an interesting prospect, and the fact that in that case that this is separate from Azure AD B2B does make some sense. So let's put this all back together again. Super complex, right? But as you look to figure this out, I would say your first step is figure who do you want to work with and in what applications, right? Do you want basic file sharing? In that case, let's focus it probably on SharePoint, although because of the difficulty in reporting on guest access in SharePoint, which is not that easy, right, versus reporting on guest access through Azure AD, we may still want to limit it to Azure AD folks and guests already in the directory. But number one, do you need to collaborate externally? If so, what kind of collaboration is that? Do you want to onboard new collaborators, net new guests to the environment via an owner invite workflow, via an admin ad, or some managed process that you implement, right? Because that's going to dictate how you set some of those toggles, right? Several of those toggles will turn off if you're going to have either owner or some automated application add these folks to the directory. And then finally, we didn't even talk about it. We do a whole session on this one, life cycle of guests. This is a big one. Not only how do guests get into the environment, but how do I prune them out over time? So there's not a real good model for this right now in Azure AD B2B. There's some things with Azure AD Access reviews where you can set up a periodic review of guests. But this is something that you're going to want to think about as well. And again, reach out to me. All my digits are on the front of this session slide. We are unfortunately out of time. And so I'll leave you with, again, much thanks from the Petri folks for setting this this event up, and keep an eye on that URL to be able to download any of the session content and watch any of the videos. So thank you very much. Hope to talk to all of you next time. Thank you very much.
The session has now concluded. You can find handouts at petri.com/conferences or the link below. But stay tuned, we have many more sessions ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Sai, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now!
We'd like to thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at coreview.com.
Hello, my name is Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petri's Office 365 Security Day.
Hi, and welcome back to Petri's all-day Office 365 security virtual event. My name is Joanne Klein, and I'm here to talk to you over the next 50 minutes or so about secure file sharing across SharePoint and all of Microsoft 365. I am from Saskatchewan, which is in Western Canada, and I'm an independent Microsoft 365 consultant, and I work with customers strictly in Microsoft 365, and I focus a lot on the data protection, data retention aspects of those environments. So I work firsthand with customers. I use the product every day. So I'm hoping that today's going to be an information-packed session for you. Some key takeaways I'm hoping that you'll walk away from are level setting on the SharePoint touch points across Microsoft 365, a pretty important aspect to understand. Won't spend a lot of time on that, but it's really key that you understand what those touch points are. And the importance of the OneDrive Files app. Attended a couple great sessions at the recent Microsoft Ignite conference, and I want to highlight some key focus areas that Microsoft is looking at in that app. A lot of time spent on sharing controls. That's a huge aspect of secure file sharing. And then I'm going to leave you with a framework for managing collaboration. If you really don't know where to begin in your organization, or you're struggling knowing how to implement some controls, a practical approach to moving forward on that. So the goal, the agenda for today is talk a little bit about the challenges, what the goal is for the majority of us, and then how can we move to an optimal, secure file collaboration experience in our own Microsoft 365 environments. So the challenge, how can we build a successful collaboration environment? And there's three sometimes competing challenges we have in front of us. One is we want to protect the intellectual property in our organization. That will vary from one to another. We want to enable self-service, and we want to have, at the end of the day, a smooth end-user experience. These can sometimes be at odds with each other, and this is why this can be a rather challenging area of Microsoft 365 because they're not always in alignment with each other. I asked many of my customers and also Twitter on what people felt that their organization's biggest concern was on secure file collaboration. And there were 4 themes that came out pretty clearly, consistently across all answers. Like, I could put them fairly easily in one of these 4 buckets. So likely you can relate to one or more of these. And I'm going to try to address through a number of controls that I'm going to talk about today, these concerns. Now, to be clear, there are many controls in Microsoft 365. You can attack this problem from many vectors and many angles, and some will be better suited to your concerns than others. So this is not an exhaustive list or a complete list that I'm going to go over today, because I only have 50 or so minutes. So I hope to address a few of the big hitters for these concerns. So discovering and managing data definitely is challenging. 88% of organizations feel that they really don't have confidence on detecting and knowing where their sensitive data is, and are fearful, therefore, of losing it. More than 80% of corporate data is dark. In other words, it's just out there, unstructured data, all of these collaboration sites. Organizations feel they don't really have a handle on what kind of content and where that content is. 40% of CXOs indicate that information security is a primary risk, specifically from COVID-19 and the big work from home initiative. Number one concern is definitely protecting and governing sensitive data to comply with regulations, and that, of course, is going to vary from one organization to the next. Habanero Consulting, which is a Canadian IT firm, put out a fascinating survey, 7 companies, 49 countries, 5,300 survey responses about the experience of working from home. And I want to highlight this slide for two key numbers on the right-hand side. One is pre-COVID, the work from home frequency was 6%. Post-COVID, the desired frequency has escalated to 45%. So I don't think this situation we're in as far as working from home will go away anytime soon. I think this concern will continue because I think this mode of work will increase over time. So we really need to pay attention and dig in and figure out how can we get in front of some of these concerns by implementing some technical controls and governance controls in our environment. So we want to strike a balance. On one side of the scale are the end users. They're collaborating. We need to make it easy for them to use. They're working from anywhere, from any device. They want to be productive. They want to be efficient. Those are all great things. That's what an organization wants their employees doing. Now, the counter to that is the controls that we can implement. And there's many of these. This is not the complete list, of course. MFA, data loss prevention, sensitivity labels, the external sharing strategies you have in place. How are you reviewing your external users in your environment? All of those things come into play. And we're constantly trying to strike a balance between implementing those controls and not impeding the end user experience any more than we absolutely have to. So the goal then is to balance the security, the compliance, and with the usability. Easier said than done. This is why this is hard, and it's an evolving process. In my experience, there's 5 general factors that come into play. One is your corporate culture. Some organizations are more regulated than others, and of course that has a tremendous factor on your secure sharing policies that you're going to put into place. How sensitive is the information that you're dealing with? And not all the information across your organization is of the same sensitivity, so we don't want to paint everything with the same broad brush. The next is how mature is your Microsoft 365 governance, and I would say how deep is your IT admin team. Those things really have a significant impact on the way you can implement the controls in your environment and the follow-up online ongoing monitoring you can put in place for them as well. And of course, let's call it out, Microsoft 365 licenses and the features you have available to you to implement definitely are affected by the license that you have. So getting to the optimal collaboration file experience, I'm going to cover 4 high-level things. One is understanding those SharePoint touch points. I want to dig into the OneDrive, which Microsoft is calling the Intelligent Files app across Microsoft 365. There are many, many security controls you can put in place and the toggles for each one of those, and then dealing with non-Microsoft 365 content. So the SharePoint touch points. Well, SharePoint really is the backbone, I would say, behind all collaboration workloads across Microsoft 365. Now you can do classic permission management and even modern permission management to restrict permission at the site level, and that has been around for a very long time. If you have a team site that's backed by a Microsoft 365 group, it will give you access to numerous other connected services. Most people probably have a fairly good handle on this by now. We want to focus in on the SharePoint collaboration touch points because this is where people are collaborating with parties outside of their team, outside of their division, sometimes outside of their company on documents and content. So I just want to highlight the different types of sites that you would find in a typical environment. Of course, there's the OneDrive for Business sites, that's yours, numerous kinds of team sites that can be at that middle layer, and then at the organizational wide site level, you have communication sites and some organization-wide teams. Typically, the bottom 2 are where all the collaboration happens. And both within the organization and outside of the organization. So this is the area that I'm mostly focused on, and most organizations are, as far as the collaboration aspect goes. So if we look at collaboration touch points for SharePoint within Microsoft Teams, we can see when standard channels are provisioned in a Microsoft team, it basically creates another folder in the back end. So that translates to one SharePoint site. We talk about a private channel. Each one of the private channels equate to a separate SharePoint site. Good to know when we implement some of the security controls, particularly external sharing strategies and sensitivity settings. We need to sometimes do that at the container or site level. So you need to understand this underlying architecture in order to know how to apply that in a good way. And then private and group chats, when you have a conversation with somebody, that files associated with that are stored in the person's OneDrive of all the people that are in the chat. Okay, so now that we're talking about OneDrive, I want to really dig in on Microsoft's vision and where they're taking the OneDrive product and how important it is to your collaboration story across all Microsoft 365 workloads. So they're calling it the Intelligent Files app for Microsoft 365. Traditionally, when I thought of OneDrive, I thought of the Me Cloud, some organizations call it. That's where I store my files. It's my own site. I have control over it. And then there's the We Cloud, which was traditionally considered SharePoint. All right, so OneDrive really is the consistent files app to work with your files across all of these workloads. And you'll see there's much more than just OneDrive listed there. You'll see SharePoint there as well. The idea behind this is a consistent sharing experience, same sharing capabilities. The huge benefit of this is it's one place to administer, certainly from an IT admin perspective, but it's a good and consistent way to teach end users on what that sharing experience is, and that's really, really important to do. So a couple key decisions that an organization needs to make about the OneDrive app is define your use cases. And I've seen all kinds of use cases for this. Traditionally, maybe you're starting a draft copy of a document in your OneDrive, later thinking you're going to move it to a shared collaboration site after. Might be a convenience copy for something, it might be for personal documents. But communicate that strategy so people know kind of what your expectation is of them for how they want to use how you want them to use their OneDrive. Will you allow users to share files with people outside of your organization? I'm going to dig into these settings quite a bit, but that is a setting you need to decide for OneDrive for your organization, where you want that level to be at. You have some controls over that on if you will leverage the OneDrive Sync client, which I would recommend, allows you to, with that files on demand option, it's really improved the performance of that. And it allows you to sync locally a copy of your OneDrives in a very performant way. So it will only really sync the copy down when you request it, and if you explicitly ask that it be stored locally on your machine. So it's syncing the differentials all of the time, so it's a very performant syncing client. So you need to make a decision on that, and then will you restrict that to domain joined devices or specific domain devices? This is a huge impact and factor to how successful your external and internal sharing strategy is going to be played out across your organization. They're the end users. They absolutely need to know and understand the options available to them when sharing. As good as these controls are, and as perfect as you try to make the defaults, there will be options presented to end users that they need to understand when's the right time to use some versus others. So spend some time putting together some training for them. I'm going to show you a few ways we can kind of introduce it built in to the sharing dialogue, but having a place for you to train them is super important. So managing external sharing, it can be broken down into basically 4 questions or 4 controls you can put in place. And I'm going to explain the controls based on these 4 different ways of controlling the external sharing experience. So if we first look at controlling who can share to external users, the first and most permissive option is allowing everyone across your tenant to share externally. That means whoever you share it to can also forward on that link if you want. Then you can change so only specific people in your organization can share externally. Great use case for this is if you had a training program for people in your organization that they had to go through before you allowed them to share externally. When you did that, you could put them in a specific security group. That security group could be specified right there. They could then be allowed to share externally. So there's that training and education factor to your end users. So that's another way of doing it. You can change it so it's least permissive, which means nobody can share externally. And the next is controlling which external users can be shared with. So you can share with anyone, which is the most permissive. So you could put a Gmail address in there, that person receives that file, and they could forward that email with that link onto somebody else, and nothing is stopping them from doing that. You can share with only authenticated users, either new or existing. So they would need to prove that they were who you sent it to with a one-time passcode, and they would not be able to, they could forward it on to somebody, but they wouldn't be able to open it. You can block specific domains. So let's say you had a competitor and you wanted to make sure nobody was sending email to them. You could put that domain in the block. Conversely, you can set up allow domains as well. So maybe you had a partner organization that you wanted to be able to share with. So these can also be set up on a per site basis as well. More about that later. So you can also allow sharing with only specific guests. A use case for this might be if your IT admins were controlling who is added as a guest in your tenant, and then they would control who it was that you could share with. So I want to talk a little bit about making anyone links more secure. Anyone links is that least permissive model. And I put out a Twitter poll because I just wanted to get a feel for what people were thinking about anyone links and who was using it. And as you can see from this results, 185 votes, there were 33%, which is fairly significant, that were using anyone links. Now, it probably had some conditions and some controls and rules around it, likely, which is a very good thing. But I wanted to just highlight a few considerations I think need to be made for anyone links and a possible use case for them. And in conventional communication, we used to send attachments in an email all the time, but there was some unintended consequences of that. You immediately lost control of that attachment, and they could have sent it on to anybody else. And unless you had a control like sensitivity labels or something like that, there was no protection on that document. And you were no longer working off the same collaborative one document if you intended to go back and forth with it. So anyone links in some cases may actually be a more secure option than a traditional email attachment. For these reasons, you can control whether people can view or edit what you share with that anyone link. You can block download, you can automatically expire them, you can revoke access earlier if needed. You're ensuring you're working off the same copy of a document. And the most important one is if this is combined with other protection controls like data loss prevention, sensitivity labels, your risk is drastically reduced. Now, I'm not saying anyone links are for every scenario, but there are some scenarios that I feel it does make sense. If you're sharing something that's not sensitive in nature, maybe public marketing material, there's no reason why you couldn't share that with an anyone link. But having those extra controls in place in case somebody shared something inadvertently. So to make them more secure, these are the controls you could put in place if you wanted to, restricting them to read-only, setting an expiration date, make sure it's not the default link type, because you can set a default link type. I'm going to talk about that. I would never make an anyone with the link option a default. Use sensitivity labels in DLP to prevent sending sensitive information. That's that additional level of control you should have in place. And then sensitivity labels, again, can apply copyright information to a file, which you may want on your public marketing material as well. And anyone link, it is a transferable, which means anyone who receives an anyone link can send it on to somebody else. Revocable, which means you can revoke it at any point in time. Secret key, which means you need that long key to open up the document. There's no document URL path in there or anything. It's just a unique key. So you need that URL, that link, in order to open up the document. Key thing about this and about pretty much all of the external sharing controls I'm going to talk about, you absolutely need to train users so they understand how to toggle these things in the back end to suit the specific thing that they're sharing. When the external user opens it, if you had set the block download, they would see that message. All right, control what can be shared externally. So you can share, you can turn on everything, so everybody's OneDrives and all of the shared libraries across SharePoint all can be shared externally. You can block certain external sharing of sensitive files. Now you can do this using several different features and technical controls in the back end. Data loss prevention, sensitivity labels, Microsoft Cloud App Security could all do this using different techniques. This is why I say there's several different vectors we could kind of go at this problem by, and you may want to choose one over the other depending on your own unique situation. You can block external sharing from users' OneDrives, but allow it from SharePoint. There again, up to you to decide what's right for your organization. You can allow external sharing in only specific libraries from SharePoint. So you may want to do this so you allow it in maybe general SharePoint team sites and libraries, but if it's confidential or highly confidential, you don't allow it. All right, so I want to talk about a couple ways to train end users with these settings that you may not have taken advantage of yet, because I can't say it enough that it's really important to share content, to train users very well so they are securely sharing content. Thing number one is you could put it on a company portal, or I often see a governance site where they have all kinds of data protection and data retention and security end user documentation on there. So you can see here, this is a governance site, and on there they have a page dedicated to collaborating securely with external parties. A fantastic idea for you to put your own corporate guidance on how you're managing external sharing in your own organization. Another way is to take advantage of a feature called a custom help link. I don't often see this used, but it's a PowerShell command, and you can build a page. Could be on your same governance site I was just talking about. And if you do this, and somebody tries to share something that violates a policy, in this case, they're trying to share to joe@fabricam.com, and we made fabricam.com a blocked domain. So it adds this little hyperlink called click here. And if you click here, it takes you to that URL. So I've done it on this particular tenant. So I'm going to share to a blocked domain external email address. Gives me the error message. I click the link, and in this case, it takes me to the Contoso Governance Center with the corporate guidance. Simple command. I would highly recommend, this is a quick win. You could do day one if you want, and you can of course always update this page as your policies change and as you become more mature in your external sharing strategy. Keep this up to date. All right, let's now control how external sharing is used. So anyone links can be the default. So you can see here we're trying to specify by default, when you click the share button, what do you want, what kind of permission do you want to be selected by default? This is a pretty important decision to make because sometimes people just won't bother changing it. So anyone with the link, of course, is the most wide open. I rarely see this. I would not recommend this in most organizations. And you can see on the right-hand side, as soon as you hit share, that option is selected. Although there are options on the left-hand side to help restrict that, it is a pretty wide open option to pick. And you can see you can reduce the number of days, you can't make it more, you can block download, but it is the default. So 30 days, it will automatically set that. I would highly recommend enabling that if you have turned on anyone links. And per site mandatory anyone link expiration is just new, announced at Ignite. So haven't tried that out yet, but that's a very good thing as well. All right, so the next aspect of external sharing is the importance of setting the right default link type. And why this is so important is you really want to arm your end users for success. So this is really protecting them. So whatever you make the default is what's going to show there. So in this case, we've made specific people the default. And if they want it any different than that, they have to click that and then change it. Okay, so specific people can be both inside and outside your organization, and they explicitly type their name in. When they click this, though, they can change to any of the other options that you've enabled in this particular site, whether this is a OneDrive or a SharePoint site. People with existing access is a really good option to prevent oversharing. So if you're in a SharePoint site and you have a document and you want to share it with people on your, send a link to people that are already on your team or your site, this is a good option, and it just doesn't overshare to anybody else. It just keeps it within the site. All right, then there is the default link permission. So you can decide whether the default should be view or edit, and give this one some thought. I have worked with an organization that changed this to view, and then what they ended up realizing is they didn't realize it was view, and 9 times out of 10 they wanted it to be edit, and so it was a frustrating experience for them. So just beware. This is a setting that you can make in the back end on what kind of permission level you want to be set by default. It can always be changed after the fact. Okay, I want to talk about a few key Microsoft Ignite announcements I heard this week as they specifically relate to secure file sharing in SharePoint and OneDrive. Expiring external access, move and keep sharing, and Teams file sharing integration. All right, expiring external access per site. So there's going to be a new option in the external sharing section where you can determine that a guest access to a site or OneDrive will expire automatically after a certain number of days. Okay, so this applies to both OneDrive and SharePoint. It doesn't mean if you have invited in an external guest as a member in your team site, it doesn't mean that. It means if you've shared a piece of content with an external person, you will now get a warning up on the ribbon of your site that there are a couple of people that will lose access to the site within the next 21 days. So owners and SharePoint admins can revoke that or extend that. I hope I have that right on the guest access. I haven't tried this, so as I understand it, that's how that works. Move and keep sharing is rolling out now. Use case for this is, remember I talked back at the beginning about how your organization was going to use OneDrive. Many times I see documents being started in OneDrive with the full intention that they will eventually move to SharePoint when they're in a little bit more evolved state. So move and keep sharing is a great use case of when you might want to use this feature. When you move it, let's say to a SharePoint site, it will prompt you if you want to keep those permissions. And if you do or don't, you can either revoke them or keep them. And when they land over on the new SharePoint site, whoever had permission to it in your OneDrive will continue to have that same permission on the SharePoint site. And they will also receive an email telling them that the file is moved and here's a link to the new file. So really streamlining that collaboration experience, particularly when you're moving documents around from one site to another. Microsoft Teams file sharing integration. This is, again, that consistent sharing experience that the OneDrive Files app is going after. And this is when you share a link within a private group chat within Teams or a channel conversation. And you can see here I'm in a channel conversation in the retail promotions team, and it is prompting me what kind of permission I want on this, and only retail promotions is an option, which is the team name. If I'm in a group chat and I put in a link there, and maybe not everybody has access to that, it will prompt me, do you want this to be given permission to the people currently in this chat? So really good features coming. Just going to leave this up here for a minute. This is the OneDrive roadmap announced at Microsoft Ignite. The items I have starred are a few that I've talked about today. There's a few I haven't, but they all very closely are integrated in with the secure file sharing aspect of Microsoft 365. So just be watching for them in the coming months. All right, securing your data. So we talked about the balance at the beginning. On the one side, you're securing it. This is some of the controls we can implement, not all of them, but constantly balancing that with the usability aspect of it. Everything from making sure those sensitivity labels are consistent across applications, showing recommendations and policy tips where we can, allowing end users to cooperate and co-author and collaborate to search and find documents even if they're encrypted, and enable e-discovery is pretty important for those compliance folks as well. So sometimes these are competing demands, but the technical implementation must strike a balance between these and find a way to do that. So this is a constant cycle that needs to happen, and an approach that Microsoft recommends is starting with the definition of your protection tiers in your environment, and then classify and protect your information based on a classification scheme for your own organization. Then control the sharing across SharePoint and OneDrive, and I went through a bunch of the options that are available to you for you to toggle those switches to suit your organization in the back end. And then, of course, ongoing monitoring to assess the environment and what's going on and adjust on the fly, and constantly improving your security posture in your organization as far as external file sharing goes. So when I say defining your organization's protection tiers, here's an example that Microsoft has. I'll have a link at the end of the presentation for this. And this is a way for you to standardize the security protection controls. That's really the big benefit of this, is kind of bucket what your security controls are in in high-level categories. And they don't have to be these. This is just an example that Microsoft has communicated, but you have to make this your own and what makes sense for your own organization. So some ideas for questions you might want to ask to kind of start separating out what your protection tiers might be in your organization. Everything from the default sharing link type that we've talked about, to deciding if you're going to allow guests at your SharePoint site level, who has access to your environment inside and outside the organization, unmanaged devices, sensitivity labels, guest sharing, all kinds of things. So to classify and protect your sensitive teamwork, there's 4 high-level steps you have to go through. And one thing to remember is when you do this, you're doing this at a tenant level across all of your Office 365 workloads. So whether that SharePoint site has been created by a Microsoft 365 group or a Microsoft Teams or a Yammer or any of the other plethora of ways you can create a SharePoint site, the sensitivity labels will work across all of them. The first thing you need to do is define a classification scheme. Then you need to have a pretty good understanding of where your data is stored, particularly your sensitive data, so you can start thinking about controls you should put in place to protect it. Then set up and configure your sensitivity labels with your settings, and then implement some data loss prevention controls. Here's an example of a classification scheme. First thing you'll probably notice is it's fairly simple. There's only 4 labels here. And although you can have more labels in the form of scope labels or sub-labels, by and large, the simpler you can keep your classification scheme, the easier it will be for end users to pick which one it is that their document will fall into. So this is a simple example, and it's very clear that they are unique from each other, i.e. confidential and highly confidential. It's clear that highly confidential is more secure. So if you had top secret and confidential, that might be a little confusing for an end user to know immediately which one was more secure. So it's really important that you understand where your data is. So even if you knew and had a good handle on it yesterday, maybe today you don't know what's going on. There's all kinds of collaboration happening all the time. New documents are coming into your environment. So you really need to understand where your sensitive data is and if it's being protected. So a good way of doing that is using a feature called data classification. And I always recommend assign members of your governance business teams to custom role groups required for monitoring this. You can use Content Explorer in there to really dig in and see right down to the document or email level, if you have the permission to do so, where sensitive information is being stored and shared from. And you can use Activities Explorer to really dig into the activities on your labeled content. So interesting information that is exposed in this tool. So you'll see it in the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center, and on this dashboard immediately you can see kind of a high-level overview of your tenant and where different sensitivity labels are being applied and the workflows they're being used on. And this is where you can dig in and get right down to a document level and see where sensitive information is being stored across your environment. So it's quite enlightening, a great tool to use as kind of an information gathering tool to adjust your policies. All right, sensitivity labels can do many things. First of all, they can do content markings like header, footer, and watermark, but they can also apply protection to a document or an email. And protection is like encryption, and it can make it so only certain people can have access to do certain things that you can control. So you can see if you can set up fairly custom permission groups in here to granularly define the actions that can be done on a particular document. You can also do auto applying based on sensitive information types on the client side, and on the service side, you can do auto apply to SharePoint and OneDrive content at rest. So if you think of all of the content you have across everybody's OneDrive and the existing content you have in SharePoint, if you use the auto apply capability, it can go out and based on your label policy rules, you can define or apply a sensitivity label automatically to content. And there is a fairly extensive testing mechanism with this, so you make sure you get it right before sensitivity labels are applied across your content. But it's a great tool, and also does exchange emails in transit, not exchange emails at rest that have already been sent. Okay, I'm just going to leave this screen up for a while to show you sensitivity labels. Once you deploy them, they are consistent across all or many applications, which again speaks to a consistent end user experience when you're asking end users to potentially change a sensitivity label on a document. So it's important that it's a consistent labels for them, and they're used to kind of going through the process of doing so. And this is only getting better right now. Two improved sensitivity label features, particularly if you kind of if you have used them in the past, is once a document has been protected, you may have seen this message if you tried to open it in the online version of the app. So now that is that problem has been fixed. So now you can open it up in the Office Online version of the product, which means a few things. You can do co-authoring, it's searchable, which means data loss prevention can check into those documents and detect any sensitive information that might be in there and optionally block it. E-discovery can see in them now. And that feature I was talking to you about, that service side feature, it is out and it's a really good thing. Helps if user forgets to set a label, because you know, we want to try to rely as little as possible on an end user manually setting a label. As much as we can automate, we're in a much better place. And you will start to see this sensitivity column being exposed across SharePoint lists and libraries. So you can pull it into a view just like anything else. It's a searchable property, so you can take it a number of different directions based on that. Sensitivity labels are also a feature that can be used at a container level. And when I say container, I mean a site or a group or a team, like the SharePoint site behind it. So it can control a few things. One is the privacy of a site. So whether public, everybody can have access to it, or if it's only a private access site. Will you allow external access to the any site that has the sensitivity label applied? And this is a conditional access setting. If you have an unmanaged device, hitting that site with that sensitivity label, what kind of access, or will you restrict any kind of access to that site? You have control of that here. So here's an example of what that might look like. I have a board of directors site, and on this particular site, I have a sensitivity that I'm going to make highly confidential. And when I do that, it's going to put this is not that new. It's going to, it's been there for a while. You'll see the sensitivity of the site up at the header by the site name. In this case, I've also wired up a URL to go along with that again takes me to the governance site. And in this site, I'm going to explain all of the different sensitivity labels for sites and explain what that means if you're on a site that's highly confidential, let's say. Again, speaking to the training aspect of secure file sharing in SharePoint, really important. So the end user experience, let's look at this top secret sensitivity label. So if we have these settings, private, we didn't allow external access, and limited web-only access for unmanaged devices. So if I was on a team site that had a top secret label, first of all, I can't change the privacy settings because that's set by the sensitivity label. Next is you will see it up on the header. I cannot add a Gmail address, an external guest, as a member on this site. And if I try to browse to this site from an unmanaged device, I will get this message saying, I have web-only access, so I can't download any content from it. So that's the end user experience, depending on the controls you have set at the sensitivity level. So a new feature is setting external sharing policies. Like you remember the sharing policies we talked about at the start of this presentation, you can now associate that to a specific sensitivity label, making that more consistent policy experience, allowing you to align some of these controls with your protection tiers. So you can scope a sensitivity label to separate out the scope. So have a certain settings for files and emails and certain sensitivity label settings for groups and sites. This is a new feature. So you can see on the files and email side, we can encrypt or protect and mark the files. On the group side, we can have different protection settings and external access settings. So this is new. Now when you set up a sensitivity label at the site level, you can specify if I have a site with the sensitivity label applied, these are the rules for allowing external sharing. So a really good addition to these controls, and one that I think is really going to help organizations align their data classification scheme to the protection tiers to implement those controls. So here's a quick little video of what this looks like. Trying to send to an external address, and I can't do it. Gives me an error message. So it's not going to, it's site specific, but based on the sensitivity label. So a really good control. Another feature you might see is something called an incompatible sensitivity label. And that's if, let's say I had, in this case, a site with a sensitivity of general, and I updated, maybe accidentally, a super secret labeled document. It would let me do it, but it would send me an email telling me I had done that, and that possibly that was a mistake. Did you need to put that document elsewhere? So just I guess a reminder or a check on whether or not you meant to do that. This now will be particularly important if you're setting those external sharing controls at the site level. You probably don't want that super secret document there if, let's say, a general site may be allowed an anyone link, although there would be other controls that would probably stop you from sharing that super secret document. Okay, data loss prevention can be used to govern your teamwork as well. So it can prevent content from being shared. It detects, based on rules that you provide, sensitive content that might be in your document, based on sensitive information types, and there's a whole bunch of built-in ones, and you can build custom of your own. And you can use retention labels as conditions. Preview now, you'll be able to use a sensitivity label as a condition to kind of tie those two controls together a little bit more. DLP you will also see in Microsoft Teams. So in your chat and your channel conversations, it will identify that there is an external person within that team or that chat, and then block appropriately. So in email and in the OneDrive sharing, this is what DLP will look like. On the left side, I have a custom sensitive information type of a customer number, and I'm sharing it with somebody. So there's the policy tip in the email saying that person, because it's an external address, isn't authorized to receive this. You must override it. And same with the sharing side. And then you can optionally allow an override. That's up to you or not. And then it explains what the issue was. In Teams, in here I'm going to put in a social insurance number, which in this tenant is identified as sensitive information, and I have a DLP policy to block that and allow override with a justification. So there's the pop-up that's going to come. I'll have to put in a justification, which is logged in the back end. And what the recipient sees is that the message was blocked due to sensitive content. Okay. Another feature that is really good to implement is something called sensitive by default. The way data loss prevention works is on as content is changed and crawled in your environment, it updates a search index. And that DLP kind of works off of that index and detects sensitive data based on that. Because of that potential for a small gap in time in which it may not be aware of a file that was uploaded that had sensitive information, this command will make all new files sensitive by default. So if somebody tried to share that file before it had been crawled and DLP rules had ran against it, they would not be able to do so. It would be blocked until it was determined if it was sensitive or not. All right, in preview is something called endpoint DLP. It's another way of protecting sending data through other means. So it notifies a user in the moment when they're taking an inappropriate or risky action with sensitive data. And you can see here all of the things it checks for. You could copy something on a USB and give that to an external party. So it's more than just sending links and attachments that we need to be leery of. Generally available now is the new block anyone with the link option for sensitive content. So there will be an extra option in your DLP policy action where you can say, I want to block that anyone with the link option. So if you remember back to when I was talking about anyone with the link is maybe not as bad as people are painting it out to be, I would say that's true if you can have some controls like this in place to mitigate the risk of you sharing something that you really shouldn't be sharing. So here's an example of this. So we have a US financial data for anyone links policy. I've got it blocked for anyone with the link option. When I go to that document, I can see here that it can't be shared. I can't even change it to anyone with the link. It will disable that as an option. So a really good control to implement. So monitoring. This is a really important aspect of IT admins' roles in this, is making sure we understand what's going on across our environment. So there's a couple places you can be looking. Productivity score is one of them. So what kind of tools are you using, are your users using to collaborate? And you will see that in the productivity score. Are they primarily spending all their time in OneDrive? Are they using Teams chats and conversations? Are they in SharePoint? What are they using? Of course, CloudUp Security is a very powerful tool. You can see real-time monitoring in there as well and detect when all kinds of confidential information is being shared externally. All kinds of reports and dashboards. There's the SharePoint site usage that's on each SharePoint site. I would train your site owners to look at that to see external users. Data loss prevention. There's all kinds of reporting and dashboarding on matches it has, any false positives, any blocks it's doing, and overrides that are logged. And there's a brand new feature called Data Access Governance Insight from the SharePoint Admin Center that will highlight overexposed sites. That is, sites that have an inordinate amount of sensitive content on them. So you may want to pay particular attention to those sites first to see what kind of activity is happening on those sites. And of course, audit logs. All kinds of things are audited in 365. So all of these monitoring activities will allow you to be more confident in allowing an open sharing experience. If you have controls in place, you can allow the sharing, but know that if a sensitive piece of information is going to try to be shared, you have the controls in place to stop it from happening, or to put the controls around it so it's acceptable in your own organization. So a good place to start for managing secure collaboration. I've thrown a lot of information at you, but I'm going to boil it down to 4 key steps. The first part of the framework is establishing your boundaries, and this will be different for every organization. So this is where you define what your hard requirements are based on your own regulations, your own internal compliance teams, what kind of sensitive content do you have in your organization, and based on this, you want to define those protection tiers we looked at, as well as your classification scheme. Then you want to set your users up for success. So remember, we talked about things like default link type, and if you'll allow anyone links on their OneDrives, and you have to make all of those decisions. You have to know what your end users are doing, and then set them up for success so they can continue to use the tools within Microsoft 365 to do their work, and they don't try to circumvent it because you're getting in their way and you haven't got the right policies in place. Educate your end users. So an uneducated user will search for ways around your policy, I guarantee it. So if you explain to them kind of why you're doing this, and you try to really work with them and try to get these policies and controls in alignment with them and to allow the best collaboration possible, I think you'll be in a good place. So it is not a once and done job. It's an ongoing and evolving process, definitely. So the examples I gave you about that governance portal where you have some of this information communicated, I think is a great idea. Pretty simple to do. If you talk to your communications people, they can set one up for you, and you can keep the content up to date because it will be changing lots. And definitely use that custom help link I showed you when there's an error when you're trying to share with somebody. And of course, the ongoing and evolving activity in your environment, it's always going to be changing, so there's always going to be monitoring that goes on. And particularly, I'm only talking about monitoring for secure file sharing here. There's all kinds of monitoring in Microsoft 365, but the idea being is based on your monitoring, you may have to adjust your policies and then continue monitoring, and it's a constant evolving process. Great. So thank you so much for joining me. I hope you took some tips and tricks away from this session, and I will talk to you later. Bye.
The session has now concluded. You can find handouts at petri.com/conferences or the link below, but stay tuned. We have many more sessions ahead. We'd like to thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at coreview.com.
Hello, my name is Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petri's Office 365 Security Day.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Raymond Sai, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now!
Hello and welcome to this one-day virtual learning event on Office 365 Security, brought to you by Petri. My name's Liam. I am CEO at Shareclicity, a Microsoft MVP, and a Microsoft Certified Trainer. I've created lots and lots of courses around Microsoft 365, and they are available at Pluralsight, Skill Me Up, or LinkedIn Learning. I'm excited though to talk to you today about the top 10 security controls that you can enable in Microsoft 365. So Microsoft provides lots of capabilities, but as I've reviewed and audited multiple types of tenants, unfortunately, these controls are not necessarily enabled. So the key takeaways from this session is that you'll understand the top 10 security controls that you can implement now. You'll also understand the impact of those. I'll look at each one and we'll talk about what the risk is that we're trying to protect from, and then what the protections are that get provided. And then lastly, also where to find those security controls in the millions of administration portals that Microsoft now has. But first off, let's talk about core security capabilities. Microsoft has hundreds and thousands of these things, but I've broke them down into 6 buckets. The first bucket here is authentication and authorization. Now this is done by using Azure Active Directory, users and groups, as well as multi-factor authentication and any number of third-party applications that you can integrate. The second is data and content. So we're talking about controlling of data, dissemination of content, encryption capabilities, rights management. All those capabilities are built into this bucket. Then we talk about sharing of that content, but actually that impacts not just the content, but the application level also. So for example, sharing content in Teams is clearly built over the top of Azure Active Directory, of SharePoint Online sites, of OneDrive for Business, and a whole host of services that Microsoft now have. Then of course, when we talk about access control, what I mean by this, well, you would think it would be authentication, authorization, but it's not. It's really about permissions. It's about roles-based access. It's about permissions into applications, and then how to control them. Then of course, we talk about mobile device management, which is more prevalent now than ever. Mobile devices such as phones or tablets or even Windows 10 devices. So the ability to use an old school MDM, so mobile device management, where we can own the device and protect the device, all the way through to mobile application management, which is we don't care about the device, we worry more around the application that's being used and what can be done between them. And then our last bucket here is perimeter. So controlling the edge, everything coming in and everything going out of Office 365. So this is where we talk about things like CASB or Cloud App Security Brokers, where we can control, for example, if a person is trying to log in with an account to OneDrive and then copy information to a third-party application like Dropbox, we can control what happens. Or we can even go one step further and feed our on-premises firewall logs directly into the cloud for augmentation. So 6 core security capabilities wrapped into these 6 buckets. Now, when we look at the building blocks, we need to strip back all of the features that Microsoft have and look at what would be these 10 core security building blocks. For me, the first one is multi-factor authentication. I don't honestly understand why organizations don't utilize it. Well, I tell a lie, I do understand, because it's all about the user base and their understanding of how that works. But multi-factor authentication is building block number 1. This should be a given. We should be enforcing multi-factor and it should be utilized. Second goes along with this, it's about inactive user sign-out, because often we work in environments where we're using shared devices, shared browsers, kiosk type ideas. And this is important. Or we're working at home now because of the pandemic and our kids use the same machine that we're using. So inactive user sign out, the ability to close out the sessions that have been left open that we didn't close. Then of course, legacy authentication. This one's been around for a long time. Microsoft have even tried to implement policies to kind of do this as part of their baselines, but truly going through and getting rid of legacy authentication. Password expiration. That's another block for me. This is critical if we are shifting in security to move away from password expiration or even passwords in general. So that's why this one appears here. And then of course, banned passwords. I'm so surprised when we look at the articles that come out towards the beginning of the year or the end of the year, and they talk about the list of most common passwords, and you find that password 1234 is still one of the most common passwords. Then, of course, we have external sharing, blocking the dissemination of data out of the organization. Account lockout, so controlling if an account is compromised, and that goes along with password expiration and banned passwords too. Then, of course, mobile application management. This one for me is critical, especially now as most of us work from home, or we're on the road quite a bit, or we're not in a designated office like we would have been years ago. Mobile application management, protection of content and applications on our devices. Then, of course, forwarding rules is a strange one, but I add this here as my number 9 because it's an attack vector that's utilized quite commonly. And then, of course, app consent. We don't often know what these apps do, so we add an app into the tenant, or an end user adds an app to Outlook or whatever it would be. Do we really know what that app is doing? So these are my 10 security building blocks that we should look at implementing right now. So let's talk about multi-factor authentication. So first off, let's talk about the risks for not having it, as well as the protection for having it. So the risk here, I have 3 core risks. And this has come from doing research and looking at environments. Nearly every data and security breach involves a compromised account of some description. It's very rare to find specific breaches that were done because of bad coding or something else. However, they do exist, and those will be the 0 days. Compromised accounts often allow further attacks within the organization. So if my account in Office 365 is breached and I happen to be an admin, then of course you can see the impact instantly of what would happen. What we also find is that multiple applications or services could be using that same account or those credentials. What I mean by that is an end user will have taken the same password or used the email address. So to give you a real world, I ran an audit assessment on a Microsoft 365 tenant, and one of the tasks that I go through is I iterate all of the accounts in the tenant and look to see if they exist as email addresses in known data breaches. You will be surprised how many people sign up for either business or personal services using those email addresses from work. And then you have to ask yourself the question, how often are the passwords similar or the same? So what protection do we get? Well, when we enable multi-factor authentication, it will protect every account authentication attempt, forcing that validation to a second factor. So what that means is, if I have my phone connected, so I've got my phone here, if I have this connected as my second factor, then every time I authenticate, I have to apply that, or there's a window of time where I have to pass that. It simply requires installing an authenticator application to a mobile device. We don't have to use SMS or text messaging, and I would encourage you not to, but use the authenticator apps. But more importantly, we can implement this using some kind of conditional based logic. So when we look at the risks and the protection, for me, it's a win. We need to look at enabling multi-factor authentication. So let's go into our Microsoft 365 tenant, and we'll look at how we can create a conditional access policy that will enforce multi-factor authentication. Okay, so here we are in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. I'm actually using an education tenant. It doesn't really make a difference what type of tenant it is. But if I wanted to enable multi-factor, if I click users and active users, you'll see I get this multi-factor authentication option. This is not the option that you want to click. This is going to take us to add. So if I click this, it's going to launch a separate browser window and it should load. It can sometimes take a bit of time, but this will then want us to add multi-factor onto individual accounts, which we don't want to do. So you can see from here, there's a list of all the accounts, and that's kind of the way that Microsoft have it. Now, if I go back to my admin center and go to show all and then click on Azure Active Directory, this is the place where we want to go to actually create a compliance kind of policy for multi-factor authentication, but it's using what's called conditional access. So I'm going to scroll down to Azure Active Directory, scroll into security, and then here we have an option that says conditional access. So I'm going to click conditional access, and there's no policies, so we'll click new policy. And then what we'll do is give it a name, MFA policy for all users. What we'll then do is go to the assignments option, and I'm going to choose select users and groups and users and groups. And I'm going to pick I have an all teachers. Well, let's just do all students from my education one. And then this is an important step. If you're building this as the IT person, the admin, you may also want to go in and say exclude directory roles just in case, and just say global administrator or whatever the security role might be that you're utilizing, because you don't want to lock yourself out. We've done that before where I've been doing a demo and then locked myself out and then had to come back in and right in the demo had to go through multi-factor registration, things like that. So once we've configured that, we then choose this option, which is Cloud Apps or Actions. We're going to focus on Cloud Apps, which is which select apps do we want to utilize and protect, or do we want to do all cloud apps? Now, if it's for end users, you're probably going to have a specific list. So I'm going to say Office, and we'll pick Office 365, Exchange, SharePoint. Maybe we'll do OneDrive as well. See if we can get OneDrive to come up. Oh, it doesn't come up in here. Let's do, what else do we have? Let's do Cloud App Security. Now let's do Microsoft Flow, Microsoft Forms, etc. So just a series of applications. Now, the reason why you don't block everything is because you may also need to utilize that. Now, the exclude on the user and group should help you with that one, but if it doesn't, you can then exclude specific ones if you want it to be a generic. Because remember, even you as IT still need to have policies assigned to you. We can then inspect the condition of the authentication or the request. We've got user and sign-in risk policy that will use machine learning to figure out if there's a risk to the sign-in. We can pick the device platform, so iOS, Windows, etc. So for example, I could pick any of these. I could also pick locations, which is quite common. You might decide to add the subnets for your offices directly in here. And then you can say if they come in from, you know, the London office or the New York office subnets, then don't ask them for multi-factor. And then of course we have some client apps and device state, which I'm not going to worry about. But I'm going to go to grant and then check require multi-factor authentication. And that's the only option that I'm going to utilize. And I'll click select, and then I can say create, and I'll put it in report only. No, you know what? We'll put it as on and click create. This will then enforce the multi-factor one for all of the users that try to access the site. Now, when you've done it, you may want to click what if, and you can then go into the list of accounts that you have. So for example, I'm going to pick some accounts here. Let's just pick a few of them. Let's pick Daisy. Daisy will work. I can then say any cloud app, and then I can just say what if. And then the what if will go ahead and look at the policies that we've created and determine whether or not they would be applied to the specific policy that's there. Now, I've only just created the policy, so it's not going to do anything. And actually, the security group, we don't know if it actually has any students in there. So for example, if I go Azure Active Directory, I'm going to click OK, just go to my groups. I'll scroll down to my all students group, click on members, and you'll see I've got some members in here. So I've got Daisy and things in there. So that means that when my policy becomes live and valid, which normally it can take a few minutes, it can take a couple of hours. So just be aware they don't always work straight away, that then it will apply. And we can then use the what if command to test if we needed to. So that's how we create a standard conditional access policy that enforces multi-factor. Okay, so now that we've created the multi-factor policy, our next building block is to control session signouts or inactive sessions. So let's talk about the risks first. Well, the risks to not having some capability in place is that long or non-existent session timeouts can leave those sessions vulnerable to reuse to other people than just you. In fact, an attacker could reopen the browser quite a long time afterwards and be auto-logged in as that previous user. Also, if an attacker has access to the user ID, they might even be able to just hit the web browser, might get stopped for the credential, put the username in, and then it might be sufficient to get past there. So what are the protections that we get? Well, when we put the protections in place, we can actually specify when end users receive a warning and automatically get signed out of Microsoft 365. So it's not just we kick you out, it will say, hey, we need to sign you out. Are you okay with that? After the specified period of inactivity within it, it will automatically sign out. So first we prompt a message, second it's automatic sign out. And just so you know, this works by not moving things around in the browser to try and keep the session open. It's done by the service itself. It's done by what's called end user requests. So as the end user requests the information backwards and forwards, the session will be valid. When the end user stops requesting information, that's what will time everything out. So if we look at the risk and the protection, the risk is quite significant and the protection actually looks like it will be fairly straightforward. So let's go back into the tenant, and this time we'll look at how we implement an idle session sign out. So here we are back in the Azure AD. Now we want to look at implementing idle timeout, and we actually have to come out of this one. We need to be in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. Okay, so we're back in the 365 Admin Center. I'm going to click Home, and then actually what we're going to do is scroll down here to where it says SharePoint. We'll click SharePoint here. This will launch the SharePoint Admin Center. And we expand the Policies option, and then we click on Access Control. And you'll see that we have the idle session timeout. If we click into this, by default it's not enabled. So we can say, click it on, and then we specify what the values would be. So the first one is, when do we want to sign users out? And how much time needs to pass? So an hour, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, 24 hours, etc. And then of course this option is for notifying the end user that they're about to be signed out. Now this is a guessing game, and you will understand it more when you speak to your end users versus what are you trying to protect. It goes along with that conversation of security versus usability. So do you want to sign people out after an hour if they haven't used something? That could cause an issue with end users in the organization that are hitting the same problem. So maybe it's a balance of 1 hour and 5 minutes, which is the standard. Or you could say 15 minutes and I want to have a 1 minute kind of notice. Or you could say after 5 minutes of inactivity, they'll get a 1 minute notice and then they're out. So whatever you set it to, we can click Save. If we want to turn this off, we can turn it back off and click Save. So either way, we can add it or turn it off if we need to. This will then create that session policy to control when accounts get kicked out and signed out from inactivity. Okay, now one of the most complicated topics and things to talk about is legacy authentication, because really this isn't your issue. It's not my issue. It's an issue in the fact that we've been using protocols for so long. So let's talk about what the risks are to legacy authentication. Well, legacy authentication protocols use basic auth. So that's the old school standard way of authenticating in. So for example, protocols like POP, SMTP, IMAP, MAPI, none of those can enforce second factor authentication. In actual fact, more than 99% of all password spraying attacks that were pushed against Azure Active Directory were done utilizing legacy authentication protocols. Now the protections that we get is when we block legacy authentication, we're really reducing the surface area of attack. It's also forcing modern authentication across all of the workloads, and then it's blocking the older entry points so they can't be utilized again. Now, can we just do this? Of course you can. Microsoft did this. They enabled some baseline security protocols and policies that were disabled by default, and you could simply say on, and then it would be enabled in the tenant. The downside being that you may actually be utilizing legacy authentication. So this is an area where there's a test and some checks that you need to do. In actual fact, let's go onto the tenant and we'll look at how we review any applications that might be still utilizing legacy authentication, which is the first step in being able to block legacy authentication. Okay, so we're back in the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. We need to go out into Azure Active Directory because we want to review any applications or any attempts to use legacy authentication. So this is done by clicking on Azure Active Directory, and then we're going to utilize some of the sign-in information that's available. Now in Azure AD, you do get to see the list of sign-ins of individuals that would come through. And of course we can download those values. And then of course we can also filter out to be, I want to do custom intervals, etc. We can also, however, do add protocols, add filters even. And we can obviously filter out by specific things. But what we want to do is kind of filter out by client app. So if I click client app here, and I haven't selected one, but if I select it, you can see what we kind of get. We get these modern requests, and then we get these legacy authentication requests. So I'm going to go through and just select a bunch of the legacy ones because I want to know if anything is using any of those. Okay, so that's our filter. Now luckily, if I click load more, you can see that it's got the list of all my values that have come through, and I've got my list of 13 applications that it's filtered to. You'll notice that I get no sign-ins for interactive. I get non-interactive sign-ins we can go through. Then we have service principals and managed identity. So different types of authentication that come through. Now I just managed to lose my filter. So if we go client app, apply, non-selected, and then let's just say we want to do them all, or we can just say I want to pick Outlook Anywhere, for example. And then that will be one of those that have come through. So if you do this in your environment and you actually go through and select all of the options here, and you find that there are applications that you're utilizing that use these, then this is where you need to look at changes. So for example, I've got some options here that came through in the last 24 hours. If I say last 7 days and apply that with the client apps, then of course I can click into each of those and you'll see the details of what that was. And it will say client app, other clients, or it'll be specific to whatever it is. And you can see other clients is listed here. So you just need to be aware that when you run the report, you want to kind of be targeted on what it is you think people are using. Because right now, legacy authentication is full of a whole host of stuff, and it says other clients, but what other client is that one? So you just need to be aware that's how you need to check it. So you're going to come into sign-in reports here, underneath monitoring, add the client app filter, and add those legacy ones, and then that will list you what's there. At that point, once you've done that, then of course it's all about blocking legacy authentication at that point. Now if we were going to do that, we would need to stay in Azure Active Directory. We would then scroll down where we were before in security and go to conditional access. Then at this point we would say new conditional access policy, and we can say block legacy auth. We're going to specifically choose the users again because I don't want it to impact anything, so all students. And then I'll make sure that I exclude wrong one, directory roles. Let's pick global admin, so I know for sure I'm not going to be picked up. Then of course we can go into cloud apps and actions, so I'm going to say all cloud applications, which is fine. I'm then going to choose conditions, and then I've got this client apps option, and then here I can say yes. And then you'll see I'm going to uncheck the modern ones, and I only want to choose legacy authentication clients. So now I'm filtering the conditional access policy to be legacy authentication. So I'm going to click done. Then I'm going to go to the grant option, and I'm going to say block access. So at that point, I'm not going to enable this, but if I wanted to block legacy authentication, it's as simple, at least initially, of doing this and saying block access to the condition of those specific client apps in the legacy authentication clients piece. And then that will block that for us. But that's as simple as it is to not only review, but also then create that legacy blocking policy. Okay, so let's talk about this awkward subject, this password expiration. It's been around for a long time. People have different viewpoints. Some people will say, no, leave passwords as they are. Some say, yes, you need to expire. So let's kind of talk about the risks associated to this. So what's the risk of passwords that never expire? Or if they do expire? Well, if you have password expiration, users tend to pick weaker passwords, and then they vary it slightly after each reset. So it could be password 1, tomorrow it's going to be password 2, password 3. Now, of course, we can apply policies, but ultimately the weakest link here is the password that the end user picks. Users tend to like reusing existing passwords, and also malicious attackers often can guess those passwords. You know, I often find it funny. Sometimes if we want to guess a password, you just need to go and look at someone's desk, look at the photos on the side, or the sticky notes, or look under the keyboard, or look in the drawer, or look on the monitor, and you'll find a clue to what that password might be. Now, what protections are enabled? Well, before we talk about that, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, or NIST, which you may have heard of, recommends disabling password expiration. Now, that's a big thing. Don't expire the passwords. Instead, force or change update passwords only if an account is confirmed as compromised. That's really the only reason you should do that. And so from a protection perspective, if there's no password expiration, then the passwords need to be good. And so we have capabilities to do that. Now, in order for this to happen, we need to obviously go in and set the password expiration. Now, to look at the password expiration, we can do this utilizing PowerShell by using get as your AD user, get the specific user by object ID or user principal name, and then we retrieve the values of password never expires and then check if it has disabled password expiration. If I wanted to set that for a specific user or all of them, I can simply say get Azure AD user, filter it to all of the accounts, and then I can say set Azure AD user, and then say I want to put this password policy and it's disable password expiration. So a very simple process, and that will allow the password expiration of those accounts. Now, to go along with this, we talk about password expiration, but let's talk about banned password lists. Now, you could probably do a survey across your organization and everybody would say our passwords are super strong. We have to have one funny character like an @ symbol, and we have to have a number and an uppercase and a lowercase. And then actually you'll run those through a password hacker and you'll find that the passwords aren't as secure as you think. So what's the banned password and why is this a problem? Well, let's talk about the risk of passwords first. It's common practice for end users to reuse existing passwords across multiple services. And you can see this when there's big, large breaches in the world or in an organization, that often accounts get compromised in multiple locations at the same time. It's common and it's easy to discover passwords that are being used. And when accounts use either common or simple passwords, there's a higher chance of a breach in other platforms too. So what are the protections? Well, Azure AD includes a global banned password list. So when users need to reset their password, if it matches any of those prohibited or banned passwords, the end user will be notified and they'll have to change the password they type again. The custom banned password feature also can store up to 1,000 words. So be selective on the words that you choose to put in there. But it means that the risk of passwords that are not strong or using common phrases or words now goes away by simply applying a banned password list. Now, to set the banned password list, we can log into Azure Active Directory, click security from the left navigation and authentication methods, and then it's hidden away in a bit called password protection. Then we can choose the enforce custom list, which we set to yes as displayed in the image, and then we add on a line-by-line basis the list of banned passwords. At that point, then I'm able to go into the tenant as a user, reset my password, and then of course that gets enforced at that point. Now, of course, underneath there is an option that I've not highlighted, which is enable password protection on Windows Server Active Directory. Now, here's a complicated thing. If I enable custom banned passwords, but all of your accounts are on premises, then of course those banned passwords don't flow backwards and forwards because you're allowing password changes on premises. If you enable this to yes and put the agents on premises, then we can use the same banned password configuration both for on premises and the cloud. And when someone tries to change their password on premises, it will respect the banned password list here. So let's talk about external sharing. This is a massive subject in its own right. So external sharing, what are the risks here? Now, I shouldn't really have to probably put these out, but the risk here is PII data or personally identifiable information is shared externally with no protections. And that's a big, big issue. Content could also be shared with anyone, both internal and external. I think too often we talk about sharing and the focus has always been external. But what about sharing it cross departments into individuals that shouldn't see that information? Microsoft's great at enabling external sharing, but be aware that there's support for corporate accounts and personal accounts, things like Gmail, Hotmail, or really anything else that has an email provider that they can then convert into a live ID. So in most environments I've found that it's either off completely or it's on. There's never a middle bit where you can share some of it or it's restricted. It's normally all or nothing. And actually out of the box, most of it is all. And so before too long, and someone looks at the tenant, they start to realize that content has been shared all over the place. So what protections do we have? Well, in the external sharing configuration, we can restrict sharing to specific users or groups. So that's our first protection, block by user and group. We can also control where content can be either externally or internally shared. so we can control that flow. We can configure the type of sharing that's allowed. You know, for example, do we need to, you know, pass a unique code, or can anybody access it? Is it a one-time link? Is it going to expire? Things like that. And then we can restrict sharing settings at the root level of the sites that we're sharing the content from. Now, of course, the settings and configuration are available in multiple locations. So it's a very hierarchical approach. So we have tenant level access, admin centers, site collections, and sites. The sharing does flow from top to bottom. However, we can also break it at the lower levels. So for example, in some testing I was doing recently, you can apply domain protections at Azure Active Directory and then invite someone from Azure Active Directory. And if it's in the blocked domain list, they won't get the invitation. But if I go all the way down to SharePoint Site Collection and invite them there and say, don't use domain restrictions, then it bypasses that configuration. So be aware that even though it's a hierarchy, you can break at lower levels. So it's important to get that right. So what we'll do, we'll go into the SharePoint Admin Center, which is predominantly where some of the sharing settings are, and we'll just review those configuration options and talk about what's a kind of a best practice approach that we can utilize. Okay, so we're back in the Admin Center. And of course, you want to look at the SharePoint sharing capabilities. So if we click into SharePoint, this will load us to the Admin Center. And we kind of went here last time. So if we expand policies and click sharing. Now, as you can see, the sharing capabilities are kind of built in a slider, and you can see that it impacts SharePoint and OneDrive. So out of the box, I haven't made any changes to this. You can see it's set to anyone. Now, in reality, there's 4 options here. So anyone means that anybody can get the link, kind of like what you would do with, like I use it with Dropbox ever so often, or other places where you'll send a link and someone can just get it. What's obviously quite helpful here is to move it to new and existing guests. So that means that you can't just send it to anybody. Somebody has to be authenticated. So the guest must provide a sign-in or a verification code. We can also go one layer further down to existing guests, which means that the users need to exist as external users in the Azure Active Directory before they can actually do anything. And then of course we have the basically turn it off, so it's only for internal. The most common mix is probably this one, the new and existing guests approach, where basically we can invite other people in and utilize the existing ones that are there. Now, what tends to happen is people might want to filter by domains. So you can say, I want to allow company ABC domain, or you may want to say, allow only users in a specific security group to share. So if I click manage security groups, I'll get my list of groups over here. So if I go in and say all, you'll see I get my all option. So I'm going to say all teachers. So all teachers can share, but students cannot. Then, of course, I get an option that says the guest must sign in using the same account. I recommend that you use that one. So if you're extending it to a guest, someone that doesn't have an account, that they have to make sure it uses that same email address for registration for the invitation and not just try to kind of do whatever. I would also uncheck the option that says allow guests to share items they don't own, because that's not what they're there for. And then, of course, we can then say people who use a verification code must re-authenticate after a certain amount of time. So we'll say 30 days. Underneath this, we have other options available to us. So for example, file and folder links. So we can choose the type of link that's selected by default when you share them. So we can just leave it to this setting and choose the permissions. So for example, I want to say your default permission is actually view, and you actively have to change that to edit. At the bottom section under other settings, you can show the owners' names of peoples that are viewed. So in the view audit activity, you can see the name. You can of course let site owners choose to display the names or use short links. So you've got some kind of basic settings that are here. Now of course, if I click save, that's now going to apply to SharePoint. Now what happens next is I can go into active sites in SharePoint, and I can, for example, click, I have a Liam test one here, and I get a sharing option for the site collection. Now you'll see that the configuration is different to what I just configured, which means that my highest level I can go to is new and existing guests, because I configured that as a policy. But what I can do is actually restrict in this site collection and say, no, it's going to be more restrictive than the global setting that we have for here. And then of course I have checkboxes for keep it as the organization level, or I can restrict. So for example, if I wanted to go to my physical science one here, sharing, and then say new and existing guests. Now notice this will say new and existing guests because this is also a Microsoft team. So the settings that are configured in Microsoft Team will impact the SharePoint site collection. So what you'll see from here is that I have a policy at SharePoint Admin Center that will say only new and existing guests. I have an internal site that's only for people. Now I have a Teams that's available externally where we have this option. And then of course we can obviously add domains. I can change the link types. I can uncheck these, and I have some extra capabilities. So that's what I was saying earlier. There's this hierarchy, but actually at the site level, we can change it. So the key really comes down to if this site, Physical Science, needs to be available externally, but the Liam test one doesn't, then don't enable it across the board. Only enable it where it needs to be. So you're going to go to the specific site, so health, research, sharing, and then determine what the option would be. And obviously as you change, various options will go away. So just be careful how you pick those. But it takes a bit of time. I would suggest creating a spreadsheet that talks about the level that you want to go to, and then implement those specifics as you need them. Okay, so now we're back to talking about accounts again. So what's this account lockout? Well, we all know what this is. At some point your account will get locked out. You'll log into your computer, you'll type your password wrong or something else. So in Office 365 we have the ability to do account lockout thresholds. So what's the risk that we're trying to protect from? Well, many successful account compromises happen because simple protections weren't defined. The most common actually is the number of times a password can be entered incorrectly before the account gets locked out. The higher the number, the more times a malicious actor, a hacker, a disgruntled employee must guess the password freely. So this is an important one. And we've worked in organizations, I'm sure you have on your on-premises environment, where you try to figure out what the best number is. Lots of organizations do well, if you lock it out, then you get locked out for 10 minutes and then it opens back up again, and then it locks for longer the next time. So there's no perfect answer for this one. But what protections do we get? Well, Azure Active Directory does something really clever. It has what's called Smart Lockout, and it uses cloud intelligence to lock out malicious actors that are trying to guess end users' passwords. The Smart Lockout can lock out attackers yet still allow users to continue to access their accounts. Now that's very clever, and it uses a whole series of algorithms to figure that out. The default setting is 10 failed sign-ins. Now that may be too much or not enough. Now the Smart Lockout option will look at the sign-in attempts for 1 minute after 10 failed attempts. So it will start to do something. The account locks again after each subsequent failed sign attempt for 1 minute at first, and then it will start to be longer at subsequent attempts. Smart Lockout also tracks the last 3 bad password hashes to avoid incrementing the lockout counter with the same password. So if I keep typing password 1, it creates the hash, it remembers that. I type password 1 again, it remembers that, and it won't start to lock it out because we've already had that one. Smart Lockout is always on for all Azure AD customers of Office 365. With these default settings, that gives you a balance of security and usability. Now to set these values, we can go back into the Azure Active Directory portal. We click on security, kind of where I went to last time. Click authentication methods and click on the password protection, which is where we went to set the banned password lists. Now this time the 2 options at the top are under Smart Lockout. They are lockout threshold and lockout duration. And you get to set these values. If I was making a recommendation, I would say maybe reduce the lockout threshold to 5, and maybe the duration is shorter or longer. But only you can determine that based on your configuration and your users and the amount of effort it may cause regular users who somehow can't type the password or did something that made them lock out the account. It's also about minimizing the support tickets that say my account's been locked out, can you unlock me, etc. as well. Okay, so let's talk about one of the big boy buckets here in my top 10. This is mobile application management. Now, what do mobile application management policies protect? Well, let's think about this. We live in a world right now where lots of people work at home, lots of people like to use their own devices, and they often are more powerful than work devices. So there has to be the ability for you to support bring your own devices. For example, if I bring my own device, my mobile phone, my cell phone, my tablet, whatever it would be, as long as I can log into the tenant, I could sync all of my OneDrive and SharePoint content locally, not onto a corporate device, and use it somewhere else. So really it's about protection of that. It's protecting the content, ring fencing it to a location and making sure it's not going to move around. So what protections do we have? Well, the first thing is policies are independent of MDM. So for example, if you happen to be using a different vendor for mobile device management, such as Mobile Iron, AirWatch, or something else, you can utilize mobile application management for the applications. The devices don't need to be enrolled into Microsoft Intune or Endpoint Manager. The primary benefits and protection here are you get protection of organizational data at the application level. It doesn't affect the end user's productivity because they can still utilize those. The policies don't cross into personal applications. So for example, on my phone, I use Outlook, I use Word, I use Excel, but I also use Twitter and Facebook and Instagram sometimes. And so I don't want it to impact my personal use. And then app protection policies make sure that app protections are in place for the apps that have been deployed to that one, or specifically the apps that are signed in with the Office 365 account. So the risk is quite high, but the protections can go quite deep. So let's go into Microsoft 365 and we'll look at how we implement app protection policies for our devices. Okay, so we're back in the admin center and we now want to look at creating a MAM or mobile application management policy. To do this, we're going to scroll to the admin centers and click Endpoint Manager. Endpoint Manager is the combination of Microsoft Intune and some of the Microsoft services. From here, we're going to click into Apps on the left-hand side. And then as we scroll down, you'll see we can filter by platform, but more importantly, we can go to Policy and click App Protection Policies. When I click App Protection Policies, I don't have any, but if I click Create Policy, you can see I can create an iOS, iPad, an Android, or a Windows 10. So we'll create an iOS one for now. So I'm going to come in here and call it iOS Policy. We'll choose Next. And then it says here, do we wish to target all of the apps on the device types? And so we can say, well, no, I only want to target either unmanaged devices or managed devices. So for now, we can just say unmanaged. So that means a bring your own device type. And then we get to pick the applications we wish to protect. So I'm going to say select public apps. And then we get this kind of scrolling list that's here. So I'm going to say Office is an app. Let's say Word. I'm going to say Outlook. I'm going to say SharePoint and OneDrive and OneNote. So I have a selection of apps that I wish to now create a policy for. Now the apps that you add here are the ones that you want to allow end users to log in with their credentials with and then protect. So I'm going to use these applications. So I'll choose Next. And then because it's iOS, we have some specifics. So do I wish to allow the data that's in my applications to be backed up in iTunes and iCloud? No, I don't, because it's corporate data. Do I want to allow sending of the organization data to other applications? Well, no, I want to choose policy managed apps. And then I can say select any that I don't want to. So for example, I might select the list of applications and say don't send them. But then you've got, do I want to save copies of the org data? Well, maybe not. I'm going to block that. And then I can say, well, actually, I want to allow them to store them in OneDrive and SharePoint only. We can also determine what the transfer communication one would be for phones. I'm not going to change that one. And then we can specify which apps can have data come from other applications. So I'm going to say policy managed apps, and then it will say open the data in those organization apps. So yes, I'm going to allow something to come from another application, but into the managed apps and then protect it. I can then also restrict cut, copy and paste. So I can say I want to use policy managed apps that support paste in. Outside of that, nothing can be done. Do I want to allow third-party keyboards encrypt the organization data, and then some sync policies and printing, etc. So I'm going to leave that as my basic policy and click next. I can then force a PIN for accessing the app. I'm going to leave it as the standard, but you get the gist of this here, where I can define a policy and say, in order for you to utilize the app, you also need to have a PIN. So I'm going to click next. I then get some conditional launching. So for example, if I choose the drop down, maybe if it's the minimum version of the app, so if it's an old version, I want to block it, or if the device hasn't, or the app hasn't connected for so long, or this one here where it says jailbroken devices will be blocked, or you can specify device models or the minimum OS version. So I get to specify those. I'm going to click next. Then I'll select the groups to include. So I'm going to wait for my list of groups and click all students, click select, and then I can exclude individual groups or users as well. So I'll click next here. I get to review my policy, and then I'll click create. Now what this will do is create a new policy that will be for apps on unmanaged devices, so BYOD devices, bring your own device, and specifically around those applications. At that point, when those applications are connected using the credentials, this policy will be put in place. Now, if we were to create a Windows 10 one, I'm just going to say Windows 10 policy without enrollment, because we're not enrolling the devices. You'll see that we can also target applications. So I'll say add or import, and we have to have like a specific list that we can put in for those applications. And then of course we've got required settings, so Windows information protection, etc. So as we go through, you'll see there's adding proxies, using Windows Hello for getting into applications, etc. So creating the policies, especially for Windows, is a bit more complicated, but it's really straightforward to add an iOS and an Android one. At that point, I can then have my end user, for example, can go and download the company portal application. When the company portal application is installed from the iOS store and they log in with their credential, then these policies will be applied. And whatever we added as the unmanaged policy will then be applied to those devices without affecting the device itself and without trying to take ownership of the device. So that's how you create an app policy. Come into endpoint security, click on apps, go to app protection policies and create a new one. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that one of these options is a bit of a strange one, and it kind of makes sense but doesn't make sense. It's really around client forwarding rules, and these are mail forwarding. So for example, I go into my Exchange Online mailbox, I create a forwarding rule that says please forward these types of emails to my Hotmail address or my MSN address or whatever it would be. So let's talk about what the risk is to this. Well, client rules forwarding lets you manage that email forwarding in and out of your organization. Client-side forwarding rules are often used to exfiltrate data to external recipients, and it's actually quite a common attack vector. So for example, I worked with an organization that had an Office 365 breach. Really, it was an account breach, and the hacker group that was based out at this point in Nigeria, they were actually utilizing client forwarding rules in the mailboxes to auto forward messages to other places. And what they were then doing was inspecting the mail and then crafting new phishing emails and then creating rules to forward those out, etc. So it becomes a way of hiding what someone's doing in the mailboxes. So what's the protection that we have? Well, the protection will allow us to block the creation of those client forward rules for all mailboxes. It will ensure that content doesn't leave the organization using forwarding rules, and it mitigates that common attack vector that's used in multiple Office 365 attacks. It's done within Exchange so that we can then control. Now, when we're looking at this type of control, there are a couple of different types. So Exchange Online provides the ability to enable client forwarding rules and disable them with 3 core options. The first one is we can use remote domains. So we can set allow automatic forwarding to disable, which means that if it tries to leave the tenant, it's going to get blocked because we've told it to automatically block forwarding to remote domains. We can also use role-based access control. So we can use RBAC to limit the impact by creating a new management role that restricts forwarding and delivery. So a bit more complicated, but we can go in and create a new role that we assign people to. And then of course you've got the standard way of doing it, which is a transport rule. So implementing a transport rule, we can stop emails that are being sent to auto-forwarded external addresses. Transport rules use the if logic. So the rule will say if the sender is located in or outside the organization and the recipient is in or outside the organization, then we're going to set it so it's going to reject the messages that are being auto-forwarded. So a really simple way of doing it. And this is done directly in the Exchange Management Console. Okay, so our last one here is app consent. App consent is a little bit more complicated, I suppose, because we want to allow our end users to be productive and potentially add apps into the equation. So what's the risk that's associated to consent? Well, by default, all users in a tenant can consent to applications for permissions that don't require admin consent. So that means for me, I can add an app into my Outlook and it's for me, and then whatever I say, trust in the box, is what that application has access to. Allowing users to give apps access to data could easily acquire useful applications, and it can also be productive, but it could also give access to personal data for that user. Attackers, if they've created the applications in a way, can maintain persistent access to services through those applications without even needing a compromised account. Because you remember how consent works. Consent is all about me saying this application is okay and I grant it authorization. At that point, I don't ever have to type credentials because it just auto consents for me. So what are the protections that we have in place? Well, from a protection perspective, Azure Active Directory will provide 2 core protections to mitigate this. You can modify how end user consents applications. You can also disable, enable the administrator consent workflow. So if we look at the consent options, there are 3 of them. The first one is to disable user consent. So this means end users cannot grant permissions to any applications at all. You may want to do that, you may not want to, but that's a good setting to have. The second one is users can consent to applications, which is kind of what's there by default. So end users can only consent to apps that are published by a verified publisher. So you change a little bit. You say, yes, you can consent to apps, but we validated a predetermined list, you know, everything from Microsoft or everything from this vendor. And then lastly, its users can consent to all applications, which is what it is by default. So this option allows all end users to consent any permission as long as it's not admin. So 3 core options available to us. So to configure user consent with PowerShell, we can first look at how we disable user consent. And this is done by using Azure AD MS authorization policy. And we can basically set what that would be. We can also allow user consent for all apps, for example, using this approach. We can say set Azure ADMS authorization policy and then specify what that would be. We can also do it utilizing Azure Active Directory as well. So we can sign into the Azure AD portal, choose Enterprise Applications, which is where it exists. And then there's a section called Consent and Permissions, and then User Consent Settings. We can then go in for the user consent for application option and choose which of those 3. You'll see do not allow, allow user consent, or allow. So we have the ability to configure that. Okay, so now that we've looked at our top 10 things to configure and how to configure them, when we think about Microsoft 365, there are some core considerations. Just remember that with any security configuration, they are only as good as the attacks that are known. New attack types are surfacing almost daily, which could make some of these controls ineffective. Microsoft 365 provides multiple login capabilities and reports. So if you haven't enabled login, go into the audit log, enable that, and make sure that you've configured all of the audit logs and the alert capabilities that you can. And then lastly, it's essential to continually monitor and review these reports and logs, not only to ensure they are working, but also to implement further controls and capabilities. The login isn't about just seeing what's going on. It's about you being able to make better decisions and choices and then mitigate risks by tweaking the policies that you may already have. So thank you for joining me in this session. Please continue to watch as there are more sessions available shortly. And if you wish to get a copy of the slide decks and the videos, then use the link posted. Thank you.
This session has now concluded. You can find handouts at petri.com/conferences or the link below, but stay tuned, we have many more sessions ahead.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Raymond Sai, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now!
Hello, my name is Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petri's Office 365 Security Day.
We'd like to thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at coreview.com.
Hi everybody, welcome to Get IT Office 365 Security Virtual Learning Event for Petri.com. My name is Jesper Oosterveld and I'm a Microsoft MVP and a Microsoft Modern Workplace Consultant for a company called Inspark based in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Today I'm going to talk with you how you can secure your data in Microsoft Teams while collaborating internally and externally by using information governance and protection. And I hope you get a couple of good takeaways from this session. On one hand, I want you to see how you can collaborate in a secure manner. On the other hand, I want you to get some insights in information protection and governance and the tools they exist of and how you can benefit from those tools. And last but not least, I also want to provide some real-world insights and advice around this topic. So let's start. So Microsoft introduced a while back Microsoft 365, and the promise is when you use Office 365 in combination with Windows 10 and enterprise mobility and security, that you get a really secure, intelligent, modern workplace for your business. And once you've done that, a couple of pillars are basically available. So one of them is creativity, and it basically means that you can work in a less traditional way, so with speech and touch, for example. The next one is teamwork, and that's of course, one of the focus points for today. That basically means that you can collaborate with a group of people internally and externally. The next one is simplicity, and this is on one hand for IT, so it needs to be simple for IT to manage all the services within Office 365, and of course also for enterprise mobility and security. And it's definitely improved over the last few years, so I think that Microsoft did a really couple good steps that made this definitely easier to manage. And of course also for the employees, they need to be able to work in an easy way with all the services that are available. And it shouldn't really matter if they work on their laptop, so to speak, or their mobile phone or a tablet. And of course, the size is different, but it shouldn't be a whole different experience. And last but not least, also an important point for today is being secure. So on one hand, you can be sure that your data is safe in the data centers of Microsoft, but on the other hand, you have a responsibility to make sure your data is secure once it's on your devices. And that's where you can use information protection and governance. And it's something we'll talk about today, of course. But it's very important to understand the distinction. It's not Microsoft's responsibility to secure your data once it's in your company walls, so to speak. That's your responsibility. Their responsibility is making sure your data is safe in the data centers. But of course, they want you to have a safe experience, so that's why they provide additional services and tools so you can do that yourself as well. So, huge focus for today, of course, is Microsoft Teams. Microsoft Teams is the hub for collaboration and communication. And Microsoft Teams consists out of a couple of key components. First of all, chat, then meetings, calling, and calling won't be discussed in this presentation, but because under calling, I'm really talking about like a call center, like enterprise voice, not my expertise. So I'm gonna take a wise decision and not pretend to know anything about it. So I'm gonna skip that one. Files, of course, making sure you can store files and work on files, and of course also apps and workflows. And now I'll go a little bit more into depth for each of these topics. So first of all, chat. I think chat is a great way to really push forward more like an informal culture, because it's by definition, chat is very informal. It's a fun way to communicate with each other, right? It's simple, easy, quick, and you can use fun stuff like gifs, memes, and stickers. And ideally, if you chat more within Microsoft Teams, you get less emails, because you're not sending emails saying, hey, where are you? Or you know where I can find this. You're all doing that within Teams and by using chat. One challenge that does rise these days is notifications. And I do see a huge increase in those. Maybe it's a topic for a different session, but it's something I do advise you to look into, how you can help your employees managing those, because that can be very annoying. It can replace the annoyance factor people may have with email. And last but not least, there's apps for every device, so you can basically chat wherever you are. Meetings, it's a lot more easier to have efficient meetings with Microsoft Teams, right? You can share your screen, you can share a presentation, you can set up a OneNote that all of you can use. If you, for example, have an office with a service hub, you can make digital notes by using the whiteboard app. And that definitely results into more efficient meetings. Well, this one is a little bit strange these days, of course, because most of us are working now from home due to the pandemic. But before that, you know, by doing online meetings, you don't really have to go everywhere. Of course, it's nice to meet customers once in a while, or your colleagues, of course, but it's not always necessary. And you can also use the meetings for increasing the engagement within your business, and that's where you go more into the live meetings aspect of Microsoft Teams, where you can basically address a large group, so maybe the whole business as a CEO maybe, or CFO or whatever, and you can discuss what's going on within the business, and yeah, you just use it as a tool to increase the engagement. With files, well, if you do it in the right way, and Microsoft Teams is adopted properly, you do save a lot of time looking for files. For example, let's say I'm in a project and I'm looking for some documentation around that project, maybe a proposal, a presentation. I know to go to that team about a project, and I know that's where my files are. So ideally, in a perfect world, I shouldn't have to look for files. So that definitely saves me a lot of time. And it's a lot more efficient to collaborate. That means because it's stored in a central location, and I can also work in real time with my colleagues or maybe external people within a document. So internally, we use this a lot for PowerPoint presentations and proposals. And I know this is a feature that's been around for a long time, and I'm talking, of course, about the co-authoring experience, but there's still a lot of people out there who are not really familiar with this feature and are really pleasantly surprised when they see it into action. And of course, you know, most of our collaboration these days is with people outside of our company. So it's very easy to share files with guests. And of course, ideally, you also invite guests within your team. Last but not least, apps and workflows. You can of course, use Power Automate and Power Apps and integrate those within Microsoft Teams to basically streamline business processes. We've done this internally, for example, to measure the happiness of people, to do registrations for devices, for lunch. And what happens is that, you know, not only we use Microsoft systems, but we also integrate with other external non-Microsoft systems. For example, we have a financial system where we send signals from Microsoft Teams where people, for example, joined lunch, and that's automatically deducted from their salary. And then ideally, definitely should save costs, because let's say there's some manual process involved, that person doesn't have to do that anymore. He or she can focus on other more important tasks. So, as a summary, what is the business value of Microsoft Teams? Well, what I see is that you have really a central and integrated work experience. You don't have to switch that much between different applications. And personally, I find it really a pleasant way to work. And I see that with customers as well, especially the business users, that they really appreciate that aspect of Teams. And that ideally that does result in an increase of productivity. And it's always hard to measure that aspect. But I do notice it with myself. If I stay more into one application, I do notice my concentration level is higher. So that automatically also results in a higher level of productivity. And of course, Microsoft Teams is a cloud-based service, right? It's part of Office 365. So there's a lot of businesses out there who still want to push a digital transformation, and by using Teams, you basically automatically do this. So that's it's a win-win in my eyes. And last but not least, you are able to be compliant and your data is secure. One part in the data centers, but we'll discuss soon is the tools you can use for that. So. What I do want to talk about is, like, when I talk with customers about this and I show them Teams, I also ask them, so what are your worries when you've heard me talk about this and you've seen it into action? A couple of things. They're very worried about an explosion of Teams, especially if they turn on Teams and there's no governance in place. They're afraid a lot of Teams will be created. They're afraid of duplication of Teams because Teams doesn't really give you a heads up saying, hey, you're about to create another marketing team. One already exists. It doesn't do that. So there's a high risk of duplication. It can be unclear what this team is for. The name is not really clear. It doesn't really. How do you say it? Like, doesn't really. You see a name, it's like, oh, I don't really know what it's being used for. So it makes it hard, especially for IT, to manage it, and also for employees to see, like, is this the team I'm actually looking for? Can be difficult to find teams, especially, if you use private teams, you can't really find them. There are some tricks to do that, but it's not easy, and the search system in Teams is also not great, so they can make it really hard to find a team. It can be complex, and with complex, they're basically referring to the creation process. You just don't. It's not like you click on create team, give it a name. There are multiple options. They're not always clear for, like, business users. Like if you're more from IT background, yeah, they make sense because you're familiar with the phrases that are being used and the terms being used. But the regular business users, they aren't, and that's totally fine, right? You can't really blame them. And of course, the topic for today is, of course, there's a lot of worries about data leaks, especially if you start to invite external people, and a lot of customers are very worried how they can handle that. So if you went a bit fast, but if you don't address these issues, you can get a failed user adoption because people get frustrated. They don't know how to use it, and they're like, "Well, this is not working out for me," so they just like not use it at all. And it's a huge shame because Teams has a huge potential, and it's a great tool to use within your company if you use it in the right way. And of course, it can also result into an increased IT maintenance. Right? IT can be over flooded with questions and issues. So that's why it's important you set up a successful governance strategy. So first of all, why should you do that? Well, because you want to connect IT and the business. These are two audiences. They're often detached from each other, so to speak, right? They don't always know what one is doing. Like, IT is not always aware of the struggles business have and the other way around. So if you bring those two together, it's more understanding for each other, and it will definitely result into less communication errors and a lot of less frustration in the end. When you do governance, you're going to make a couple decisions that definitely impact your adoption strategy. Am I allowed to work with external people? How am I allowed to do that? Can I use memes, gifs, etc.? So you're going to talk about a lot of stuff in governance that does impact how you execute your adoption strategy. There's a lot of internal procedures a lot of businesses have that need to be addressed in the usage of Teams, in the rollout of Teams. And of course, also regulations. And again, that's why I think this session is interesting, because it will discuss how you can do that. But if you just roll out Teams and you're not keeping an eye on this, data can be shared that should not be shared. Documents are stored that maybe should not be stored or should be deleted after a certain amount of time. And last but not least, Microsoft Teams uses Microsoft 365 groups in the back end. So if you create a team, a lot more is created, like SharePoint team site, a planner, a group and stream, and a couple other things as well, right? So yeah, you need to teach your users, your employees, how to work with that, but also IT how to manage it. So how do you do this? I have a different session that really dives into this a lot more, so I'm just doing an overview here because I still really find this important for everybody who's listening in to understand why governance is important, but also how you can do it yourself. But if you're interested in more into-depth stuff, definitely check out one of my other sessions that discusses this, or reach out to me after this, after you see this recording. So what you need to do, you first start with a workshop. You start with a scope. So what is the scope of our governance? What are our vision and goals for rolling out Teams, for using Teams? You need to set up a steering committee or a governance board, or whatever name you give it, but it needs to be a group of people who monitor the rules you discussed, the procedures you discussed, and then they monitor the rollout of Teams and make sure it stays successful. What are the roles and responsibilities around using Teams? Like, what are the admin roles? But also, what departments are related to the rollout and usage of Teams, and what are their responsibilities? And they dive more into the workload. So I'm talking about what templates are being used, naming convention, expiration, guest access, yes or no, and a lot more to discuss here. And it's very important that you address those and write them down somewhere so everybody knows, okay, this is how we're using it and why. Then you need to address some procedures and processes. For example, how are we handling employees that enter the company? How do they get a license? How do they get access to the correct team? And you need to look at the whole process of new features and updates for Microsoft Teams, but also for Planner, for SharePoint, Stream, because it's just Microsoft keeps pushing, especially for Teams lately. How can you handle that? How can you anticipate it, right? It's very crucial as well these days. So once you've done that, you get an agreement on all the topics. I add these in a document, but it can be in a presentation or on a SharePoint page, whatever, but you need to have it written down somewhere so people know where to go to find all the topics and the stuff you agreed upon in your governance strategy. I always present it. It's like, hey, I'm helped you with your governance strategy. This is what you've decided with our help, and then you can get a definite final agreement. So you finalize it and say, okay, now we're done. But it's very important to realize governance is never done, right? It's just the beginning, but you need to have a moment in time where you say, okay, at this moment in time, this is what we agreed upon. So then you need to implement it. So you need to maybe adjust your Microsoft Teams settings. For example, is everybody allowed to create a private channel or just a subset of people? This is just a small example. And then you maybe need to implement a governance solution, for example, for a provisioning of teams. So for example, you can look at AvePoint, or maybe you're going more for a self-service scenario. And then you can look into ShareCade Apricot to support you and your employees with managing the teams. But what have we seen lately? So there are a couple trends. So first of all, according to research, data is exploding, and especially these days when everybody started to move from home, a lot more work is done digitally, and that's definitely visible. So that's what it says here: 10 times the amount of data is created and stored by 2025 versus 2016, and that's a lot, right? And especially if you look at the regulatory landscape, can be very confusing and complex. And it's not always clear for businesses how they need to implement this within their own IT infrastructure. And of course, with Microsoft Teams, not physically exploded, but literally exploded. The usage has increased insanely due to the pandemic, and we noticed that as well with our customers. So there's a couple of important trends. So what are some challenges? So there's some research that's been done, and what was found out that 88% of organizations, they don't really have any confidence that they're able to detect and prevent a loss of sensitive data. And that's a high percentage. That's way too high. Like that should maybe not be higher than like 10% ideally, because that can lead up to a lot of problems. And more than 80% of the corporate data is dark. It's not classified. It's just standing on file shares, and maybe a lot of people can access it that shouldn't. Maybe people are able to download it who shouldn't. It's just not protected or governed. And last but not least, the number one protecting and governing sensitive data is a huge concern for most companies out there, because there are these regulations that you have to comply with, because maybe you can get fines. So there are a couple of real-world examples, and they're all Dutch, and we don't have to dive into each of one of these. I included a link behind it, so if any Dutch people are looking at this, you can click on it. But basically, to summarize it, data has been leaked that should not have been leaked. And it varies from like resumes to like private data of people who have like an area ban, so to speak. But what's very interesting is that most of these leaks have not been done on purpose. It's not that people were planning to leak or steal the data. Most of the time, it's done by accident. Right, and you should be able to prevent that. So you have to ask yourself, but also ask your customers, a couple of important questions. Do you actually know where your business critical and sensitive data is, and what is being done with it? I think most businesses are not able to answer that with a yes, right? And also, do you have any control over this data when it travels inside your company, but also especially outside? Do you have any control over this? And the last question you should ask them, are you using any multiple solutions for this to classify, label, and protect this data? Because there are definitely a lot of customers who are doing this, but maybe you're using a lot of tools that they don't have to use. I think these are very important questions you should ask yourself or ask your customers to help them out with this topic. So how can Microsoft help and contribute? Microsoft created Microsoft Information Protection that helps you protect your sensitive data, and doesn't matter where it is, right? So that helps you discover sensitive data, because it's not always easy to find your sensitive data, right? Because it's so spread out. It allows you to classify it. So for example, you say, hey, this data is highly sensitive, but most of our data is actually internal data, and it's okay if it goes out in the public. It's not definitely disastrous for us as a business. It also offers you to protect your data, so to apply an encryption so that the data could travel outside of your business, but let's say I get a document I shouldn't be able to see. If it's protected and encrypted, I'm not able to open it, and that's already a huge value, huge advantage. But you also need to be able to monitor, because let's say you're going to implement, we're going to talk about, of course, about sensitivity labels. You also need to monitor, are people actually applying the labels you defined? Because otherwise you've done so much work and it's basically been for nothing because nobody's using it. And it has a broad coverage. So it doesn't matter what device you use. You can use it in multiple apps. This can be Microsoft apps, but it can also, for example, be Adobe PDFs. You can use it over multiple cloud services. So it can also travel to other services, for example, Dropbox or Box. And last but not least, you can also apply to on-premises. So it's not necessarily cloud only. So what do you use for this? Well, you use sensitivity labels. And I'm not going to go over all these points, but I want to address a couple. So what's really interesting is that it's not only Microsoft only. Microsoft has an SDK available that allows third parties to integrate Microsoft information protection into their document extensions, for example. That's what Adobe did. You can apply it manually. So I can work on a document and then I can mark it as highly sensitive. This is hard though, because not everybody, people forget. I've seen this with myself as well. Sometimes I forget, or a lot of people find it difficult to make the decision. Is this actually sensitive data? And that's where automatic labeling is really helping out. And that's where a lot of focus is around Microsoft to really increase that part, so that, you know, you get a suggestion like, hey, we noticed that there's some sensitive data. We advise you to classify it highly sensitive, for example. You can apply it to content, for example, a PowerPoint presentation or Word or PDF. But these days you can also do it, what they say is containers, but you can basically see that as a SharePoint team site or a team in Teams. So that's what I mean with containers. And last but not least, it needs to be a seamless experience for your users. So that means you also need to be able to use it on other devices, right? So they can use it everywhere. So they can be in, for example, the Outlook app within your mobile phone. You should be able to use your labels there as well. So next step. So now you kind of know what Microsoft information protection is, and that you classify your content with sensitivity labels. So the next step is basically defining an information classification policy. And the one I'm showing you now is basically the one we use with our customers, and that we see implemented with the majority of our customers. So on one hand, you have personal data, and it's just non-business data. It can be data that's for me only. For example, an invoice of a web shop. And I, for example, store that on my OneDrive for Business. Then we have public data. So that can be company, that's of course company data, but that can be for the public. It can, for example, be a newsletter that you want to publish on your website, right? That's maybe in a Word document and you mark it as public. Okay? If this leaks, it's fine because we want to share it anyway with the outside world. And this is often the default one. So with sensitivity labels, you work with a default label. That means that's the label that once you start a new document, the document is automatically gets. So that's often internal. And it means that the start point of the document you're writing, for example, is internal. But if it leaks, it's not a big deal, right? It's not the end of the world. Maybe it's not nice, but it's not like immediately damaging for your company. And then, of course, then you have the data that's more confidential, and then you have highly confidential, strictly confidential. And it's often the differentiation between these two is more in the wording, because on the background, it will do the same thing. It encrypts, protects your content. But the naming for a lot of companies is helpful, especially, for example, board of directors. They like it if their content is classified as highly or strictly confidential. But these are the two when something actually happens, right? And that's what we'll talk about now. So then you defined your policy, and the next up is you're going to go to your information protection policy. So what actually is done from a technical point of view with content that has that label? Well, with personal, it's no protection. It's fine. You know, it's personal. It's fine if it's shared outside. Public, same, no protection. And last one, internal, same, no protection, right? If it leaks or is shared with somebody else, it can be annoying, but it's not the end of the world. It's not like it's like your IP is being shared online, for example. So this is where it gets interesting. So confidential. So that is definitely data that's very sensitive, and if that leaks, it can really damage the company, right? So what you can say is that, okay, when I'm going to use a Word document, just an example. Let's say this worker document gets that label. It's only accessible for Contoso, right, or InSpark, or your company, right, or for authorized people. So you can share a confidential document with external people, but then you really have to manually enter the names of those people, or, for example, their domain name. What you can also do is say, okay, once something is confidential, it gets a footer or a header. And this can, yeah, you don't see it in this one, but in the left bottom of the presentation, it will say confidential, or the text you give it. And often we see this for departments like HR. I do advise to not set this one as your default label, because what will happen is this will be encrypted, and that can be very frustrating, because then maybe you need to share with people who need to can access it. If you want to change the label back from confidential to internal, you need to give a reason. So then it turns into a frustration experience. So we advise to use scope labels, where you say, okay, only people from HR, they get the label HR confidential. But if I'm working communication, I don't even see that label, and I just have the regular one. It's the same with this one, strictly confidential. It does the same thing, it encrypts your data, but it's only accessible for example, for a certain department. So we see this a lot with the board of directors. So they will automatically have this label, and it's only accessible for them. So you use sensitivity labels and data for this. So you can use manual labels as I described. So that means that I, as a person, have to take action to actually change the label. And what I said before, that we noticed that it's not always that easy because people forget or they don't really know what label they have to use. This is where auto labels is really interesting, and auto labels work with sensitive information types. And a sensitive information type is, for example, a credit card number or an IBAN number. IBAN number is like a banking number in Europe. So what happens is if a document or an email has an IBAN number, a trigger is sent to say like, hey, we noticed there's an IBAN number. You should move it, reclassify from internal to confidential, or it does it automatically. It doesn't even ask you. That's a possibility as well. What I mentioned before, you should also look into scope labels, so that certain departments have their own label, and that's only available for them. And these are often departments that work with more than 80%, 85% of sensitive content, because that's when it's interesting to use. Encryption. So that means, let's say I'm that's an example of a board of directors. Let's say I work in a communication department, and I receive a file that belongs to them. I get it, and I see the title of the file. But if I click on it, it will give me an error message, and I'll show you that in. I took a couple of screenshots. I will show you that as well. But that's where really the protection steps in. It encrypts your document. Mentioned before, you can use watermarks, footers, and headers. You can also use it in Office Online these days. That was a bit of an issue beforehand, but Microsoft released an update this year where you can also work with your labels in Office Online. And of course, mobile devices. It doesn't matter if I'm an iPhone or Android phone, I can use my labels. So let's take a closer look. So this is a Word document, of course. So what I did is our standard label is internal, but I want to switch it to confidential. So I click on confidential and then I select internal. So that basically means in this case, this document is only accessible by people who work within InSpark. I save this document in Teams, right? Because this is what we do these days, right? We store our documents in Teams. So it's in Teams, stored in Teams with that classification and that encryption. That means that everybody who works within InSpark can open this document. But let's say this document, let's say this team is accessible for guests. They can see the document, but they can try and open it, but they'll get an error message. So let's say I want to, on purpose or accidentally, I'm sharing this file through email. So what happens is our default label for mail is internal. We receive it number 1. I add the document, top secret, that was labeled confidential, internal. I automatically get a message saying, hey, we recommend to label this as internal. That's confidential internal. It says internal there. It needs to be confidential internal because it notices the encryption on the document. So I can say dismiss, or I can say change now. I can still do dismiss. What will happen is somebody else will get the email and you just see the email context, right? But if I click on the document, I'll get an error message saying, hey, it's protected by IRM. Here in this case, I cannot open it, but if I download it and try to open it, it will ask me to log in and it'll give me an error message saying like, hey, you're not allowed to open it. So that's the label part for data. These days, we can also use labels for Teams. So you define your sensitivity label, where you define it for usage for around content, right? The stuff needs to be encrypted, the watermark, and all the stuff we discussed before. And now you have some additional options where you can say, if this label is applied to a team in Teams, it's automatically public or private. Guest access is allowed or blocked. And unmanaged devices. If somebody has an unmanaged device, you can block access to the content, you can do web only, or you can give full access. If you use this, please talk to your colleagues who are doing the policies within Intune, so there's no confusing around that, because they will see the policy and you just want to prevent that. So communicate with that person saying, hey, we want to implement this. Is that okay? Or do you maybe have something else in place? Let's say apply the label confidential internal on a team. It doesn't mean that all the documents are automatically labeled with a confidential internal. That's not happening. You still have to do that manually. Maybe in the near future something like that will be available, that you at least have the option to do so. I'm not aware, but that could be. But for now, that's not the case. So this is what it looks like. So this is the settings of the sensitivity label. I have an extra option, site and group settings, and here are the 3 options I just described. Let's say I go to Teams and I select the sensitivity label. You can see that here the only privacy option I'm able to use is private. So I cannot select public org. Let's say I try to add an external user. It'll just say we didn't find any matches. It's not the greatest error message. I would like it to say like it's not allowed because of the policies that's been set on this team, but you know, maybe in the future. And this is just an example of what will happen is if you have an unmanaged device, right? You just get access blocked. So now we're moving from sensitivity labels, so the protecting your data, to data loss prevention. And with data loss prevention, you can really prevent the sharing of sensitive information in chat and in documents. And that can, for example, be a social security number, or again, an IBAN number, or maybe something you define yourself, right? Because Microsoft provides you with a whole list of sensitive information types, but you can also create your own, right? If something that's not available there, you can just create your own that applies to your needs or your requirements. So there's a whole long list you can use. Like I said, most of them are all out there, but there's some situation where you have to create your own. And what you can do is that you define your data loss prevention policy, and you can add some actions. So, for example, say if this type of content is being stored, I immediately want it to be blocked, and I want to send some notifications out to a couple of people. And you can also use with conditions. So you can say if this information is shared just with colleagues, internal people, it's fine, but once it's with external people, then it needs to be blocked. And what's really nice is that, of course, from a security point of view, you have like a CISO who wants to stay up to date if this happens, and you can do that. You can send a notification to him or her saying like, hey, there's now a DLP alert, and it gives you a whole list of details, what it is, where it is, who's doing it, and then then he or she can be aware of like maybe potential data leaks. For chat, you need to have an Office 365 E5 license. For files, you don't. I think E3 is sufficient, but for some reason for chat, you need a higher, you need the E5 one. So let's take a closer look. So again, I just created a document. I call it statements just as a demo. I added this text in there that contains an IBAN number, and immediately you'll see a policy tip popping up saying like, hey, this message or item is blocked due to the presence of an IBAN code. Please contact our CISO for further questions. That message you can create yourself, right? So that gives you, the DLP policy gives you the option. So add a text that's self-explanatory for users so they know what's happening, and give them like a pointer who they can contact if they have any questions. So that's, but let's say you go to the SharePoint site. And what happens is, again, the same document will have like a little icon. I don't know how to describe it in English, but the red icon with a little dash in it. If you click on that, you'll see again the same message. But if you click on the policy tip, this is actually very cool. Here again, you can have a custom message, but then you can also give your employees the option to override, because it can happen that there's a case when it's triggered, but it doesn't really apply. Maybe, yeah, okay, it contains an IBAN code, but it's with my colleague from the same department, and he or she should have access to it, and you can override it. Or you can just report an issue saying like, I don't know, this doesn't make any sense, this shouldn't be triggered, and that helps you to fine-tune your DLP policy. Now that's for the content side in SharePoint. And let's take a look at chat. It's very similar. So again, I posted like a message with an IBAN number. It's immediately blocked. So only I see the message, and the person I posted to can't see it. And I get the same message actually. I see in SharePoint, so I can see why it's happening. I can override it with a justification, and a justification is recorded. And if you configure it, send to the CISO, for example, or again, you can report it saying like, hey, it goes off, but it doesn't contain any sensitive data. So let's take a look at the last one. It's retention. So that's part of information governance. So by using retention, you're able to retain or delete content or chat after a certain period. So because some content needs to be retained, but other content needs to be deleted. For example, I believe resumes have to be deleted I think after a year, if that person has not been hired, maybe even shorter. So that's what you can do with retention. Say like, hey, if a document is a resume, automatically delete it after 7 months or a year. And that's basically the period, I say the time frame you have. It can be days, months, or years. Again, it's very similar to sensitivity labels. You can use manual retention labels. This is often used to help employees manually label documents that maybe they're not picked up by policy or something they just want to change. They can add a label. And of course, you can also do the automatic labels with policies. And that I think I would advise to use that one because it just makes it easier for your employees as well. But definitely give them the option to do it manually as well. And again, retention for chat is not supported for private channels. Do double check it though, because this could have changed because things are changing very rapidly. But as far as I'm aware, it's not available yet. So let's take a closer look. So this is just a screenshot of a retention label I created. It's called CV. It's basically a resume. It is. It's just a touch. It's just a CV. It's a resume. So you can see all the information about the label. But what's really nice is that I have the option to explore items. So when I do this, I get some more analytics about the usage of this label. So I can see the activity. So I can see that this label is being used 35 times when in Exchange, so around email, and 1 time in SharePoint. So then I go to items for this label, and I get an overview of all the items in SharePoint and OneDrive for Business and Exchange. And this is great because then I can see, hey, this label is being used for that document. So I can open it and actually view it, see if that's correct, see if it's been labeled correctly. And of course, most companies out there, they want to automatically delete stuff, but it's very warranted that somebody reviews this, so the content isn't deleted, it should not be deleted. That's where you can do this disposition, and that's where people you assign will have access to, and here they can review everything, and they can say, okay, dispose of it, so delete it, or extend the retention, or just use a different label. And this is perfect for especially record managers. So let's round it up. So I do want to give you a couple of tips and tricks that I've seen while using this with our customers. Is you really have to look at your internal procedures and regulations. Does this regulation actually apply to my business? Because that's not always the case, right? But do we maybe have some other sensitive document that needs to be monitored or needs to be labeled, right? And that can differ per company, because not every company has like highly sensitive IP, right? But some do. So how are you dealing with that? Testing is so important, especially I noticed it with DLP, because the foundation of DLP is very simple, but the execution isn't. Sometimes documents are not picked up, or are picked up that shouldn't be picked up. So there's a lot of fine-tuning to making sure that works. Sometimes it doesn't work as you expect it to. So please do a lot of testing before you start to implement it in your own company or with for your customers. You really have to communicate. You have to teach people how to work with labels, because the technology is fine. It's not 100% perfect, but it definitely works. But yeah, not everybody knows the labels, what labels there are, how to use them, what the impact is. So you need to do a lot around adoption as well. I talked about information governance and protection. There's a lot more you should do and can do around securing your data in Microsoft Teams, just securing your environment. Definitely look at MFA. This already prevents a lot of data leaks. Conditional access, conditional access, mobile device management, application management, managing the devices, maybe swiping it. When can I access certain sites, stuff like that. Microsoft Cloud App Security. There's a really cool one. I've looked in a little bit. I worked together with a colleague. It's fantastic. There's so many options there. There's definitely a good one to look into. It's definitely adds a lot of value on top of the stuff I discussed today. So again, thank you for joining us and joining me for this session. I hope you find it valuable. You can download a copy of the slide deck. And yeah, thanks. And I hope to see you around somewhere in the near future. And I added some resources. So I added some links for information protection, DLP, and information governance that I think is very useful and helpful. Okay, thanks again.
The session has now concluded. You can find handouts at petri.com/conferences or the link below. But stay tuned, we have many more sessions ahead. And that is a wrap, folks. Petri's Get IT Office 365 Security Day is done. done. But that doesn't mean the content is done. You can actually go back to the website, which you'll find a link down below, or go to petri.com/conferences, where you can find handouts and other downloadables that you can just take with you so that the knowledge, while it may no longer be playing on the screen, is retained in your hand. So it's good information you are going to want to take home. And I'd also like to give a shout out to our partners over at CoreView, Planet Technologies, and AvePoint for helping out and making this day possible. And also a huge, tremendous shout out to our Microsoft MVPs who contributed their time to putting these sessions together to help you get more out of your Office 365 subscription. That's all we got for this time. Be on the lookout for more conferences in the near future.
Hi everyone, I'm Dr. Raymond Sai, AvePoint Chief Brand Officer, Microsoft Regional Director, and MVP. If you're enjoying Get It Office 365 Security Day, make sure you sign up for our upcoming webinar, Microsoft Teams 4 Tactics for Regulated Organizations. Sign up now!
Hello, my name is Andy Oak, Director of Marketing at Planet Technologies. As a 2020 Microsoft Azure Security Deployment Partner of the Year, we are a proud sponsor of Petri's Office 365 Security Day.
We'd like to thank our friends over at CoreView for helping out today. You can learn about their solutions that are trusted by hundreds of enterprises at CoreView.